Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the night shift. I'm Achilleos, and I am so excited to be here. Good God, it's some of my good friends. It's Jason Kaplan. It's ZP. ZP, I just saw you a couple weeks ago, and Jason Kaplan, I haven't seen you in about 10 years. So that's really fun, and it's great to be here.
You said friends, but you haven't responded to me in 10 years in DM. So I don't know, friends. I don't know what to call it, but it's been a while, man. It's been a while. Casting some Overwatch back in Korea. That was a blast. Honestly, my first and only time I've ever been to Korea, and I loved it. And I hope you've been well, man. You've been busy.
Yes, I have been busy. In fact, I was actually doing another broadcast earlier today, and now I was, you know what? I'm going to stay up all night, and I'm going to go into some Deadlock night shift, my first little foray into this, and I could not be more excited. Of course, this is number 53, and yeah, I mean, I've been watching from the shadows. I've been lurking. I've been seeing what you guys got going on here, and I was like, that seems really fun. I want to get involved. So thankfully, I've been able to do that, and yeah, this should be super sick. But I mean, How are you guys? How are you guys feeling about Deadlock at the moment? Excited for more?
For me, I'm excited to get on some EU. It's been a while. Like schedule-wise, like we have no hard set schedule. It's usually like, hey, you know, are you in EU this week? Like physically, it probably makes sense to cover EU. But I've been covering NA a whole lot recently, and now it's like, you know what? Schedule is clear for the rest of the year. Things are settling down. It's time to mix things up again, and I get to see what's been going on in EU.
I'm scared, ZP. I'm scared because Doruora in chat is linking some really interesting Deadlock related images because that Lash hasn't seen a gym in a while. I will die on this hill. I will not hover over that image to see actually what it is. I will say Lash has just been hitting those burgers. But yeah, I mean, I think the best part about our show is the audience, man. They come up with some amazing artwork, which you've seen like in the carousel, the breaks, and they're always here to support every single week.
No, yeah, it's been really sick, and to kind of finally be in the mix of things, it's super awesome. I was trying to do this, you know, like maybe a week or two ago, and it didn't really work out too well because I'm in probably the worst time zone that you could possibly have to be hosting this show. But you know what? Screw it, we ball. We're gonna go forward with it. I see that you got a dog there, and I'm incredibly jealous of that. But let's take a look here as we'll get into the bracket and see what we do have on the docket for tonight. As of course, per usual, going to be starting off with the challengers match that'll move into the money match, where buff enjoyers are lying in wait.
Yeah, and for EU, the very interesting thing over the last month is that we had a period of time where it was 2-1s all the time in the finals, but, you know, Buff Enjoyers was usually the team ahead. But now it feels like over the last few weeks, we've really settled into this routine where Buff Enjoyers is number one, and they'll beat Abrahams, and Abrahams will beat Leviathan on cue, and Leviathan will smash whoever is up in the qualifier match. And you have this, like, very much 1 beats 2 beats 3 dynamic in EU. However, this is a week where we have an outside tournament going on, the R1 tournament. Now the W tournament is going on, and that's usually when EU gets a little bit more active. There's more scrims, a little bit more meta evolution that goes on, and historically this is a time where things may shake up a little bit just because of all the extra EU competition going on. So if there's a week for that 1/2/3 dynamic to change, this may be the week.
I hope so, man. Like honestly, ZP, it's you remember back when we had the overtime pay that we did, that like great idea, and then we implement it in like week 1, all the streaks are broken. It feels like we need to bring that back because Buffingers have been just dominating EU week in and week out for I think the last 4 weeks in a row. I think this would be week 5 if they could pull it off yet again. And honestly, considering you have Buffingers the number 1 team and Abraham's the number 2, it doesn't feel like it's a 1 and 2. The way it's been playing out these last weeks, it feels like it's like the number 1 team versus the number 5 team. And I'm hoping to see someone push Buffingers more, but more importantly here, Kalios, I'm hoping to see Leviathan get some wind under their sails. They have been struggling in the night shift.
Yeah, I mean, I took a little glimpse back into the past, the last couple of weeks to see how things were going, and I was just like, okay, I'm seeing a lot of Abrahams, I'm seeing a lot of Buff Enjoyers, and I'm seeing a lot of Leviathan kind of getting, you know, close, but not really been able to find that success. So maybe my presence can be the changing grace for them. And of course, we will have that North American matchup, which we can dive into a little bit deeper later on once we do get to that in several hours from now. But yeah, maybe I can be the turning of the tides for Leviathan. I'm going to give them my blessing. They're winning the whole thing.
Oh, okay. That is ridiculous because for those who don't know, Achilleos has kind of a reverse bad Pachimari thing going on where Achilleos will make predictions and they actually come true for the team he predicts for. It doesn't matter like what the reasoning is. It just happens. I don't know what would happen if both Achilleos and Bad Pachamari like predicted the same thing at the same time, the universe would probably end, actually.
I think it would probably collapse in upon itself, and we would also maybe at the same time solve the energy crisis. I think we would have just found some kind of like renewable thing, this vortex would open, and then we would just be able to power the world for the rest of humanity.
I mean, it's a win-win for you, right? Because either you're correct and Leviathan win, then you look like a god, or you're incorrect, and then it's just the way it plays out. You know, that's the way your streak is gone. But there is one thing leaning towards the potential for Leviathan to win is the fact that Abrahams is playing with a slightly different roster today.
That is very true, and we will be able to get into that, I think, in just a little bit. But I think first, is it not time to talk about our patrons, our lovely patrons who give their hard-earned money so that this show can function and then I can be a part of it? We love you guys. Thank you so much for that. And of course, big shout outs to the Night Shift board members up there at the top. But I know that this is a neat little thing that you guys like to do. A quick call out to one name that sticks out to you. ZP, I'm going to you.
Yeah, I mean, what sticks out to me, I got to give some props to Krasaka, where Krasaka started off the show with a big sub hit within the channel, on top of being Night Shift executive, always supporting the channel week in and week out, whether it be on the Patreon or the subs. But honestly, if you're on this list at all, or even if you're not and you just tune in every week, the support really means a lot to keep the weekly show going week in and week out and give the players a place to play.
Yeah, honestly, love to see the support. I'm doing other games. I'm in there's big titles out there and everything. And obviously, Deadlock at the moment, it's in its nascent state, but we can see the potential that this title has. And for you guys to get in on the ground floor and enable things like this, it's super sick because you don't really get grassroots esports events anymore. And I was literally talking to ZP when he was over here in Korea, and I was just like, I kind of miss that. The non-corporatized broadcast where everything's got to be this, that, and the other thing, where it's just like some guys getting together to run a show, and it's just a good time. So to see the support for that, it's super appreciated. If you're not already a part of that, make sure you get in there. It goes a long way, and it means a hell of a lot to everybody who helps put this together. So big shout outs on that. And of course, if you do actually get that subscription, of course, we do have the I'm looking for the readout. Sorry. I'm juggling a million documents. I do apologize. But if you join the Patreon for the $5 tier, it gets you into the Graveyard Shift post show where we chat about the game, life, and all in between with a special guest. We'll see who that next guest is going to be. But once you get that pledge in, make sure that you link your Discord account so you get access to the Patreon only channels, and you can watch all of the VODs for all of those episodes if you have missed them in the past.
I just did Achilleos dirty. I just striked out that call out mid call out on him because that's an old call out that never got taken out of our run to show. My bad, Achilleos. But but actually, so that whole Graveyard Shift that we do post show has actually been moved to Thursday. So it's tomorrow at the exact same time as right now. You got ZP, you got Lightbringer. I think this week we got Jake +1 as well. So it might be a 4-man show finally for the first time this week. You guys need to make sure to check that out. And of course, you always have access to it over here on Twitch. But Achilleos, you were about to skip like me getting to give a shout out to someone. And I have to bring it back to that because I saw it and now I lost it. There it is. Under the 10, I didn't see this one before. The $10 Night Shift Chief, 3rd place dog. It's a good name. It's a good name. I like it. But Achilleos, you have to be here. First time on the show. You have to choose your honorary member, your honorary patron to call out. Who's it going to be?
Okay, I did see one before. Oh, yeah. Yeah, whatever. We'll read it out. They paid good money for this. It's in the $25 shift manager, Jack's libido, because it's giving me Fight Club vibes. It's giving me that, when he's reading all of the journals in the dilapidated house, I am Jack's sense of humor, whatever, all that kind of stuff. It's giving me those vibes. Ed Norton was reading that off. So I'll give the shout out to Jack's libido. Hopefully it's strong.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Achilleos. Like, Jack's libido, actually, funny enough, I don't know why I know this, moved to Korea. So I'm unable to really watch the shows too often, but used to be one of our huge supporters, donating subs every single time. I think ZP gifted maybe 50 in one show, or was it 100 in one show, back a couple months ago. So, I mean, Seth, you were nail on the head right there. But that's the perfect person to call out.
I just know that's why Leviathan's going to have a good time today. It's I'm in tune here. Everything is aligning. So I think that's going to be a really big boon for them. But okay. patrons, we got the shout out of the way. I might have botched the delivery on the podcast, but you're there for the alley oop on that. Maybe it's a little bit of revenge for me not having any contact for the last 10 years. So I you know what, I'll take that on the chin. That's all good. But I think now we can start to take a look at the rosters, because you had mentioned that there is going to be a slight little change here, and that maybe that's going to be enough of a leg up for Leviathan.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is that it's not the most natural of subs. Where, I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of the players that have been around for a long time, are more versatile than you might think. But Freemock is generally a player that's more frontline, and in fact, prior to the Shiv getting thrown into the dumpster, was partially, like, arguably, people would say, maybe a little bit of a Shiv one trick. I don't think he really was one trick, but hey, there was no reason not to play Shiv as much as possible back in the day. But the key here is that Tass is going to be gone today, and Freemock is coming in the sub. And for what Tass is brought to Abraham's over time from pick heroes, I think is really hard to replace. I think there's very few people that can play the pick role at a high level to where Tass can. And, even Freemock coming in the sub as an otherwise good player, those are big shoes to fill. In a role that I feel like has had more importance recently as far as draft, where you look at where heroes like Paradox and Bebop tend to get valued. So yeah, I think for Abraham's, while it even stymied them arguably a little bit in Tourney earlier today, the new form of R1, where they went up against, I believe it was Trash it was actually a team name, by the way. I'm not calling it Trash, but they were up against Team Trash, and it went the full 3. So Abraham's are a little bit hobbled without Taz. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how they adapt here on Night Shift.
It's interesting though, ZP, because in the last weeks in EU as well, Tass has also been playing things like Celeste. He's played like Holiday, obviously going back to the pick hero discussion. He's played even, I think, Drifter a few weeks ago as well. So yeah, I agree. I think it's hard to replace him, because Tass is definitely one of the best performers in this team, and definitely one of the most consistent performers. But can Freemock transition into the role he needs to play? Is Abraham's going to change the role, or the way they play around Freemock? I think that's going to be really difficult to do for them, especially with not too many games under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, having to make a last-second pivot, it's pretty rare across, I'd say, just about any game, especially when you're playing a team game like this, where you can very easily and quickly kind of mold around a last-second shift. So I think that, especially with a game like Deadlock, this could really alter things for Abraham's. Obviously, the entire team still very skilled. So can they do it? Absolutely. Will they be able to? We'll have to just wait and see. I'm just looking at this and I'm just like, man, this is just about every single hero that I hate playing into in lane when I play Deadlock. So this is like my worst possible nightmare. Maybe on the Leviathan side, we'll have something a little bit better and something that I would actually like to play into. We'll have to just take a look and see what they got. No, it's not that much better.
Yeah, for Leviathan, I mean, obviously this is a team that's seen a few changes over time. Obviously, the big one was, this is a team where, for a time their identity was playing around OCs, and now OCs is, went over to NA for a little while and then ended up back on Abraham's. But they've recently bolstered with Empty Dreams and Sanya Sniper. Also, for Leviathan, the interesting thing for them, obviously, they have the entire back and forth, between how they play Night Shift versus not, because, ABL is still banned. But, regardless of whether they're playing with ABL or not, this is a team like in Night Shift, in, things like R1 or now the W Tourney. They're a team that, has really struggled to get out of third place. And it's not that the games aren't sometimes close, but just getting it all together in a single match against Abraham's or Buffingers, rare time Buffingers gets knocked down. It's been a little bit tough for them, but also in terms of, people that are familiar with other teams, Freemock was often subbing for Leviathan and playing for Leviathan, and now is finding themselves subbing for Abraham's today. So, yeah, I mean, EU at this point, I feel like everyone has played for everyone at one point or another, aside from Zergy, who's been entirely Buffingers VP.
Is that enough, though? Even with the shift coming in, Freemock playing for Abraham's, is the inside info on Leviathan, is that enough to still maintain, domination for Abraham's?
I mean, I think honestly they've had Leviathan's number for so many weeks in a row now that I find it hard to imagine it goes the other way. It goes towards Leviathan. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the draft, if I'm perfectly honest about it. I think Leviathan have had some odd drafts in the last weeks, But as we saw like last week alone, when it came to priority, Lash instantly jumped up to being like a first pick prio for a lot of teams here in EU. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the same prio kind of stick around. Whereas overseas, Billy kind of fell off a little bit. Dmov, ZP, you and I were talking about this before. He's not really, as you kind of said, I'll use the words you use. He's kind of playing the filler role for the team right now. And it hasn't had great success for a lot of players filling those roles, except maybe Hoot, I think you were mentioning. And I kind of see that. Like Dmov, he used to just run the games by himself, thinking back to when he was player of the year 2025. But in 2026, we've not seen him perform to that same kind of level, whether it's because he's taken a step back like Hydration did and not playing more of like a carrier role or what it might be. But I want to see that prime 2025 Dmov, man. I feel like Leviathan could easily win if they can channel that again.
Yeah, I mean, also for Dmov, I think it's just finding a home for a long period of time. I mean, realistically, post Buffingers, Dmov did the world tour, quite literally. At one point, being in NA, winning a few night shifts with, then Floormen, and finding his way back over the EU. I mean, Dmov has basically been on every good team at this point. I mean, Dmov's been on Leviathan, of course, which he's currently on. Was on Abraham's for a while. Was originally on Buffingers. Went around in NA. But yeah, I mean, stability, I think, has been the one thing that has been lacking for Dmov, unfortunately. But maybe this will be the start of things going anew. As Seth, we got our Bow and Krill 1v1. It's coming.
Yeah, we do. It's time for the. I'm excited for this. My first Mo and Krill 1v1. Let's go ahead and take a look at it and see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one. And gentlemen, take it away. Already big damage coming through.
Wait,
I got my money on together. Here's ZP for sure. He doesn't lose these.
What happened to Saint? What happened to the confidence of Saint? Who
Saint's
had
been
the
losing, man.
Yeah, I mean, Saint got benched. This is unreal. We'll see if together can bring it forward, but together, he's on the ropes right now, Jason.
No, I take it back. I don't got my money together. Unless he gets a parry here. I never doubted together. I had him the whole time. Anything else is slander and fake news. My boy together coming up big. And honestly, I say that because I think, honestly, the draft is, I mean, it's honestly like obvious to say, and it's stupid to say. It's so important right now, especially I think with Lash being so highly prioritized by all the teams in EU. I feel like picking Lash first. I want to say he had like 100% win rate last week. I think it's such a key and really important part for anyone's successful draft at the moment.
Now, I'll just go ahead. It's a stupid question that I'll ask because I'm new here. But is this just an automatic team A, team B, depending on who wins, or do you actually get that selection? And do teams try to, move around a little bit depending on who they're going up against?
It varies. I mean, you'll get different reasonings for first or second pick. In this case, Abraham's side, yep, we want first pick, which, oftentimes second pick has had a little bit less freedom because second pick usually has to ban Doorman, which again, I think teams actually may be overrating. I think like teams like Buffingers have showed that you can actually let the Doorman through and punish it. There are things you can play against it, but I don't think Leviathan is going to go forward and test that here. They're probably going to ban Doorman, which will give Abraham's the option of what high prow hero they want. And in this case, it's not going to be Lash.
I like it. Also,
okay.
Wait, that way, yeah. Chrisana 14 again with another 10 gifted every single week. We have such dedicated supporters here at Keyless, and we love it. Like, always comes in. Krasak and Chrisana always with some big gifted every time. But ZP, back in the bands. I'm so happy to see this adaptation. I was so tired of seeing a Doorman being banned out first by the second team that had to come on in. I'm so excited to see if Doorman actually will be played right now. But Celeste, man, her stocks have been going up and up and up. OCs have played a ton of it as well. Like we see OCs moving out of that traditional M1 carry, letting Arzo still kind of carry that torch for the team. And it's been cool to see OCs kind of grow individually as a player since he was so set in stone as just being an M1 player in general. But then again, Task played it as well last week. So probably going to OCs now, but it'll be interesting to see where they actually use this hero.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if the pick is going to be coming up, because like you said, not seeing that ban. Yep, there you go. Okay, so just going to be the second round selection here on this side alongside the Abrams. So curious, where do you think? I mean, with a Doorman in, like, what do you think at the moment is kind of one of the best things you could play into this, given how often it's been banned?
So if you take a page out of Buffingers' book, if Buffingers were doing the draft for Abrahams, you would get a Graves like later in the draft. I kid you not, Graves has actually been used a lot for Buffingers in scrims. Hoot plays it a ton, and it's actually pretty effective as anti-Doorman. What I would like to see Abrahams pick up here, though, and they may not, Billy's been dropping in draft prio, and I actually think it's punishable. Like, okay, they're going to go for the Paradox. I actually think for Leviathan, doing a mid-stage ban on Billy would be really, really good. And we have not seen that as often in NA or EU. And I was just talking about with Ranger with it last night. I was like, guys, why are teams not doing this? Like, yeah, I don't know. It'd actually be a good ban. So we'll see if Leviathan goes the next step and bans Billy, because teams have been really lax about punishing teams for not prowling Billy before mid-stage bans.
Okay, well, the Paradox ends up getting locked in, and now it's going to be Rem for Leviathan as we go into the second phase of bans. Let's see, you don't really want to take off the table, and well, there's that Billy. You're talking about it, it's gone.
Yeah, so now for Abrahams, it's who you're going to act as a front line. Are they going to play necessarily their front line? With Celeste and Calico already picked up, the double C's, like they have such great mobility, such great burst potential, sustain out of Celeste, especially if you can pull away from a fight and kite some players towards you. I don't think Abrahams necessarily needs to play like a beefy frontline team. I think they are more than happy to play this kind of comp. I think maybe a Drifter actually might be coming into their picks as well in the next 1 or 2 picks. The only thing they have to worry about, I guess, is I kind of want to say Rem, who can be very annoying. But wait, what? A Sinclair this early?
Ooh. Sinclair.
I mean, honestly, sometimes when you're like lacking in frontline, it's been more NA where teams will try and bolster the Dynamo late in the draft. Well, that basically hard bans Dynamo without banning Dynamo as far as like later options here for Abrahams. And yeah, okay, Apollo coming in makes sense because Apollo, again, kind of works as like pseudo frontline, also really good for lane pressure. But, you know, for Abrahams, I feel like they're getting hemmed in a little bit on a comp where they need to kind of win early the mid, because the later this game goes, I feel like the worst mega. I mean, okay, Sinclair falls off a little bit, and now they picked up the Ven, so they're trying to shore up the late game a little bit. But the front line, you know, for what teams like picking right now, I don't really think there's anything left in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that I was just about to ask about that. I'm glad you kind of confirmed my thoughts. This was feeling like a little bit of a very early game draft for the side of Abraham. So I'm curious what they're going to round it out with. But over for Leviathan, I mean, they got some beefy boys. There's going to be the Ward in there alongside the Abrams as well. So it feels like as far as like frontlining is concerned, or even just peeling for the team, they're in a pretty decent spot. And now they're just going to go for some giga damage with the Infernus.
I'm kind of sad to see them actually not have Billy themselves now with this kind of composition, something that can group them together a little bit better. But man, they have such a good comp to just kind of run at you with an Abrams, with a Ward and an Infernus mixed in with there, having a Sinclair being able to lock you down with the Rabbit Hex, and then Rem, of course, following up with the nap time. The Doorman, I think, if we see it played in the way of a Veil Walker, get really aggressive into enemy lines, put your second door down, and your entire team can come through that door, I feel like you can easily catch off Abrahams quite hard, and something we've seen used quite a few times before, mostly by Abrahams. I think, honestly, I feel like Leviathan have a chance, but as you kind of pointed out, ZP, if they can't get out of the early game without falling too far behind, then I don't know if they're going to be able to survive long enough in the late game for them to really power up.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at this draft here, I mean, truthfully, I like the Leviathan draft more overall. I think the other problem that Abrahams is going to have here when I take a look at is that there's not really a lot to prevent Leviathan from just diving on Ven also. Like, you know, Ven, one of the weaknesses that you have in Ven, especially, you know, his movement has gotten hit over time, is that you can just kind of dive on Ven, especially if you have nothing to kind of act, you know, in front of him here. I mean, they grabbed the Bebop towards the end where, of course, you know, you're going to get a little bit more pick pressure. And, you know, Abrahams, I think, again, ideally want to set the tone like early to mid. But overall, I mean, I think the mid-stage Billy ban, I'm glad it's finally come through, because I think for Abrahams, they probably should have prowled the Billy a little bit earlier, but teams haven't been punishing it until this draft.
Yeah, but Paradox? Like, do you think there's a world Leviathan was going to pick Paradox or ban it?
Yes. Yes, especially really? With Freemock's been doing nothing but Paradox when subbing in the W tournament. So I do think they actually felt a little under pressure to like get the Paradox for Freemock, because I don't think Freemock has nearly as good of like say a Holiday himself. Although, you know, it's kind of interesting too, because you have double pick here between the Paradox and the Bebop. So
yeah, I mean, the reason I kind of brought it up was I feel like you pick Billy, because the Calico and the Celeste together, I feel like to me is more leaning towards a Billy to kind of group them together and kind of like focus fire on towards him, where Paradox is more about picks. If you're gonna go Bebop anyways, or potentially go Bebop anyways, you don't really need the Paradox. I don't know. I find this kind of interesting that I decided to lean into it, even though, as you mentioned, Freemock has been playing it over in the W tournament. I feel like Billy would have been a better play, but maybe that's something they wise up to if they make it through to play against Buff Enjoyers, of picking Billy in top 3 instead of letting it go into the second stage bans.
Well, ZP kind of laid his thoughts out there about, his opinion on the draft and who kind of won out in that regard. So, Jason, I'll press you. Like, are you still leaning Abrahams with this one, or do you think that Leviathan has some legs?
Okay. Do I know who's like what team's on what side? Because I think that's always like a super important thing. Like, if I were to say Leviathan, if it was swapped, I would probably lean towards Abrahams. But with the way it currently is, if I see teams, I still lean towards Abrahams here at the moment. I think they're just going to be a better team overall, and I think they're also a team that plays so much better when they play for early game instead of playing for late game. But I think they're just that much better than Leviathan anyways at the moment. So I always will lean towards Leviathan. If I ignore maybe like the teams, with how EU's played out, I'm still leaning towards the left-hand side, honestly.
What's the magic number? What's the magic number on the timer that they have to hit, that they have to survive through without giving up a significant advantage for this comp to really activate and come alive for Leviathan?
I want to say like 20 minutes, maybe 20, 25. I don't know, ZP, are you around that time frame as well?
You need enough time for the Warden to get into later game and actually be a threat. I think one of the real downsides of when you run a Warden comp versus a Ven comp now, and I mean, even to the point that like, it's still weird to me when teams will choose Warden. Warden has been going in higher in popularity, both NA and EU, but you lose out a lot of the early to mid game strength that you get out of a Venator, and in theory you get like a hero that's a little bit more tanky and can be harder to deal with in the late game. But outside of the laning phase, like Warden kind of has this dead zone where in a way, like Warden's just trying to get powerful, and it can be difficult to get through that period of the game. Also, I see at times people wonder is like, what's wrong with McGinnis? Like, why is EU not prioritizing McGinnis? EU in general does not value McGinnis at the same level NA does, but also EU is kind of entering this world where they feel like, okay, if you have higher end displacement heroes, like even something as simple as like say a Doorman that's available, right? McGinnis gets less prioed overall. So that's kind of what we're seeing as to why like McGinnis may not be showing up here. But I think like buff enjoyers of the teams that you is a lot more likely to come in and be like, yeah, we'll play the McGinnis.
I think as well, ZP, on the Warden note, is that I feel like in EU we're seeing a lot more teams have these 6-man skirmishes earlier in the game than we would typically see months and months ago. I feel like you need an M1 hero that you can bring in towards that mid game to be a part of your composition, to be a part of fighting, and then send them out to get farm when you're not looking to fight. I think like Venator versus Warden, Venator obviously way more. This is, I feel like, why you don't see Wraith as well at all really being played, because she really needs to get super deep into the game, and then your team has to not be behind. But then running a Warden into a comp that just wants to fight and pull and go for picks like this with a Paradox and with a Bebop together, I just don't know if Sonya can get to that level of farm he needs to be, or if the rest of the team has the damage without him to contest this and to fight Abrahams.
What's the first thing you need to see happen in the game that will give you the faith for Leviathan to close it out? Because I'm telling you, I'm calling it. It's going to happen. They got this one on the back. Maybe I shouldn't be biased. Maybe I shouldn't be throwing that out there as the host of the show. But you know what? I'm gonna back the underdog on this one. So what do you need to see happen, let's say in the first like 10 minutes of this game, to be like, wow, Leviathan's going to win this?
I mean, I think for Leviathan, it's as simple as keeping things even, actually getting the late game. Things for their comp that actually are going to be really annoying for Abrahams to deal with is that, while Celeste has gone up in proud because her survivability is way up with, the healing booster build that people have been using recently, Irizumi has like 2 outrageous targets on the rem as far as, team fights with both Abrams and Warden. Like, actually cutting through half of the Leviathan roster, if it's even, is going to be pretty difficult for Abrahams, especially as you get late game where, in particular, it could get like really ugly for Calico, if she doesn't have a good early mid game ramp. So, for Leviathan, they don't have to win early. You just need to not lose.
Okay, well, let's see if they can manage to make that happen. Leviathan going to be trying to hold on, get into the late game, and then maybe get the upset victory here over Abrahams as we get ready to go into the challenger matchup to see who's going to be punching the ticket into that final of the evening here for EU. Gentlemen, I think it's just about that time for me to pass things over and let you take the reins. I'll get to sit back, watch some good Deadlock, study up, and then hopefully come back in on the back end of this one with some less stupid questions as I continue to educate myself on the pro scene of this game, in which I'm in the very nascent stages of. Without further ado, Jason, ZP, take it away.
Well, ZP, welcome back to the EU side of things, man. It has been a while, but honestly, EU has been such a treat to watch. We've been having so many great games, even though Unfortunately for Leviathan, it hasn't worked out for them. Some of the individual plays have been like some of the best moments I'd say we had in Deadlock for sure this year, if potentially not the last 2 years, man. But what are you excited about seeing? Like any individual player looking towards I've really seen like how they performed today?
I mean, I'm just excited to get back to what everyone knows EU Deadlock is about, which is the pause. Like, what a way to come back to casting EU, where I've been gone for about a month, where it's just like, it wouldn't be EU without a little bit of pause lock to kick things off. But no, I mean, for me, I'm excited to just see some of the individual play that we see here. In particular, I think to, Abrahams, even though they're not running a normal frontliner, together is always a joy to watch, especially when together gets ahead of a game. The fact that Sherrick is back in competition, where Sherrick was gone for a very long period of time. And, Sherrick now back after a long hiatus. I get to follow OCs back into EU, where OCs, of course, had a really good run in NA for a while. And, finally said, you know what, the ping's maybe not for me, comes back to EU, and now gets to play a bit of Celeste. So, yeah, I mean, as far as the Abraham side goes, a lot of cool things to watch. And also, I mean, seeing Freemock stretch his wings a little bit off the front line into pick.
I've honestly been glazing OCs quite hard these last weeks, ever since he started to play Pocket here in EU, and more importantly, kind of show that he can play more than just an M1. And the thing is, I bring that up because it's very important. We've seen a lot of individual players in EU and in A have a very limited hero pool, and their career kind of just fizzles out and dies. But OCs, I feel like, realizes the importance of just not playing only M1s. He needs to kind of flex his pool. He needs to show he can play a couple different roles to make him valuable. And with the way Deadlock's going, man, with like, content patches coming right around the corner, massive patches, all those rumors and stuff. If you want to be a player that can compete at the highest level, as we've seen with Buffingers, you got to have a deep pool. So I'm just really, really excited to see how he grows as a player over time here, and if he can continue to be as effective on this new role as he was as an M1.
Yeah, I mean, OCs has come a long way from the days of, OCs in the game, I guess we're going to be seeing OCs play Mirage or Mina, and you'd be right most of the time. But, things have certainly changed up. But taking a look at the lane here, in terms of hellacious lanes to deal with, a Sinclair Doorman lane has to be near the top. This is, barring landing a really good hook, this is trouble for Arzo and Saint, because the actual poke that you're going to get from this lane, again, without a hero hook and execution, you're going to get pushed down on Guardian pretty quick.
Yeah, I was hoping to actually see Arzo, or maybe like one of them, pick up some monster rounds to shove this lane out a little bit quicker, as we're seeing constantly Leviathan shove as much as they possibly can to keep him under that tower, look for an early damage, and a gut shot will eventually connect here on towards onto Doorman here, onto D-Mov. But I don't know, I think one thing we've also not really talked about is, well, to be fair, when have we ever seen Doorman and a Sinclair together? But mid-boss control out of those two heroes, plus a Rem on top of that with an Infernus and an Abrams. If you're Abrahams, I feel like you just don't go mid-boss this game unless you have a full 6-man wipe with like 30 plus seconds, because it is hellacious to try to take it against this composition. And we know Abrahams loves to take early mid-bosses.
I was talking with Lightbringer, and that's also what Lightbringer really attributes part of the rise to Abrams to, also, is the fact that if you get early level 3 on your ultimate as Abrams, once you get to around like 19 minutes in the game, you only need like one pick, and you actually use Abrams ult to help secure rejuves. So Abrams is definitely being used a lot in comp prio of get Abrams, and as a result, like, really look for mid-boss win conditions earlier than you would with other heroes. In a way, it's kind of similar to how people used to prio Yamato and use Shao transformation for that before people all kind of collectively decided, nah, Yamato's not good enough to actually draft right now.
Yeah, I mean, we would always talk about that every time you see a Yamato in the game and you see that transformation up, you just can't go for mid boss because you're most likely going to get those crystals stolen away. But not too much action off the get-go here so far. We haven't seen any rotations come out of Shark just yet on the right-hand side, but him and together with Apollo and a Calico is going to be disgusting. Also, Jellyfisher, I did say I would call you a beautiful person if you did sub, so there you go. I had to give that win there, ZP.
I thought there was going to be like a beautiful marine life sort of angle there versus the person is like, yeah, jellyfish, I don't know. But either way, taking a look at things now, again, no news is good news for Leviathan. I think the way this comp is set up, they want to buy time for Sanya to have a good game and go from there. Things are a little bit more pressured on the Abrahams to make something happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I actually do wonder, does Abrahams try to focus on keeping Sanya behind? Because if you do so, you kind of, you don't destroy their late game win condition, but you do delay it quite a bit? Or do you just ignore him overall and look for fights on other parts of the map, look for these objectives and let him farm up, realizing that he won't get strong enough to carry his team if you keep the rest of the team behind?
Also, we got egg right now. We've been seeing teams experiment a little bit more with egg, and that is a certified farm fresh egg on OCs right now. So even in pubs where you see at times egg Celeste, you know, brings its way in the pro play nowadays too.
Please don't make this a thing. No, I'm just kidding. Overseas in today's charge onto Fremont. Gets locked under the Guardian, though. It gets a second as well into OC. So if we're talking about keeping certain players and individuals behind, that is a fantastic start here out of Overseas.
Also, the go anti-egg slander here. You know, that 200 HP on Abrams, I wonder if that's a dead Abrams if you invest in the something that gives you extra stats and not an egg. But diving too deep, perhaps, is together. Looking for the quick exit off the melee. Might have just found enough clearance. And no, does not. Chased down by Irizumi, presumably with a pillow.
Chased down by the rat. That's got to not feel good. Look at the damage he's actually doing. Able to turn this one around onto Saint. Force him back as he's just sitting on the tower. I mean, buffs have already spawned on through. You can see movement buff for Empty Dreams. See survival for Saint, who's just trying to buy some time. Maybe looking to close this gap on the chase. And does have some backup going to be there in the form of Together. And looks like he most likely will escape here. I mean, your Sinclair, you do some decent damage, but you don't have your one just yet. You don't have your Vexing Bolt. Because they say it actually kind of helps him out by pulling him in.
Ultimate copy in, gone. Cannot actually Tani Losan out. Pretty close, but not quite enough. Still got the chase down, so can't be too unhappy about that. But yeah, for Leviathan, this has been a pretty phenomenally good start here so far. And maybe about to be getting even better. Fremont, the charge from behind, 150 HP, desperately trying to get away. And no, Overseas is going to shut it right down.
Did they remove the move speed on Kinetic Carbine? No. I feel like if he popped it there, he probably could have stopped Overseas and probably would have been able to get away. I mean, maybe like the cooldowns were bugged on our side. Maybe I'm wrong. But I didn't really think he was actually going to die from that one. I thought he was going to be able to most likely escape it, but I guess you can't escape the big blue man at 5.4k souls, leading the lobby right now. Has, what, 3 kills as well. He's becoming a blue menace at the moment. He's even rotating around towards that middle lane.
I mean, this is a scary part about a fed Abrams early on, is that you start breaking with conceptions of, oh, what can an Abrams do at this point in the game? Well, at 5.4k, actually quite a bit. I highly doubt Fremont thought he was in danger there. And it's just, you know, by the time Fremont registered the danger, it's like, oh, I guess I'm just dead. But we do see Abrahams trying to do a little bit rotation-wise. Cherikov on a box run. Reserves the option to drop in the middle at any point. But mid-Guardian about to go down. Sai finishes it off, and again, it's gonna be Guardian for Guardian here, but Fremont ends up dying in the process.
All right, Achilles. So, what tarot card did you pull today? What is happening at the moment? Leviathan up 6k, 7 minutes in.
I got a gift. I have a gift.
Address him by his true name when he's in prediction mode. He's a senator, and it's not. You know, sometimes it's a corrupt senator, but either way, the senator's predictions hard to disagree with.
It's so funny because Leviathan are like taking Guardians, they're taking fights early, even though they're more oriented towards the late game. They're really trying to use this power spike Overseas has of those kills in lane to carry them through and kind of take that window of time that they need and almost cut it in half at this point, as Fremont's able to finally get one kill for himself, able to take down Sai. I expected Abrahams to be the ones to get aggressive, but they're honestly on the back foot. 7k difference here, almost 8 minutes in, ZP. This is not looking too good for Abrahams.
Also a comp, again, that they're running without any true traditional frontliner. I mean, it's going to make it difficult to position some of these fights. Leviathan, you know, their win condition positioning for a lot of these upcoming fights is just walk at Abrahams. It's Abrahams that has to actually do equations and figure out proper ways of dealing with it. Where, meanwhile, you got Overseas at 7.4k on the other side that, you know, effectively is kind of approaching server admin status for an Abrams at this point in the game.
Yeah, I want to take a look at player damage done so far when we have some time here, just to see if Overseas has really been bringing the pain or just been cleaning up kills. But either way, it's been working out well. So do you see the Sinners being invaded on here? Trying to actually contest this one quite heavily. And I mean, with Overseas there, I wouldn't really want to go into this one, especially if you're OCs who just gets barely high enough to get on top of the roof and look to escape. That's scary though.
Clone Shining Wonder that came out there that nearly put OCs down. But I mean, this is one of the benefits you get from Doorman, is that not only are you ahead in this case, but you can use door for some really safe center invades. It hits 8 minutes, you go for enemy doubles, and it's pretty difficult to contest when you're already behind at this stage in the game. And Leviathan's doing everything they need to do to just continue to press their advantage. And you think about the setup here, Leviathan's late game is better too. I mean, this is pretty tragic for Abrahams. They're in way more danger than you might think just looking at the score right now.
I mean, look at the hero damage, though. I know I brought it up before, but Sonny at 6k, I think that's mostly due to just how aggressive maybe they were in lane, but he's at 6, 5.9 for Psy, and Overseas fun enough only at 3.7, but let's be honest, if you took hero damage per kill, Overseas is probably #1 in this lobby at the moment. Doing some really good work here. Overseas has been drastically shut down, and I would even say somewhat Shark, who's only at 2.5k, expecting him to get more involved earlier into this game.
Also, I mean, for Celeste is one of those heroes where her survivability kind of exponentially goes up based on her lead on the game. So if you have OCs behind the game, a lot of the benefits of Celeste and why her current build is effective, you don't actually reap a lot of them, because instead, for Celeste, times where she would get away with like 2 HP are times where she just falls, especially when you have such a big punish like Overseas right now, where kind of expect Celeste to be target #1. But the swap into a quick dispatch on the Sanya, Abrahams able to get a little bit more purchase here as they take down the Guardian.
Well, taking the lead from almost 8k down to 2, helping clean up these objectives has been very important, as they're even here to contest the turn-in. As Overseas, no size of impact up, but earn in hand. A turn-in, I mean, I don't think it's the end of the world if they don't go for it. But I think keeping Abrahams here and making sure they're defending this would be definitely ideal. It allows OCs to continue to farm up on this left-hand side. He's at 9.5. He's actually way ahead of his I can't even say counterpart, but of Overseas, who's just been more active in these fights, and ours was at 9.7. So yeah, the lead might show Leviathan currently winning, but if we talk about carries and the souls they have, I'm starting to lean towards Abrahams.
Quick earn dunk gonna come in here from Leviathan. And for Abrahams, I think who I look to here is and again, normally you talk about TAS for Bebop, but Saint also has a pretty reasonable Bebop. At times we're saying seen it before, but you kind of look to Bebop to create some opportunities now, try and get some tempo back in your favor. If you're Abrahams trying to get a way back into this game. So I'm kind of looking at the minimap, just going, okay, what's the next move of opportunity here for Saints?
Yeah, I mean, where are they going to get these picks? So they're going to start to group up. Concussive Combustion coming on out here. Doesn't get a connection onto anyone. Might have actually zoned away a few players. And Saint, the man you were just talking about, getting chased down and burned alive. I know robots could burn. I guess if the heat is hot enough, the Saint does fall. Even Fremont fall down low. As Sonnet takes him down, so Leviathan actually taking the aggression of Abrahams and turning it around.
Yeah, not bad. And it's not over yet. Quick trip to the Baroness is going to be Arzo here as the welcoming committee gets ready. Out of the hotel he goes, and the checkout is severe. Elsewhere in the map, Sherrick also getting very, very low as Leviathan reestablish their footing. And but by the way, also, is that a Veil Walker Warden that we see coming into play?
Yeah, maybe he went for the max cage, so he's actually going to get involved early to look for these like silence cages where Dispel Magics might not be picked up just yet or secured for Abrahams. I could definitely see a world where it works, but I would need to see his build order if he went towards that in particular.
Well, the interesting thing is there is a speculation that you might be seeing Veil Walker get used more than just pick heroes, where, but by the way, the egg is still yet to be popped open here by OCs. This is the long game, which again, you'll see a lot more in pubs, and okay, now it's been popped, right? On cue. He had no idea we were talking about the egg as this happened, also. Just want to throw that out here.
So are you able to see the future? I mean, if Achilles is a senator, what are you?
I have no idea, but definitely a lesser politician. My prediction rate is just nowhere near what says.
So you're like a state senator, and he's like a. Well, no, yeah. You get what I mean. I don't think I can use the correct terminology.
Let's go with that.
Okay. There we go.
I still have a day job. I'm not up there taking corporate bribes or anything.
Not a lifelong politician. But it's mid-walker.
Early mid-walker, yeah.
It's going down quickly here, and we're just showing really no signs of stopping, and Arzo can't really do much to stop this either. Maybe get some damage in, but it'll fall either way. And that's a huge walker to lose here, especially the mid lane. Get a lot of control and a lot of movement into the jungle for Leviathan to potentially contest Abrahams and build up their lead even further.
Leviathan in general, very much Fan of Veil Walkers where possible, so keep an eye on that for itemization. But elsewhere, we got defense here on the right Walker, where even if it's a Walker for Walker trade, before it's all said and done, you take mid over right, but Sanya able to punish Fremog.
Okay, so he did go Cage Max, and he went a Chemical Frost Max. So yeah, I can understand this Veil Walker if he's looking for catches. If we can maybe do an item check for Abraham's here to actually see if they have Dispel Magics. If they don't, this is like the perfect opportunity to play more of like a early to mid game Warden with the surprise factor of that Cage.
Yeah, I mean, playing against Cage before Dispel Magics get bombed it's pretty frustrating. Like, there is a window where getting hit by Cage feels really bad, and also in terms of taxing, like, yes, Dispel Magic is one of the most bought items anyways, but you feel more pressure to grab Dispel Magic when dealing with Cage. So, you know, for Sanya's kind of avoiding some of the stereotypical ramp up for Warden, and, you know, playing a build that does give more contribution early on.
Making an early mid game Warden. Never thought I would hear that day, but it's working out well for him at 15k souls. And look at Overseas, with the strong start he had, it is very hard to take this blue man down. He's got Rim off to the side to make sure to heal him up. He's got Warden there as well. So Sanya, I mean, they can easily take this fight with the amount of players they currently have, and even looking for the door, maybe looking for another angle of attack, as the next urn will spawn in with a 10k lead. Leviathan have the control.
And for Leviathan, I mean, this has gone brilliantly for them. I think this is pretty much the exact opposite where Abraham's envisioned themselves being. And, you know, the later this goes, especially with Leviathan getting a lead, getting higher value out of Apollo and Calico starts becoming a little bit more of a problem. And again, for a lot of these fights, I just come back to the fact comp-wise, they don't have a traditional frontliner, so the positioning is going to be really difficult here, Jason, especially as we start considering how a mid-boss fight is going to look, where you have, you know, things like Rabbit Hex on top of having Abrams, on top of having Doorman. Like, the mid-fight for Leviathan is so much better than Abraham's, it is unreal.
Yeah, and I think this is maybe the next go here for Leviathan. Little stolen return to shadows just to make sure the side does survive. Even Empty Dreams up to 17k. Like, we were originally talking about, you know, OCs and Arzo were really getting fed, looking like Abraham's, the discrepancy they had in souls wasn't that big of a deal, but it's quickly turned back around in Leviathan's favor. With Overseas up there as well. I mean, this is a very dangerous team. Can you actually get a golden statue buff check-in when we have a sec? I'm curious, how much has Iruzumi been able to steal away? So I think that's going to be really important to really see the true power levels of these teams.
A quick swap on the Sanya. Into a gank attempt here. 2-on-1, and nowhere for Sanya to go. Enough damage there between the Paradox and the Celeste. However, Overseas comes on in, trying to make it at least not bloodless. Don't know if enough support is going to be there for Overseas, though. Elsewhere on the map, Empty Dreams eats a hook and ends up falling. So 2 pickoffs, 2 different locations on the map, giving Abrahams a little bit more life and potentially this Walker.
Yeah, I think this would be relatively easy for a take for OCs. Really not much Overseas can do unless he has like Phantom Strike to dislodge OCs away. So they do get themselves a Walker and Iradomini. Over on to Iruzumi, he dodges away from 2 of the shots, potentially a third. All right, he does finally get the connection.
You know, Jason, the effortlessness of that first dodge is really funny to me, where I'm just like, I'm gonna go hide in the corner now. And it actually worked for a time. Not enough to actually escape permanent death, but his greed sickens me, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I know how you feel about Rem ZP. Don't you worry. This is kind of crazy. 31 pickups so far. If I resume, I would love for us to have the ability to like break this down to how many of those were taken from enemy sinners. But I don't know if that's even like in the API to be pulled whatsoever. But it'd be interesting to see like the effectiveness of Rem via Golden Statue of Stolen as a charge comes through, gets connects onto OCs. But again, OCs, look how tanky, look how he has radiant regeneration as well. So the longer the fights go on, the better chance he's going to survive. As a Shining Wonder is just bouncing constantly, saying he's just lucky to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, the clone Shining Wonder there was doing ridiculous work. It wasn't even on screen. You just look at the UI and you see, wait, everyone's HP is going down. Sai with a great clone. The fight continuing, the chase down to get together a little bit later. This started as an attempt for Overseas and might turn into the first mid-boss of the game for Leviathan, able to turn the fight back around. And as a result of Sai hitting what was a really big Shining Wonder, now Abraham's feeling pressure to contest. Calco get come on in, quick return the shadow. Still healthy as Leviathan. And Overseas hanging on to the ult. Seismic Slam gonna come on down for the secure. 1 rejuve already gone in favor of Abraham's. 2 for Leviathan before it's all said and done, and Leviathan's well poised to clean everything up.
Yeah, I don't really see Leviathan losing out on too much here, taking out 2 kills. Coming out with 2 rejuves and taking away the 1 from Saint. Oh, sees he does get Hyperline, and that should be... I don't know what I was going to say. Something circus related, but she's not animals, so I don't know what to say. But Celeste is down, OC's falls. And, well, only 1 rejuve left for Leviathan, but they still get themselves the 4 kills.
What a sequence of events for Psy there. Getting the final pick off, getting the Shining Wonder that got people low enough to actually get the pick that led into mid-boss. I feel like if you were to go and watch Psy's point of view for the last 2 or 3 minutes, you'd be like, okay, this is an unreal amount of work being done by Sinclair. And as a result, Leviathan, they still get away, Jason, with 1 rejuve and this Rift. We'll see how big of a contest comes in now.
Yeah, I'm surprised if they're contesting it at this point. I assume you let Abrahams take it, then you go for the refight off the back of that. Sonya's going to be heading over to the fight as he transports on over. And use these doors to extra shields is very important too. Looking at Overseas in particular, gets for the charge on a free mock away. Saint's gonna fall already. It looks like they are poisoning for this control, and I don't really know if Abrahams can get into this to fight it. Maybe they can just kind of neutralize it, but they're gonna lose quite a few players for it.
Yeah, it's a bit ill-advised. I mean, 1 rejuve, you think maybe it's doable. I don't think when it started they had much of a comeback advantage, but Shining Wonder can be thrown out here courtesy of OC's bouncing round and round. Not quite enough damage being done. They're able to get the last rejuve into a tiny little sound on the side. Sanya and Psy both pretty low, but I think Abrahams are just running out of gas on this fight. Leviathan's still healthier overall. Demov able to get the cleanup, and the Rift fades before the end, but a lot of those loose souls can be claimed by Leviathan.
15k lead. Feels like it should have been bigger. Combat mechanics definitely helping out quite a bit here for Abrahams, but they're still continuing to lose out on players, and the kill streaks just continue to come on through. Has he died? Is he still on fire?
If Overseas died, it was very early into the game, and no, wow. The answer is no. Overseas has had one heck of a game, and the only thing that gives me pause is how good Psy was in the previous setup in the lead up to mid-boss. But Abrahams, I mean, Jason, they find themselves in a very ugly territory here with a comp that I don't know has the tools to actually bring things back. Like, mid-boss fights are going to get uglier and uglier with the comp that Leviathan has, and short of Abraham's able to get a pick with Saint and set things up from the start of 6v5, they don't have a lot of options left.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Saint to hit very crucial hooks. I think you pull an Overseas, he's going to be happy with that. You pull an Empty Dreams, I feel like he could be okay with it. I think Irizumi and Saint in particular are playing such an important role. Saint has to hit hooks onto like Irizumi or to Psy or to D-Mob. Obviously, they're very mobile and can get around. But Irizumi, like the Guardian Ward picked up, the amount of healing he can do as well with tag-along. Even if you do get a hook onto someone, is it going to be enough damage to kill them? And the way things are going, I'm not quite sure at the moment because this lead is just growing even further. Hunter's Aura picked up. Resto Locket also picked up here for Overseas. Spirit, he's going for Phantom Strike next. Like, even if you don't want to fight this big blue man, he's going to take the fight towards you.
Yeah, it's getting tough and then some. And yeah, I mean, I think about how things went down here. I mean, Overseas had a ridiculous early lane and was able to kind of just apply a lot of pressure from lane to lane and, basically lived the early game Abrams dream. And also, can we hit tab to look at the Veil Walkers? Because I think we're at 3, if not 4, overall for Leviathan. They're definitely going on the philosophy is that it doesn't matter what role you're in, nearly everyone grab Veil Walker.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 3.
Side Demo of Sonya.
Okay, so it's looking, is that 3 or? I think it's 3.
Yeah, unless 3, and then also on the other side, you have Free Mock and Saint already with 2 picked up. The Veil Walker stonks are going up, man.
Been a big part of Leviathan able to apply pressure for the heroes that have actually picked it up, and like oddly enough, I think it's helped Sanya's survivability more than expected. But quick Phantom Strike into an even quicker dispatch right now on the Free Mock, able to swap the buy a little bit more time. And wait, does Free Mock actually get out post swap? I think just barely got clearance, but guess what? Overseas still hungry for more. Again, deep dive down the mid lane, and Free Mock gets caught towards the very end, courtesy of Psy.
And OC's also been thrown into the Baroness Hotel. Thing is, they're just buying some time in the middle. In the meantime, you have MTG's pushing a Walker by himself, so there should be another Walker taken. As long as Leviathan don't lose too many players in towards middle, it's going to be a win, hands down. and not even getting to use the entire Assad to escape from this one. Together's gonna fall, and the Leviathan are on the hunt, man. Look at this lead, 23, 24K now as they continue to charge straight into the base to get a charge on the Saint, an almost full team wipe coming on through. Shark's the only one left alive, and I mean, okay, you'll get 1 kill as the fadeaway here for Saint, but 1 kill's not gonna be enough to stop Leviathan from starting to take some shrines, or at least look for the base Guardians.
You know, I think right now for Leviathan, you're probably happy if you get Guardians, given that OCs and Together are about to be back up. I mean, okay, you could snipe a shrine. This is high risk, high reward. Getting a single shrine is enormous value, but you also need to get out to not feed kills. But they're able to get the shrine. They'll probably just leave it at 1, but the risk pays off. Abrahams isn't really in position to punish, and as a result, Leviathan, you know, this is a best of 1, Jason, and they are well on their way to finally taking down Abrahams.
Well, the Fat Lady hasn't sung just yet. I don't want to count out Abrahams and their comeback potential. I feel like we've seen too many games like this, ZP, where Leviathan will have a lead and Abraham just hold on long enough to turn it around. They lost base Guardians on the right-hand side from just the wave shoving. That's already a slight misstep for Leviathan because that gives extra speed access to Abrahams. They're going for the contest here on the bridge buff as well. Hook landed onto Psy. Spectre Assistance back towards the mid lane with the help of the Veil Walker too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, ZP, like, I'm completely with you. Souls, everything is looking good for Leviathan. Momentum is on their side. Objective control, at least in general. But I don't know, man. I'm still worried. I got to see a little bit more of Leviathan to close this game out. And I think it'll probably come into this next mid boss up in 10 seconds.
I mean, as we wait for the setup here, I also have the confessions. As soon as Seth came in and said he thought Leviathan would win, I put my full faith in the center and put my channel points behind Leviathan. I'm just like, you know what?
Oh, you
doesn't
did?
matter. And the odds are pretty good. So honestly, thank you, Senator, for the vibes you have set this way.
Bro, I thought you were going to say because he said Leviathan, you went for Abrahams.
No. I've learned my lesson through many an Overwatch stream back in the day. I know.
And it makes me think at the time, which has nothing to do with what you're saying, but the Overwatch days of casting blind with my eyes closed because our video feed got cut out doing a Chinese league. Casting with good old hexagrams back then. As this Rapid Hex connects onto Saint and he just blows up.
Saint has been target number 1. I mean, I think Leviathan have correctly identified the one way Abrahams gets back into the game is Saint doing something. How do you prevent Saint from doing things? You just isolate Saint. Now, also, you don't fight the Rift when you're way up ahead because you can just avoid the comeback mechanics. You know, it's rare that you see a team ahead actually fight Rift. Instead, off the pick on the Saint, Leviathan just decide our mid fight is too good. Abrahams, fight us if you dare. Unstoppable going to be picked up for Together, who may be looking to go in and contest onto the Rejuve, but Leviathan, they hold off for a second, and we'll see. I think they decide they want to go for the mid flip here, Jason, and I mean, Rejuvenator, gotta come on down. Overseas, early seismic slam, full secure onto the point. Is the Unstoppable from Together gonna be enough? He's able to get 1 Rejuve crystal. Overseas though, grabs the other 2. The Rejuve already burned for Abrahams, and Leviathan now out to fight the clone onto the Erdomini as we see Sai getting into it through the door.
I honestly didn't expect them to commit towards that mid boss when you have Rem there to just heal up constantly the entire team. The mid boss damage would not matter. They force the fight. Yeah, they lose 1 of the Rejuves, but it's not going to matter because they get the kills off the back of this. So you can see the chase down on Together. He's going to fall. Saint, who was dead before, actually pushes the base of Leviathan and takes a shrine, realizing there's no way he's going to be able to contest mid in time.
Okay, getting shrine is actually kind of unreal. I don't think it changes anything, but I mean, it's a smart macro play. At the very least, it'll try and even things up because being down a shrine to the other team having both is one of the most wild advantages you can have in the game. But for Leviathan, they still got 2 Rejuvenators. They're gonna get the second shrine down here for Abrahams and very quickly dispatch the first stage patron.
I'd rather close the game out though. Get a back off from this one. Still 2. Wow, I feel like I had a stroke there. Still 2 Rejuves left to go for Leviathan and 4 people on kill streaks. They've got a 30k lead and can easily go for a refight off the back of this too. I mean, they have, I would have maybe not enough ultimates, but enough to look for a catch as they're just cleaning away some of the jungle here. I mean, ZP, it's looking Leviathan, but I'm still not a full believer just yet, man.
No, I think you gotta believe. Right now, you have to, your eyes are not lying to you, Jason. This is looking like Leviathan is gonna win their first challenger match in, gosh, what it has to be it may be as much as 2 months. Like, it has been a long time for Leviathan. And look, if I had to give a real reason to this here, Jason, I think anytime you get a bigger tournament in EU where all the teams get more active scrimming wise, it really does shake things up. And I think for Leviathan, it's had a really big benefit for them. But here we go, 6-on-6, stage 2 patron Abrahams trying to defend themselves here in the best of 1 as Leviathan get to work here on what would be the team winning fight. And they're taking their time, Jason.
Yeah, but the ult advantage is heavily favoring Leviathan now. It looks like they might back away. OC's trying to cut the wave so they have no minions to actually push in towards middle. Very smart out of him. Just has to make sure to survive this one and not get caught out. Meantime, the right lane walker did fall to minions. Leviathan continuing to close the noose here as they get a catch on a free mock and a kill here. It's looking more and more likely for Leviathan now to close this one out on a 5-kill streak for D-Muff. And the Hidden King, no one's in the pit to defend it. Look how quickly it's falling here.
They got to get into the pit. Shining Wonder, though, kind of big for OCs. Gets sent to the Baroness, but not before the ball gets a bouncing. And now for Abrahams, they cannot leave the mid pit. 2 rejuves already down Leviathan. They are all in. Abrahams, they're already down Freemock. OC Saint both down. Only 3 left remaining as Leviathan looks to put this one away and win their first challenger match in such a long period of time. Jason, they've done it.
Okay. Achilleos is no longer allowed to give out betting advice here or to say which team he thinks is going to win because this looks completely unfair for people's channel points out there. ZP, you just cleaned up on betting. And you know what? If I go in there and see Achilleos bet as well, I'm going to have to take things up with the authorities.
I didn't do it. No bets here. Just pure ball knowledge. That's it. How do I do it? I don't know, but I showed up and I suddenly looked like the smartest man in the room, even though I'm absolutely the dumbest one. But I just had a feeling in my gut that Leviathan was going to get it done, and good God, did they?
Yeah, and
you asked the question, Achilleos, in the beginning, right? Like, what's like the number? What's like the window you're looking for Leviathan where they can like come online? I feel like all bets are off when you have things start out like that for overseas, just completely carrying on the Abrams initially in the beginning of the game. And then also, I don't think we really could have taken account for like Sonya's build because he changed things up quite drastically to look for that early game impact. I said before, Warden similar to Wraith, like you just don't have impact till you hit a certain level of farm, but he made it work with the Veil Walker and with the cage maxing. He was there and present for a lot of these fights to open up this momentum, this snowball for Leviathan.
The funniest thing about that highlight is Last Stand being one of the least impactful ults in the game. It's like, oh, you got the gut shot interrupt on Last Stand. It didn't really matter anyway. Just walk forward and, M1. It's what you're going to do immediately after, regardless. But yeah, I mean, the Warden build gave a little bit more oomph in the early mid game for Leviathan. The Veil Walkers, early on, including on the Warden, actually paid off pretty well. But to me, I go back to the draft and just wonder how different does this game look if Abrahams is able to grab a Billy later to the draft. I think the mid-stage ban on Billy really hurt Abrahams because even when they were down a little bit, their win conditions for these fights were just so awkward in terms of frontline. Like, they put themselves on Dark Souls mode for how to engage fights, whereas, if Together, for example, was able to play something like a Billy, it's like, hey, Together, go in, drop chain gang, and Leviathan actually has to respect that and hold back. Leviathan didn't have to respect anything this game as far as walking forward, especially once they had a soul lead.
Yeah, I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts as well, because obviously you're talking about the Billy not being able to get that one through and how much of a comfort that could be and how it could work really well for the Abrahams composition. But I mean, how much do you think they also regret like having the Stormman go through and get selected? Because I mean, it looked like they were just, Dimov was getting a solid amount of work done. Anytime they got into a riskiest position, obviously he just puts up the door, boom, quick exit, etc. He's sending people to the hotel, just trapping them constantly. It felt like this was a really big thorn in their side.
I'm torn. I don't know about you, ZP. I'm torn about the effectiveness of Doorman because I feel like, I mean, obviously Doorman is effective, period. But having overseas get to that level of farm and to that level of ahead in the beginning of the game, I feel like took that, like I said before, it made that window much shorter for the effectiveness of other heroes that come online. But he was able to play around these doors so well because of how inherently tanky he was and how easily it was able for him to play with his food, like constantly going through doors, looking for charges, phantom striking on in. I don't know if the Doorman necessarily was like giga impactful later on, but I feel like it just worked with everything else they had. Like
I think for Doorman, you also got a really premium mid lane. Like mid lane was painful for Abrahams to deal with because you were dealing with both Doorman, Sinclair. I mean, as anyone who's ever played against that lane knows, it is kind of miserable. But also in terms of, maybe it didn't pass the eye test mid game, but look at the, final damage stats here. Sanya was pumping. I mean, a lot of it may have been a little bit backloaded, but the order damage was very, very real game. Top wrangling, where Zumi short good between Sanya and staying thing all Abraham, where it's not particularly tanky on the front line, but you also have Overseas and Sanya getting ridiculous heals all the while. Again, I think the Abraham's win conditions for a lot of these fights were actually like absurdly narrow.
ZP, you might have to give us a quick little recap of what you said there, because you were robot or 90%.
We had no idea what the hell you just said for like the last 25 seconds, but I'm sure it was really good. So if you want to give us a TLDR, feel free to come back over it.
TLDR, Rem did real well with a front line that was already way tankier than what Abrahams was able to run. So like Abrahams, they weren't running a front line to begin with really. And then you also have Overseas and Sanya copping massive heals from Irizumi the entire game. It was brutal for Abrahams to actually get a foothold in some of these fights.
Yeah, this really did feel like they just kind of needed a little bit more beef on that team, because every time there was a pick coming through, I mean, people just evaporated. They disappeared from existence. I mean, granted, that can happen even if you are playing somebody who's a little bit more tanky, but and Leviathan was really far ahead, but they had no way to really stem the tide here. So that was just overall pretty brutal. But it's time to go ahead and take a look. I think I know which way this is probably going to go, but the MVP of this series, it's going to be Overseas with the Abrams. Just a great performance, just a one death, and then after that was basically just unkillable the whole rest of the game. They kept trying, but they couldn't really even get close.
I feel like, ZP, we have to go back and ask the question that you asked when we saw the first double kill come in lane. If Overseas didn't have Egg there and they get the kill on Overseas, would he have been able to dominate like he did? And I mean, I don't have an answer for that. I'm not 100% sure he would have.
I think I don't think you have as dominant of a lane with OC's grabbing a non-egg item. Like OC was playing for later in the game, and I think it's a gamble that quite clearly didn't pay off given what OC was able to do in lane. And yeah, I mean, we had the perfect highlight there where it's like, okay, OC's lives with 200 HP. Does a non-egged OC's with an item that actually gives you stats as opposed to taking them away, does that actually change that dynamic of that interaction? And the answer is probably yes. So yeah, if you get into the nitty gritty of it and you're going like things that could have went better, well, maybe don't egg in this instance. Obviously, there's mini plays and other stuff you can go on here, but it was part of the formula that led the Overseas having a monstrous early game that Abrahams was never really able to get out in front of.
I mean, fantastically played. Just became, well, let's not use that phrasing. I was going to say something. I'm not sure what I can get away with on this show, to be honest, but I'll play it a little bit safer. But he just became a tank, an absolute unit. I mean, you'd just be seeing Overseas getting taken low, and he's still just running at them because he's just like, you can't kill me. I know that I have the regen for this. I know that I have the stats to back this. I'm just going to run at you, and I'm going to beat the ever-loving crap out of you. So just dominant play the whole way throughout, and it was brilliant. And boy, do I feel so vindicated backing Leviathan. This is great.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything he just said. I just really wanted to know what he was going to say before he had to censor himself. Maybe we'll get that in the break. Maybe I can hear from you, Keyless, what you were going to go for.
Yeah, I'll go and make sure that we sprinkle that one in for you. But let's take a look at the history here that we have in EU over on the night shift. As I mean, you mentioned it, ZP. Let's kind of spill back through. When's the last time that Leviathan was able to get a win all the way through? Looks like
it's number 40, low-key W.
41. Oh yeah, no, that's where they won in 40. But in terms of the last time they were like beyond the challenger match was 41, and that's where they were defending.
That was a broken and beaten down LKW. Like, come on, that's not the same team we're seeing now with Buff and Jors. I think that was maybe around the time like Zergy just joined and was struggling to like find his footing.
Yes, no, that's exactly when it was. That was when Zergy joined, and like LowKW looked terrible because Zergy had the adaptation period where, to Zergy's credit, Zergy eventually bounced back, but there was a period of time going, it's like, okay guys, why did we get rid of Empty Dreams? Like, why did we bring on Zergy? Like, we look terrible right now. But they had faith in the Floppa, and the faith was later rewarded. But yeah, for Leviathan, I mean, I was saying about 2 months. It actually goes a little bit beyond 2 months. It's closer to, I think it's more like 3.
I mean, yeah, it spills all the way back. This is well before my time and me, paying attention. So I don't know. Sometimes you go in, you get a gut feeling, and you just send it. It's like betting on a one number in roulette and having it hit. I suppose it will probably never happen again, and it's not worth the gamble. But for this prediction, congratulations to everybody who maybe listened to me at the beginning of the show and backed it with their channel points. Enjoy your full coffers. When now you can highlight all your messages and do all that fun stuff.
1.2 million, or was it channel points was awarded to people there. That's kind of crazy. You know what? You know what they say, like you go gamble, you do roulette, you bet on black, and then you double it and you bet on black again. Maybe that's what happens up against Buffingers. Maybe people can double their points yet again, but that's still a little bit away though. But I'm excited to see that one's going to break down. I mean, ZP rejuvenated Leviathan, looking to come in to play against the team who has been shutting them. Well, I guess I can't even say has been shutting them down because it's been Abraham's, to be fair. But this is their chance to break through and finally take down the top dogs in EU.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Obviously, Buffingers is probably the team with the deepest draft, not only in EU, but across the entire game. But also, I don't know if they ran into this day thinking that they'd be seeing Leviathan out in the finals. So already defying some expectations.
For sure. I mean, I did say at the beginning that I was backing them for the whole day, for the whole EU region. So maybe that'll come through. Maybe I was able to just bless them a tiny little bit for them to make it through to that final game. But before we get ready to move on and see that best of 3 series that's going to be coming up next, we of course have to give a quick little thank over to our sponsors. So happy Intel Gamer Days. From now until September 13th, you can get Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis, and Star Wars Galactic Racer with any purchase of a qualifying Intel product. We thank them very much for the support, just like we thank everybody else who's here watching the stream, giving their subs, etc., etc. It means the world, and it goes a long way to putting this show on and making things entertaining for you. And also, those are pretty sick games. I'm going to be playing Galactic Racer for sure. Pod racing, Star Wars. I've kind of fallen out of it with the movies, but I like pod racing.
I hope you get to play Captain Picard in that one. But question though for Achilles, Tomb Raider, Lara Croft.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a real hard-hitting question: who would look better in a Lara Croft cosplay, me or ZP?
Oh, it's definitely ZP.
100%. I can't even think of myself. I want to see ZP.
You know what? Jason, let's go a level deeper. Let's go, let's incept this a little bit further. ZP cosplaying as Abrams cosplaying as Lara Croft.
Oh man, he's got the horns, he's got the blue body paint already. I'm down. You know what? Halloween's right around the corner. We could make this happen.
I'm sorry if I got anybody out there a little too excited. It's okay. Calm down. Consult the doctor if it lasts too long. Anyway, but we thank him so much for that. As let's move it on. But yes, we're going to go to a break, and then when we come back, we are going to be getting into the money metric, get into that championship here for EU on night shift number 53. And see who's going to be able to come out on top. Leviathan, can they carry the torch forward? Can they make me look even smarter than I already do? We will find out after a quick little break, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere.
Keep us down. I'm going in. I see paradox. Don't come begging for mercy. Don't come begging for mercy. I see Warden.
Oh my good God, we are back and it's time to go into the big matchup. Leviathan, they've done it. They've made the run. It was a best of one, but you know what? I'm calling it a run. They deserve it. It's the first time in a long time, and now they get ready to play for some cash. It's going to be them going up against Buff Enjoyers in a best of 3 series. Guys, can I hold out hope that my prediction of Leviathan running the gauntlet and taking it all down here today, taking it home, can it come true, or will my hopes and dreams be squashed?
I'll be honest, if Buff Enjoyers loses their streak now to Leviathan, you need to be investigated for federal crimes, because I can let one go in the best of one, especially given the fact that Tass was missing, where, we probably could have spent a little bit more time as I do think Abrahams was, pretty hurt by Tass not being there. And, it's nothing against Free Mock. It's just Tass is really, really good in the pick roll, and it hurts when he's not around. But if Buff Enjoyers were to follow the Leviathan, not only would be like huge kudos to Leviathan, but to happen on the week that you just happen to show up and predict it, I mean, something would smell.
Buy a lotto ticket. Yeah. Buy a lotto ticket, man. Also, I just realized, looking at your background, I just realized you're the only person so far that I've seen that also has a Teemo in their background. I got one Cottontail Teemo from the Garena Arena. I have another one in there as well.
I'm going to point out my my esports Emmy award, but it's fine. The Teemo.
I mean, I see Teemo, I see Lich King. That's about it.
There's a good amount of nerd stuff behind me. I cannot lie about that. And it's been a collection. It's been accruing over the last God knows how long, 15 plus years. And my wife would love to see me burn all of it and just clear out the room. But that's not going to happen. This is my space. This is my little man cave. So sorry, honey. This is where I need to work and I need to
What you can't see, I've got like Dragon Ball posters on the wall like in front of me. So don't worry, I'm with you here. But this has been an exciting one. I agree with ZP. I don't think Buff Enjoyers should legitimately fall against Leviathan. Like, there should be no world considering how strong Buff Enjoyers have looked. Leviathan looked good today. I'll give him that. Can they do it twice though? I mean, doing it once is great, but doing it twice against the best team in the world, that's asking for something really deep within your team, especially when you do have like a sub coming in. Well, sub coming in, I don't know. I don't know how we want to phrase it or coin it.
I mean, that would be up to you guys. You guys are the experts on that front. But yeah, I do think obviously like one of the biggest disadvantages that you're going to have is that Buff and Joyous got to watch that game. They got to see how you did that draft, you know, everything that you were able to achieve with said draft, and then basically look to just try to counteract it and make sure that that does not happen again against themselves. So I think that, yeah, Buff and Joyous, they're probably going to have a bit of a breezier time here comparatively, but we'll have to just wait and see. But for now, let's go ahead and take a look in case you don't know. Here's Buff and Joyous. As you said, best team in the world, question mark?
Yeah, and also I want to do a quick pivot here because I think we will see it here today, especially if Buff and Joyous gives up Doorman. Can we change Hoot's signature hero to Graves? Because Hoot is one of the few players in the game that is actually making Graves work on a competitive level, and Buff and Joyous is a team that can back it up. Well, logically, you talk to Lightbringer, it's like, yeah, this hero is actually pretty good, especially at dealing with things like doors, from Doorman. Like, Buff and Joyous is one of the few teams that's actually put in the legwork to find ways to play against Doorman if they let through the draft. They also were one of the few teams that would let through a pocket and be like, yeah, we can play against it. I think one of the few teams in the scene right now that it's willing to play a little bit more loose with the draft, to actually look for active counters to things that teams are usually going for. And, you know, heck, you talk about like versatility. When Zergy first came back to Buff and Joyous, there was a lot of like, I don't know, Zergy looks a little bit tough on non-Wraith heroes. And, you know, Zergy very quickly ramped up his hero pool to where, you know, there's not really an M1 that Zergy can't play nowadays.
If we're going to change players like hero portraits, I think we also need to update Zergy's to Viscous, because he did confirm it's his favorite hero in the game. No. He loves to play Viscous off stream. It's just all the trolls. So if we can update Zergy to Viscous, that'd be fantastic. No, this team, I mean, you said best team in the world, question mark? Oh no, don't actually do it. He's never, I don't think he's ever played a I don't think he's ever played a game of Viscous ever. But you said like best team in the world, question mark? I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that this is the best team in the. Okay, we went with McGinnis. Sorry, I thought we were going Viscous there. Everyone on this team, I always talk about star power, Akilos, when I mention teams, and like some teams struggle to have that star power. They have like one individual, maybe two. Literally everyone on this roster has star power. Every single person can have a big game at any given point, and I think that's what makes them so dangerous. The fact their hero pools are so deep and you never really know who's playing what until we see it finally pop up on the screen, because they have that flexibility. And as you know, ZP was talking about, like they're willing to try new things. They're willing to look for like the next best thing, because I think they realize you have to do that if you want to be the best team in the world. And I have no doubt they're going to continue to be so within this like first year of Deadlock being out, like in open beta.
Yeah, I mean, just based on the way that you're speaking, I don't think there's probably anything that could happen in the first 10 minutes of this game where Leviathan would be ahead that would make you convinced that Buff and Joyous are going to be losing it. So it seems like they are going to be operating on a different plane of existence, but you never know. Gods can be made to bleed. So we'll have to just wait and see what happens. But in case you guys missed that first one, our qualifier, a challenger match, Leviathan, they came out on top, and they looked really, really good.
Also, one thing I kind of want to point out to Leviathan, and obviously this is kind of going into the deep lore and relying on what other people say, because I do not speak Russian, even if I had access to internal Leviathan communications. But I do wonder if, Leviathan, not only having a smart draft, but also, playing intelligently, how much you attribute the Psy being back with the roster, where, even back in the days where Leviathan had OCs, right? A lot of the people would say, like, well, okay, part of this worked is that, OCs may have been the brawn, but Psy was actually the brains in terms of like really good shot calling, understanding of the game, and everything. In fact, Psy was off on coaching duty for a while. We still have Psy as like coach of Leviathan here. So yeah, I mean, I do wonder, and again, it's pure speculation, but how much, the cerebralness of Psy being involved is actually a big deal, because, players that have played with Psy on their team, have spoken very complimentary about, Psy's brain for the game. And, we just come off a game where Leviathan looked pretty smart. So I'm just sitting here, it's like, how much of this was potentially the Psy factor? Yeah.
I mean, OC said in particular, the reason he played so well in this team as M1 was because Psy was allowing him to do so. He was giving the information of telling him where's clear, where can he play from, where can he position. And we know position is so important when you're playing an M1 hero, and with how heavily Leviathan relied on OCs to carry these games, I mean, you have to give Psy credit.
I mean, I'm curious, what what's like the first big adjustment that you think that we're going to be seeing in the draft compared to the Challenger Series now going into the Championship one? Is it just going to be that Doorman doesn't make it through? That Billy isn't banned out. Like, what do you think is going to be that first big adjustment? Because I'm expecting that Pocket probably still going to be gone nice and early.
Yeah, I mean, well, not necessarily. Buff and Jores will let through. I think the one thing Buff and Jores won't do is they won't go to the mid stage without having either Abrams or Billy locked in. I think there's a world where, especially after you see the last game, I think you make Abrams a priority. I think, Lightbringer in talking publicly is kind of says like, yeah, I think Abrams may be first pick, first ban worthy. So in terms of change-ups from the BE side, I would expect like an early pick onto Abrams. I don't think they care. I think they see it as much more of a detriment to not have a frontliner than to let through a doorman, something that they do have answers to. Again, they're just willing to pick a Graves like late into the draft. But for Leviathan, they say, no, cosmetical, you don't get to play the Pocket today.
It blows my mind that Buff and Jores is the only team out there that doesn't need to ban Pocket and is not afraid of Pocket, but they also have a really good Pocket player in their team, so they force other teams to ban Pocket against them because of that. And Buff and Jores are more than happy to let it free. And honestly, ZP, I'm not too surprised to see this, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happens to the rest of EU and maybe an NA of just taking Lash out as a second pick. Or banning him as a second ban, I should say.
Well, there's another benefit to it too. One of the things that I was giving, telling Lightbringer about his view on draft stuff. And one of the things he brought up is that, Lash, when he exists in the game, also shuts down the ability to play McGinnis because McGinnis is difficult to play against heroes with big displacement. Whereas if you get some of the displacement heroes off the board, like Lash and Doorman, then you open up to a McGinnis pick later on, which Buff and Jores has been, very comfortable with. But in this case, they're going to open with the Rem, and I kind of wonder if it's going to be an Abrams. I mean, it's kind of wide open here. You could go Doorman, you could go Abrams. We'll see. This is actually going to be kind of an interesting first pick because there's multiple ways they can go down with this one.
How do you guys feel about the Celeste coming in? I mean, you're talking about the Prio earlier on. Obviously, we didn't see that success really come through fully in the first match, but do you feel a perfectly safe pick here for Leviathan?
I think recent showings of Celeste and I want to say like the popularity of Celeste, I think it's warranted. I think it's worthy of a first pick, honestly, if you can have someone pilot her well. But I think for me, ZP, it's more about can you play around the Celeste well? Because I don't feel like you can just play any comp with her and you can't just play any style with her. You have to facilitate the style that she brings of kind of like rotating around the edges of these fights, coming in and out, but also being allowed to split push. But as you did say with ZP, we're going to see that Billy not make it into the second ban phase.
Yeah, I think Leviathan is well aware of what they did against Abrahams and kind of realized, no, we don't want that same thing being done to us. Buff and Jores, they let Doorman go through, not as first overall pick, but second wave of picks. So again, something that isn't too surprising for what they've played recently. They're going to pick up Calico to round out the mid stage. And yeah, I think here, if you're Leviathan, if you don't ban the Graves, I think we're actually like entirely set up for a Hoot Graves on the back end of the draft.
That's what I wanted to put my hand up is, do they ban Graves or does Sinclair? Yeah, exactly. This is what I was worried about, because if you ban away Sinclair, then you don't have to worry about Sinclair, which means you can pick Graves. But then if you're watching the scrim bucks here for Leviathan, probably ban the Graves then. But also leaves things open, like a Dynamo potentially being picked up if you see a frontline heavy team like we mentioned in the first game of the day. I think this is a really interesting adaptation. There you go.
Ban it. Okay.
What is the first ever ban on Graves in Night Shift history, it feels like.
We can check those stats.
I think Crushroom can tell us.
If it's not the first, then it's one of like two. But Zergy's going to be calling out some Warden voice lines in all likelihood. So Warden, not only alive back in NA, but EU throwing their hand against it also takes away from Leviathan, where I also think it's not coincidence that you're seeing Warden get picked up when you have the Rem. I think, again, Buff and Jores has worked out really well for Leviathan in the last game, where they have Rem, Abrams, Warden, and again, they have something that ends up being like a pretty good front line.
They do. But Leviathan looking to kind of bolster theirs a little bit as well as they're engaged. So you mentioned the Dynamo being able to come in with the Sinclair off the table. So Leviathan's just saying, okay, we're going to take that. And one of our characters that was actually banned in the first game was Mina, and they're going to go ahead and select her as well.
I like it. They have like two very high mobility heroes with Mina and Celeste. You have Mina who likes to play like on the outskirts of the fight. You have Celeste who likes to do the same. Mina likes to go for these executes. You have some setup out of Dorman, Dynamo, and Billy with protection. I respect it. And also, more important, I feel like if you take it away from Cosmetical on the other side of the turn here.
Yeah, Cosmetical, now you kind of wonder, okay, what Cosmetical is going to play. Although Cosmetical has had periods where you look at right there where Cosmetical has played things like the Venator. So, given the fact that's Warden Ven, actually, that's exactly what Cosmetical is going to play. I don't think you take the Warden away from Zergy, and they're going to round out with Paradox. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting when you look at it, is that Buff Enjoyers, they take a lot of what worked for Leviathan in the last game. Leviathan, though, they don't really repeat some of the mistakes we saw. But here's the interesting thing. Mirage being this late, you talk about a hero whose draft stock has really gone down over time. I mean, Mirage was part of the Holy Four for quite a while, and now Mirage is just completely fallen off in draft prio, at least in EU.
He went from like super OP to like 1 in 25 to, oh yeah, we'll play him as a secondary M1 to last pick. Like that's crazy of a roller coaster to see here, guys.
I mean, that's just that just sounds like Deadlock patch cycles to me, because everything is just constantly getting tweaked in this one. But I mean, we've got it all assembled. I mean, I think I know which way Jason's going to go on this one. So ZP, I'll go to you. As far as the draft is concerned alone, what do you like?
As I'm looking at here, I think I still like Buff Enjoyers more. I think like a lot of their draft is also comfort heroes, where you're going to get Listic on the Abrams, Zergy on the Warden. Overall, I think they took a lot of what made Leviathan's comp work previously, but I mean, Leviathan's comp has a lot of ways it can also work. I'm a little bit biased, though, against Mirage, because I feel like Mirage is back in a pick Mirage, lose game, but also they got Mirage at a bargain sale, so I don't even know if that entirely follows. I actually do think it's pretty close between the teams. I just give a smaller edge to Buff Enjoyers.
Can I ask you a question, ZP, though? If the teams were swapped, would you still say Buff Enjoyers? If Buff Enjoyers were running Leviathan's comp?
No, I think I'd go for Leviathan. I actually think Abrams is actually that good right now. Like, even at the front lines, like, Billy is probably getting underrated in where he's been going some of the drafts, but I actually think Abrams is setting a lot of tempo in these games. When you back up with Rem, it's like even harder to deal with. And you still have like pretty good early to mid options between the Calico and the Paradox, and just what Ven is able to provide. So I think the Buff Endurers comp is like really well rounded, still good early, still good late. For Leviathan, obviously there's a lot of win conditions though still within. I mean, you have Doorman plays, you have the ever omnipresent threat of what a Dynamo can do. So I mean, it's not like Leviathan is out of win conditions, but I do like the consistency of the Buff Endurers draft a little bit more.
See, the Dynamo is what I'm really curious about. So the reason I bring this up is because no team out there in existence that we see on the night shift, I'll say, because I don't really watch a ton of the Oceania region. No team plays against Pocket like Buff Enjoyers does when they worry about these like big AoE impactful ultimates. Now Dynamo, on the other hand, I don't have a memory in my head of them playing against a Dynamo, but it fits a similar build in my eyes. That I feel like Buff Enjoyers again will be a team that plays really effective against it. They can keep themselves spread out far enough away from each other to not have it pull off this big impact. I would expect Obikin potentially could pull off some nap times as well on Irizumi when he's trying to look for these singulars, or if he's able to pull it off successfully. I wouldn't be surprised to even potentially see like a Silence Wave come out of Rayek, like a very underrated item, I would say, especially when you know.
Wait, with the Mirage and the
Mirage
Paradox
by
and
Buff Enjoyers.
I'm looking at the Buff Enjoyers comp now, and I'm kind of. I don't entirely love it because you got a lot of mouths to feed here, particularly between the Ward and the Ven, the Mirage. Like, one of the three isn't going to be eating all that well, and I assume it's going to be like Hoot being on a much more active Mirage, which, I mean, maybe that's where Mirage is better at overall. I mean, you think about things that have worked. Like, Mirage originally like spiked up in win rate when people stopped trying to make him the carry and we're running like more 2 carry setups. But this is kind of interesting.
Well, don't worry, chat. The member of staff that messed up the graphic won't be eating well either. We're going to be banning them and cutting off their funds for the next 2 weeks. So it'll be gruel and some shifts in the mind to make up for the mistake. But we do apologize about that. But okay, I mean, the comps are set. It seems like it's kind of tipping ZP away a little bit. Jason, how do you feel knowing now that the Mirage is on the Buff Enjoyer side?
It doesn't matter. It's Buff Enjoyers. I'm sorry. I know you want to be like, both teams have equal chances here. Leviathan, I can really. I mean, it's Buff Enjoyers, man. I will refuse to believe they can be beaten until we're in like map 2 and they're on the back foot, because there's this factor of Buff Enjoyers. It really doesn't matter how far they're behind. They can still surprise you.
I mean, it is, of course, a good thing to point out as we get ready to go into the game. This is that best of 3, the championship here to see who's going to be taking EU here at the 53rd night shift. Let's go ahead and chuck things over to Jason and ZP. Take us through the action of game number 1.
I don't know if that means me or you, ZP.
I just go by the rule that whatever name is said first, like, takes a throw. That is my guiding principle for that, as has it always been. So if he said ZP and Jason, I would have jumped right in, but he said Jason and ZP. So I'm like, I will wait until Jason.
I'll jump in. Well, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we're throwing a special surprise your way. We're actually throwing it over to Achilles and ZP to cast this one. Jason's going to take a... No, I'm kidding. Don't worry, Achilles. You're good. We're into the
I'm
game,
here.
though,
it's not going to be a good product, but I'm ready for it.
Oh, man. So the first tri-cast, we've had a nice shift happening right now. This is going to be a really interesting game, though, because I'm curious, like, will Zergy go a similar build to what we had Sonya Sniper do? That was very effective, going for the Veil Walker early, going for the Cage Max as well. As you point out, Hoot going to Mirage. A lot of mouths to feed here, and I'm worried. I'm not saying worried, but I'm curious how they kind of alleviate the fact that they have so many mouths to feed, and who's going to be the one taking the hit on the farm. I want to say Hoot, if I'm thinking about like how they're going to play this one out, but I don't know. I want to see how, you know, Lightbringer and Beltbringer has been able to suss this one.
Also, to the rest of Buff Enjoyers, you know, some things you think about who probably won't be getting farm. You know, Listic is no stranger to poverty in competitive games. You know, have no fear there. Yes, so that'll be a thing. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting in terms of lanes too. I'm just looking about, you know, how Leviathan have apportioned it here. That was a very quick back to base from side, but okay, they're going to be running Paradox Doorman mid up against Mirage on the other side, but things are already getting real spicy. Listic in danger. Death number 1 on the board.
Yeah, but this is Listic, right? He's just getting stronger when he dies like this. He's doing it on purpose here. No, obviously not the best of starts here for him, because now Rem could be susceptible to dive. But even a dive on the left-hand side is commencing. This time out of Buff Enjoyers, looking for the catch initially with Vraic. And they get it. Empty Dreams goes down.
Listic sometimes has that Rocky maxing thing going on, where if you've seen the Rocky films, Rocky never has a good first round. Like, Rocky has to be bleeding before finally he can do some damage. And sometimes you watch the average Listic is like, it's fine. You know, he needs to, you know, taste a little bit of blood before finally can get things going. But either way, rough start for Buff Enjoyers, and, you know, Leviathan, who looked fearsome in the Challenger match, kind of picking up right where they left off.
For some reason, I want to hear Listic with his, like, he's Scottish, right? His accent, say like Adrian, like Rocky in the movie. I feel like it would be horrible, but I would love it either way. An early start, an early kill on this lane here for Zugi. What the hell am I saying? With Zergy and with Cosmetical, with the rotation out of Vraic early on. So if we're talking about, you know, again, the window that Zergy needs to get farmed up and become effective, does get slightly shortened out, picks up opening rounds. I'm more curious about how the right lane is going to somewhat recover. And when these ultimates come online, especially looking towards Irazumi, is he going to look to rotate around the map and go for these singulators in other lanes? Is he going to commit on the right-hand side? But I do worry the fact that tunnel control is completely Buff Enjoyer's side. You have Calico, you have Rem. There's a lot of extra income and a lot of extra economy that you can access that the other team can't. You know, good movement around the map as well, which we see Vraic potentially coming for a gank yet again on the left-hand side. So we're seeing their kind of solution to the mouse to feed game by just getting raw kills on the left lane and letting Hoot farm middle.
I mean, I was speculating with Ranger the other night that I think the game's going to evolve to the point that once you get more characters in the game with tunnel capability, I think eventually it'll be rare to see a comp that doesn't have at least one tunnel capable character. But all right, gut shot coming on into Celeste. Arguably, did that just knock her out of cage? It was kind of close. I don't think the cage went off either way, but we do have, of course, this Warden Ven lane pretty good pushing, but elsewhere, Obakim gets caught. I don't know if that was a parry or what, but Overseas in on the chase down. The punishment is severe, and Leviathan continuing to add on to what's been a very strong early start.
I don't know what you're doing, Leviathan. You get the kill on Obakim, which is great, but then you kill Listic and you just make him more powerful. I feel like you won and then you lost right there. You should let Listic survive and go back to base. But as we see kills happen on the right-hand side, we see kills being traded on the left-hand side here for Buff Enjoyers. So both teams kind of winning out on their weaker lanes, funny enough.
Yeah, and Buff Enjoyers getting a little bit of stability, and, you know, certainly when you think about where your ramp is in the game, Warden of all characters is kind of a character you really do not want to have a bad start to the game. So the fact that Zergy is not in that category is, you know, an upside for Buff Enjoyers here so far. But buffs are coming up in 3 seconds, in this case, to be enjoyed by Cosmetical, and The roulette for Venator, successful. Not a casting buff, instead able to pick up the gun.
And they get double buffs too. Movement for Listic. It may be more difficult to kill now in this lane. Break again. Look on the map. Like, Hoot's been holding on mid lane. 3.8k. Break's been roaming around at 3.3k. Constantly try to take away these boxes and build up an advantage, though they are currently down by the 2k. And Hoot is not really afraid to go for these engagements onto Demoff here. Ex-teammate of his.
I'm really
It always
curious
makes me sad to see Shark and Demoff play against Buff and Joy ZP because they're playing against the team they were on before.
Yeah, you go far enough back, they had their own tours of duty on Buff and Joy's, where Shark, of course, back in the day was remarkably consistent. But as I looked at Hoot here, I'm just curious both what the Mirage build is going to be and how active Hoot gets, because, you know, of the three between Ven, Warden, Mirage, I feel like Hoot would be the one to take the knee and be more active, take less farm, and as a result, you know, be involved in more fights than what you would expect a Mirage to be in. But we'll see. I mean, it also could be a more active world for Zergy, but, you know, based on what we saw in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll check in with this build in a little bit of time as Rake's returning back to the mid lane here in Ava form. It's an initial catch and then just gets carted away, so no real opportunity to commit onto this for a fight. I think he's keeping the pressure on and then, you know, maybe even rotating back out of lane here, letting Hoot continue to get farmed up at 4.7k. Yeah, Hoot's always been interesting like that to me, ZP, is I feel like he has the potential to be one of the best carry players in the world, but he plays like a really flexible role depending on what the team needs, and I think that in his own right makes him the best player in the world, even here in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, Hoot's come a long way from the, hey, this new player has a pretty good bebop. Wow, we got to look out for the new bebop main. This is like, yeah.
What team was he on then when he played bebop? I don't remember.
Yeah, he was on Tavik's turn in Deadlock, My Dog. Brought back the old OW lore there, and, you know, a short-lived team, as it turns out, but a team name that was famously named by Too Good back in the Overwatch era because he thought it was hilarious to make the casters say that name repeatedly.
I had a fantastic time casting that game with Uber back in the day in good old Studio 4 back in Cologne, Germany. There's even a video out there of some highlights from that one, but we need to talk about the highlights from this one at the moment because it looks like the mid Guardian will be taken here by Buff Enjoyers with Hoot in particular. Again, Break's not there. Break is on the left-hand side looking for a dive yet again. Here just pretty much keeping this full pressure on the map. Well, not even full pressure. Let's be honest, EP. It's full pressure on this left lane and left lane only.
And I mean, for left lane, that's a Guardian that is very much dead, as Cosmetical is able to push things down. And in terms of who's going to get active here, this is going to be interesting because normally you would look at this and go, okay, you leave Warden in the left and then leave Ven to get, you know, more active of the two, rather than splitting farm. But, you know, based on what we've seen, it actually, maybe it's going to go the other way around because the person to leave left lane here for Buff Enjoyers, it's Zergy. It's Zergy heading over to the right at the moment, Jason.
Yeah, can we get a check on Zergy in his build so far? I'm curious if he's going for a Chemical Flask max or he's going for the Cage max, because the Cage, as we saw before, if you get it online before Dispel Magics are up, it can be very punishing. Obviously, the one big factor into it, okay, he's not maxed it just yet, is the fact that you do have a Dynamo who can cleanse the Cage, who can just, you know, facilitate your teammate to not get stunned up at all. So it is one decent counter to it. As the chain gang's coming on through here on this left-hand side, looking for the kills onto Hoot as Cosmetical is going to fall. And Overseas once again in back-to-back games is on fire.
Yeah, whether it be the Billy or the Abrams, Overseas leading the way in the front line for Leviathan, and a quick snapback here on the left. Who cares about the creep wave? Just get the Guardian elsewhere. Nap time coming on out, sealing Irazumi's fate. Listic there on the fall through here on the right. Still have Sanya up and around, gonna drop the Shining Wonder, bouncing to and fro between Listic and Zergy. Forces the back out as Zergy actually nearly falls from the damage.
So Radiant Regen healing is just nutty here. As you can see, continually can chase onto this one, getting connection after connection. No one's even fighting him, actually just trying to run away, completely realizing there's no way they can take on the Celeste out of Sonya Sniper. Such a Demov just lurking in the shadows here on this doorman. So they will deter the aggression, will keep their tower alive on the right-hand side, and still maintain a 2k lead. Yeah, he's gone for the full Flask max, so he's really going for that stam hit.
Yeah, and for Zergy's case here, you know, Zergy, part of the rotation there was just, yep, I'm going to go devour double buffs, which, you know, you talk about heroes that are good at getting the most out of golden statue buffs. Warden is actually one of the most efficient in the game of making use of every stat, the way his kit pans out. But things getting a little bit hot and heavy here in middle. We see Hoot taking a trip into the Baroness and may not be one with a checkout here as he just instantly dies as it fades.
I guess no Dust Devil up for this one. Little catch with the bash down on a cosmetical. Overseas able to confirm this casting buff to deny that. I mean, obviously not the biggest in the world for cosmetical to lose on that one, lose out on that one, but more importantly, painful to see the enemy get it. And I'd say Billy's, a decent user of it as well, as the cart throws away Vraic here into the subway, into his death. And Leviathan, and they're still only holding a 2k lead here, but they have the urn in hand, ZP, and they're running directly in towards Zergy territory.
Yeah, and I mean, stopping Overseas from getting the dunk here, easier said than done. I mean, at the pro level, it happens every now and then, but usually, whatever contestation you have for the urn is on pickup, not so much a dunk. Like, I think I could count one hand in recent times the amount we've seen an urn contest come in successfully, but this may be one of those times. We got Listic sitting right near the turn-in, and even just delaying, of course, removes some of the bounty that Overseas would otherwise get. And yeah, Buff Enjoyers looking to make this more of a contest. Elsewhere, though, seeing pressure onto the mid guardian courtesy of Size. Zergy's able to grab the urn, immediately ripped back by Overseas, who's looking real low in turn, and the urn scrum ends up in favor of Buff Enjoyers, where Vraic grabs it and should get the dunk.
Yeah, it kind of helps him out here, actually moving the urn to the right-hand side, because a kill and an urn turn-in gets them within back to 4K away from catching up, as a Spirit Snatch can be picked up here momentarily, it looks like, for Vraic. And then Stable Rift on the left-hand side. First Rift, no one really has a big enough lead. I feel like it's almost worth contesting, especially with Urn already being down, obviously. There's no Guardian there to defend on either side. There's no Guardians on the right-hand side either. I mean, there's no Guardians left on the map, period. I feel like we're going to see a big commit here to both teams and possibly a big fight. But Leviathan with leaving Paradox and Celeste. Sign Sonya on the right-hand side. Maybe they actually go for a Walker push instead.
Yeah, I think they're going for the Walker select here, where they're putting 2 mid, 2 right, and they don't care as much about the Rift. They're hoping one of these 2 Walkers is undefended to the point that they're able to get one, and it would be a good trade, especially if they somehow got middle, but it looks like we've had enough of a split up here from Buff Enjoyers to maybe not lose either. It's middle that's getting real low, but Overseas, he's giving his life up for it, but I don't know if he's going to get the Walker here. In fact, looking like a no.
Okay. Not bad here. I mean, Buff Enjoyers so clean with their macro play, and when you have a brilliant mind like Lightbringer behind him, they're definitely like tested and keen on making the right decision at the right time. So 58k a piece here between the teams. Decay being picked up here for Obikim. So you're talking about the build. We're seeing Soul Shredder bullets being picked up for Hoots. Looking for that longevity in these fights. Headhunter as well. It's extra. I mean, he's like a full sustain build. Even he'll be on top of this, and some regen on top of that. So he's just looking for like the long fights, I'd say, ZP.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. And, you take a look at the income allocation, it's been relatively even when you look at Buff Enjoyers. There's no clear position 1 in how things have been allocated so far. The highest is 11k, but, generally speaking, it's our income situation rather than, any one particular person getting fed. Elsewhere, you look at Leviathan, a little bit more farm, or the Sanya and Empty Dreams, as, you'd typically expect.
I'm wondering if Irizumi is going to go very early on to Unstoppable to make these singularities work. I feel like there's a lot of things that can shut him down. Nap time. I would say even like the gut shot, I guess you can displace where he is. I mean, I guess it's not that much things that can shut him down, but you definitely don't want to be losing such a strong ultimate for Leviathan side. I mean, obviously Chingay can set up extremely well. So can Doorman. I feel like you have to be very careful with the Baroness Hotel and trying to regroup and save the person getting thrown in, because you could walk directly into a singularity.
So long as Listic is up also, I'd expect Listic to go, pretty early ult max here, which helps mitigate some of the power of, hey, we're up 1, we have Dynamo, shove mid boss. Like, a lot of these comps are clearly designed nowadays, and Leviathan and Buff Enjoyers no exception. They both have plans for mid boss, and Dynamo is one of the best heroes in the entire game of securing a mid boss after you have 1 pick, but it does get a little bit tricky when you look at the other side, and you have Abrams level 3, which again is maxed pretty early into the game. So both teams having options here to where if you get 1 pick, it's not 100% automatic for the other team to just slam mid.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. It's a good adaptation. I mean, obviously we talked about before in the first game, you'd see Yamato being picked a lot, Sinclair for like mid boss control, Dow's being thrown into the mix, different ways of building your heroes, like for Abrams to go for some better control onto it. I mean, we're obviously going to see how it's going to play out when we do get there, because it's inevitable at this point with the 2k lead for Buffingers. And a good shoulder charge comes on through directly into a parry, though, and Listic's being forced to back away. And casting buff, I believe that was picked up by Sai here, so a good contest by Leviathan, but nap time being thrown in by Obikin catches on to 2. And Seismic Impact looking for connection, gets stopped by the bridge, though, ZP.
Yeah, Seismic in from Listic, and not quite on target. Elsewhere, though, Dimov goes down. Both teams down 1. Listic can just grab the urn and flee right thereafter. See if we get any contest from Leviathan. Again, the contest we saw from Buffingers was a little bit rare onto the urn. See if the favor gets returned, but my guess here would probably be no, especially with both Mirage and Calico rotating over to the left to where Empty Dreams actually may be in a bit of trouble. The burst damage is actually pretty severe here as Empty Dreams now looking for the escape. Might be in a slowing Hex and turn, but it certainly creates space for Listic to get the urn turn in.
Mid-boss, or not mid-boss, mid lane being pushed in, though, directly for this Walker. So here's the response for Leviathan, and this should be a relatively clean take. No one there for Buff Enjoyers to actually defend against it. So again, Leviathan, heavy focus another time on towards these mid lane Walkers. And that's a lot of control, and if they could use the control, it'd be ideal, but that's a good little use of the quantum entanglement to throw away Sai, but he actually gets taken down by Listic either way, and Listic can continue to charge on forward. No Seismic Impact to use, but he's run directly into the entire team of Leviathan minus Dimov. And Leviathan actually the ones on the retreat. Cosmetical gets the kill on Irazumi. Still no singularity being used 16.5 minutes into this game.
And 16.5 minutes is more than enough time passed to try and make the play onto mid-boss. Irazumi down for 10. A golden opportunity to go for mid-boss with no singularity on the table. Buff Enjoyers immediately seizing it. We'll see who, if any, for Leviathan is able to get down here for the contest. The door is open. The opportunity is there. Dimov tries to get involved, but all 3 rejuves go the way of Buff Enjoyers, and Overseas gets push and turn. The door a little bit late. Not quite the positioning for Leviathan to make a real contest, and Buff Enjoyers, they walk away with the first real edge of the game.
You know, those Walkers are looking quite tasty here, ZP. The singularity being the only thing up. I mean, the thing is, I don't even think Buffingers want to walk into a singularity. I don't think you need to push as like a 6-man squad onto any of these Walkers. I think you split push these Walkers down. And then with obviously the mobility they have, they should be able to get around in time to save each other when we see Leviathan go for the push in a direction. They have to reset these waves. Spirit Resilience being picked up for Listic, so he can really act as a front line. Healing booster for Obikim. These are some big pickups in a very crucial moment of the game.
Yeah, I mean, for Leviathan, the goal here is, you know, you're going to bleed, but you want to limit the bleeding a little bit. Like, ideally, you get out of this maybe down 1 Walker and down 10k total. You don't want the end result of this rejuve to be down 20k, which often is the case when you've given up all 3. It's, you know, absolutely awful to give up 3. It's why you'll see teams like try and dive in, get some kills, get it down to 1, but you're gonna see the Walker being taken by Zergy, and still over half the gas in the tank for this triple rejuve.
Oh, Seismic Impact comes on through with the help of the Dust Devil, and they get a kill onto 2 players. Irazumi and Sai both going down. Is this right? Are we 18 minutes in and we haven't seen a single singularity being used out of Irazumi? You pick Dynamo, but you gotta send these ults even if it's onto 1 player. And that's a big win for Buffingers. Him down. They really have no worry to push these Walkers anymore. That's the 2nd Walker of the game being taken. Credit to Empty Dreams here to keep these waves being cut down so they actually can't push the left lane just yet. But my lord, this is not good for Leviathan.
And also, teams don't go for 3rd Walker anymore. Like, people have run the math, and generally speaking, rather than making 3rd Walker the priority, you go straight shrines. Like, you get 2 Walkers, you go in for at least 1 shrine if you can get. You still got 3 rejuves. The advantage you get for the rest of the game is too ridiculous. And Buff Enjoyers, they know it. They make the macro call, and they are going in to try and get the shrine. However, respawn timers are still pretty low. All of Leviathan is back on up. If they go here, it's not going to be free. Chain Gang comes out from Overseas, connects on to 3. Or Irazumi falls again, and no singularity once more. Doesn't have the opportunity to drop it post Chain Gang. And now Zergy changing the world, or at least taking it down 1 shrine at a time. First shrine gone for Leviathan at the cost of 1 rejuve, which isn't much.
Yeah, not much. I think a 2nd had fallen as well. Vrake losing onto his. Maybe the turnaround fight Leviathan exactly what they need, but the damage has been quite done. Even Hoots single capping this unstable rift on the left-hand side to deny away more economy for Leviathan. And yeah, Vrake falls, but again, not really the end of the world here for Buff Enjoyers. But that is, I hate ZP And I kind of picked up on the fact that Leviathan hasn't used a single singularity, because now it's like so prevalent that we're now 20 minutes in, and every fight we see, every death we have of that ultimate being up, you just kind of wonder what could have happened if it was used earlier. I mean, obviously we were tagging along with him the entire time. It's not like we could see if there were really good opportunities for it, but I mean, Buffington, if they can continue to get picks on him, why even pick the Dynamo? Like, if you're not going to use the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to find the right place, right time, and it's eluded Irizumi for most of the game here. Now, Leviathan looking to grab a Walker in exchange. Not going to reverse the game, especially down the Shrine, but it does help, and the Doorman escape gets Overseas out, and that's a type of pressure you can put onto Walker that's kind of unique to Doorman. You know, it's why part of why he is so valued, but overall, you know, if it wasn't for the Shrine being down 10k, you could say Leviathan got away from it, but this is being down a Shrine at, 20 minutes in. It's brutal, Jason. It just, what it does to your lane priority for the rest of the game is miserable. And, Buff Enjoyers are a team that tends to exploit that to the max.
I mean, my question, ZP, is did you bet on Leviathan off of what the Senator said?
No, in this case, I did the value bet in onto Buff Enjoyers, but man, oh man, the 2-for-1 special on the Iridomini, courtesy of Cosmetical. And, make no mistake here, Jason, in terms of actually getting even fights, Leviathan, they have the ability to still fight this one back. And, hey, look, it's been close even without a good singularity. There's still, the looming threat from Irizumi should, Irizumi be able to find it. So, for Leviathan, not all hope is lost yet.
Can we get an item check-in real fast? I'm just curious to see Buff Enjoyers. What are they building towards? Because, I mean, there is a world where they basically make the singularity do nothing. Obviously, you have Seismic Impact to deal with it now. But do they have any Unstoppables? Do they have any Indomitables being picked up? None for now. And Irizumi has Warp Stone. Yeah. And probably no economy to actually go towards Refresher or Unstoppable himself. So I mean, maybe we can actually take a look at Unspent Souls in a second here and see how much he's currently sitting on. Because I think there's like a window where if he can't get any of these 2 items online, then I don't see Leviathan winning a team fight. 2.7, okay, so he's quite far off.
And again, I think also with, obviously it's not the case when you have Rejuve's already up, but I do think there's a world where, one of the worst things you can do as Dynamo here when, both teams are very aware of the metagame of keeping resources up available for mid is that, barring it be the most surefire thing ever, Irizumi is not going to press the button unless it's mid-boss related, generally speaking. Like, it would have to be the fattest, go in, hit 3 people, and, you win the fight sort of deal. But otherwise, the discipline is expected here of, save your resources for mid-fight. And again, within 12k, while Leviathan is just, shackled by the fact that they're down a Shrine, they still have extra map mobility and plays with Doorman here. So, for Buff Enjoyers, there's still kind of this element of don't make a mistake, as you see Dmov right now just looking around going, okay, is there a play that can be made?
This is what I was talking about last game, right? The Doorman with Veilwalker getting up very aggressive. Thing is, Buff Enjoyers have played against us before. Abraham's tried to do this against them, and it worked out once, but that was pretty much it. And you're able to force them back, and you can see Buff Enjoyers respecting that little zone of control that the door gives you when initially is placed down. And with mid-boss just being 15 seconds away, there's really no need for Buff Enjoyers to cross that threshold and potentially give themselves up and give an early kill to Leviathan, as Leviathan, I mean, obviously the ones who desperately needed it here. But mid-boss is going to be spawning back in, and I do wonder, Buff Enjoyers, I don't think they want to pull the trigger just yet. I think you want to look for, obviously, a couple kills before you go for it. But you know, as Leviathan here, if you lose 1 or 2 players, you're probably losing mid-boss.
I mean, the goal here for Buff Enjoyers is protect the lead, don't give up a pick. Goal for Leviathan is very much generate a pick at all costs, go to mid-boss, and as a result, then you can get down a Shrine and equalize, the macro stay of the game. So, for Leviathan, you're really looking towards Dmov, you're looking towards Psy to somehow catch someone that's out. Ideally, you avoid the bait of chasing Abrams, because we've seen in NAU that, trying to make Abrams the pick is perilous at best. But if you get something like the Rem, get something like the Venator, things will look better. And like with Leviathan all stacked on the left-hand side, I think now is the point that they're going to try and make something happen. And first to go in, it's going to be Overseas. Pulls in 3, nap time, out in response into Singularity. Is the fall through going to be there? Singularity interrupted early. Shining Wonder coming out from Sanya. It's about as wombo combos you're going to get, but the combo doesn't give the proceeds. Buffenjor is able to stay alive, withstand. They pick up 2. And what may have been the last gas from Leviathan has just failed here, Jason.
They couldn't kill Obi-Wan quick enough in that Singularity. He gets a tag along Cosmetical, and the amount of healing he does allows Cosmetical to survive this fight. And the rest of Buffenjor is to rotate on in. This is what we kind of talked about. If you can't, deal with Rem, the amount of healing he's going to be able to do off the back of a Singularity is, I don't think you're going to have the damage even with like a heal bane mixed in there. I mean, Hoot might be chased down here, but mid boss is very susceptible to being taken down, and Hoot creates the distance he needs, more importantly, to escape. I mean, just look at that tag along, 1200 health. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that may have been a silver lining if Hoot was able to get grabbed here, but now Buffenjoyers, they know they have the advantage. Singularity is off cooldown on top of Dynamo being dead, and they're going to mid boss, and now Demov might have door cooldown up, but can Demov do the impossible? This, people are pretty well aware of how Doorman can contest here, but let's take a look. We got a cart, we got a door. Is it going to be enough to rejuve the Buffenjoyers? Is there a third? Sai goes down in on the contest. Still 1 charge up for grabs, all grabbed by Buffenjoyers, and the carnage afterward completely in the favor of BE is now, Jason, they're well on their way to finishing out this game.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little off topic. I thought you were doing the pineapple pen thing there. I have a cart, I have a door. I have a car door. I don't know. I thought you were going with it. I don't know. It's late here over in EU. But yeah, I mean, a really well done take here by Buffenjor, not dropping a single rejuve, even getting parries onto Overseas, trying to steal one away. And the first stage Patron will fall. Will they finish the game here? I'm not 100% sure, considering Hoot's not here. Probably not. They'll probably look to back away, but they still get the damage in. They get the lead of 25k plus earn and unstable rift. Did Hoot actually win a 1v1 against someone there? It's like 91% capped for Leviathan.
I didn't see in terms of minimap, but
they were probably there and then they left to mid boss is my guess.
Most likely. And okay, now for Leviathan, the win conditions have narrowed dramatically, Jason, to where you're just kind of going, hey, can we somehow set up the 6-man Singularity? Unlikely, and frankly, in terms of the era of like Fight Night into Night Shift, I don't know if we've actually seen the vaunted Dynamo 5-man comeback, because teams just usually position better. But in terms of win conditions, you're kind of getting down into that territory of praying for the miracle, because down this many souls against 3 rejuves, still half left to go, it ain't looking good for Leviathan.
No Singularity. Rig spot on Overseas. Okay, he gets caught out here. I'm gonna say he's actually giving them good information, good intel, where they could potentially jump onto someone. Man, look at all those little helpers in mid lane too. That lane's gonna shove extremely hard. Listic has to get back in here, looking for the last walker of the game on this left-hand lane, and Hoot has no one to contest him. Instead, it's actually Zergy getting extremely deep here. Force out the rejuve from him. Nap time comes on in, only catches on to Sanya. Not the best catch, to be honest. It's not a bad fight for Leviathan, but the reinforce is going to be here. Hoot hasn't even bothered to show up just yet because the Traveler's not up, and yet somehow Buffenjors are winning the fight.
Zergy just yells out, never show fear no matter the odds, and Buffenjoyers, they don't have to show any fear whatsoever. 3 down for Leviathan. Map 1 gonna be going the way of Buffenjoyers, so Leviathan maybe reinvigorated off the challenger match, but Buffenjoyers with a good draft give them a taste of their own medicine with the Abrams, Rem, and Ven, and that's map 1 to BE.
Well, I was holding out hope for a while, and for a decent little bit, it was looking pretty decent. It was looking pretty good for Leviathan at the start of that map, but unfortunately, they cannot quite scrape by. And I mean, you guys were talking about it, Buffenjoyers maybe just a cut above overall. As soon as they had kind of gotten the lead, they just had a chokehold in this one. They just ran away with it from there.
They did. And the thing was, I mean, Leviathan put up a decent fight. If we think back to the very beginning of the game, they were killing Listic, they were killing Obikim, they were winning that right-hand lane pretty heavily. Like, they killed Listic multiple times. But I feel like the response of the Buffenjoyers of putting Vraic in that left lane, or at least not even putting him in a lane, right? He would rotate very early on. I think his first rotation came about 2 minutes in. They're able to get kills over on Zergy and Cosmetical to kind of alleviate the pressure of them losing that right-hand side. Who continue to farm up. We question, there's so many mouths to feed for Buffenjoyers, but everyone finished off with relatively high soul counts. And they were able to just out-survive Leviathan in the beginning.
Yeah, also, I mean, talking to me a little bit, ZP, sorry, I'll cut you off real quick, but why did we see such a hesitation to try to just go for the ult off this Dynamo? Like, Irizumi, I mean, when it finally came through, It was too late. They were too far ahead.
I mean, I think in general they were looking for good setups. I think you may look at part of that and go, okay, well, was Irizumi given free reign, or is it saying, hey, wait for Overseas to land the chain gang? And then also, some of the micro level plays are hard to judge in the moment in terms of, did something like a silence go off? Was there something else that like came in and had a play that like kept Irizumi a little bit out of the fray? Some of it maybe was Irizumi not pulling the trigger, but also some of it easily could have been on Buff Enjoyers just making things as difficult as possible for it to happen. And, just shot calling priority, where I really do think Leviathan was probably more hoping for a setup there with Chain Gang and otherwise holding the ult for mid boss, and it never really materialized early to mid part of the game. And by the time Leviathan finally committed to a play, they were far enough behind that you take a look at how this goes down. Like, you have a little bit of a wombo combo there, but you're behind in stats. The other team has a Rem that's dishing out healing, and you're not actually able to secure any kills despite Chain Gang in the singularity into Shining Wonder.
Can I ask you a question, Achilles?
Yep.
Because obviously we were both league guys at one point. I don't know if you still are, honestly. Do you remember the one player, hopefully it was only one, that used a trackball in League of Legends and played in like the highest level of League?
Oh God. Yeah,
you don't have to answer now. If you, I think you remember of him, but I'm curious if you can remember the name, and maybe we'll get back to it in a second because we do have our stats coming from this one. But I wanted to get your opinion on the fact that Zergi's playing on the best team in the world, and he's one of the best players in the world, and he's using a trackball. I think that still blows my mind to this day. Yeah.
That is, I mean, it's insane. It's probably borderline psychotic, but that is also very impressive to hear. Was it Kerp?
It was alternate attacks, Kerp. With Pharrell Lord in mid lane. And his thumb pad that he had, like the padding of his thumb was so strong. It had like a 6-pack, and I almost guarantee Zergi's the same way.
Also, it's going to lead to the greatest scandal in Deadlock history, where we actually get our first international like tier 1 LAN where teams are paid to fly out, and you have all the trimmings, and then we hear like in the whispers like someone just like steals Zergi's trackball stash, and then no one can actually get a trackball to the venue in time because they don't exist at that same level sort of deal.
It is a thing, and stuff like that has occurred. I remember, I'm trying to remember which player it was, but there was one of the players for Samsung Galaxy when they were still a team, and they were using this old mouse from the Brood War era that just wasn't in production anymore. And when it broke, we had a tech pause for like 30 minutes trying to figure out like what the hell we were going to do. And eventually he just had to move on and play with a different mouse that was like of a similar size and weight. But yeah, players, they got their specifications. If you want to try to avoid that one, I'll tell you what, we got a lot of old tech in the electronics markets out here in Korea. So hold your first big major for Deadlock out here, and we probably can get those trackball mice covered. But you could be screwing with me for all that I know, but I'm going to trust you. And I could not tell. I would never guess watching Zergi play if I would just watch nothing but Zergi VODs for the next month, I would never be able to get an inkling that this person is playing with a trackball mouse, because it's just clean performance the whole way throughout.
Also, one thing I need to point out real quick that really stands out to me stat-wise, I mean, obviously you're picking Dynamo in part because of, walking down mid, but the Irizumi difference in Irizumi is able to play Rem or Page versus the stat output for Irizumi on the Dynamo, it is actually night and day in terms of healing output, even damage, where, Irizumi, if you look at qualifiers of some of the, W tourney stuff, Irizumi actually has a pretty good Page and pretty impactful. But if I'm looking at areas to kind of revamp for Leviathan, I do think, yes, mid boss presence is important, but you may have overcooked a little bit in the Dynamo pick, because Irizumi just has so much more impact on both Rem or Page. And yes, Rem was highly prioritized by Buff Enjoyers here, I think for very good reason. For Irizumi, you kind of wonder, okay, if you can't get the Rem, maybe you bring out the Page instead, because this was actually a kind of tough Dynamo showing by the stats.
Yeah, I kind of hate myself for mentioning like he's still not ulted 18 minutes in, he's still not ulted 20 minutes, but the thing is, like, that's kind of why Dynamo's there. Like, I think ZP hit a really good point of, at that point in the game, you might as well just keep it because you have that threat then for mid boss. But I feel like Buffendorf kind of just got too far ahead for it to really matter. Like, the fact that Listic would have sizing impact to cancel it, the fact that Irizumi wasn't able to get farmed enough to get unstoppable or indomitable or anything like that to make it so he could get a clean ultimate off, I think really hindered his power. But then you look at, like supports. I mean, he did do okay damage. Like, Obi Kim didn't do that much, to be fair. Neither did Hoot, honestly, even though he finished 1, 2, and 13. But Buff Enjoyers just were able to focus him down so quickly that he didn't really have an opportunity to get any good clean ultimates off.
Yeah, I mean, this was pretty much the Zergy show. Obviously, the cosmetical, the collat, that was sick. Really nice little moment there. But just going full flask build, just chucking them every 4 seconds, boom, 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 just layering in the damage. This was a very dominant showing. So here we go. My first exposure to Buff Enjoyers and the dominance that they do bring to the European region. Obviously, I'm a little bit worried for Leviathan. There's still some more games to be played. This is a best of 3 after all, so they're in with a shout. They can still make it happen, but it's not looking good. I'm hoping to see some big adjustments in that draft and hoping to see a stronger performance from them. But for now, we're going to go to a quick little break, and then when we get back, it's going to go into map number 2, game number 2, whatever you guys call it over here.
Dynamo. I see the enemy. Here I come. I keep hitting them. I see Dynamo. I see the enemy. I'll give my life for the cause, but
The Rejuvenator is descending.
I will stand against you. I'll give my life for the cause. I see the enemy.
Worthy foe. Next time I'll have them. I've trained. Need a little help here. I see Mirage.
I'll get you set. I see Mirage. It's an honor to be of service.
I see the venom.
They destroyed the Guardian on bridge. Terminator is descending.
The Rejuvenator is descending. Such heroism, Warden.
Pull back. Comes for them.
Whoa, I've been put back in the shop again, but this is the second time, which means, I know how this goes. I'm ready to sell some of the best merch around here in the Amazon Intel Gamer Days shop. So let's see what's up. What is our first item? And our first item, you need a laptop? Look no further than the MSI Cyborg 15, something with as good of hardware internally as it sounds as a name. I mean, who else has a cyborg? Think about it. What else we got? Oh, we got the HP Omen 16. That's right. We are awash in wonderful laptop options. Maybe the Cyborg sounds a little bit intimidating. Well, an Omen is also a little bit intimidating, but comes with a 16-inch screen, I believe. That's what the 16 comes from, and also pretty darn colorful on top of it. But also, what else we got? Another laptop, another challenger here. All the mobile gaming if you need to play Deadlock on the go. And this time it's a Lenovo LOQ. And, for Lenovo, they definitely make some quality products. My last laptop I had was a Lenovo. And yeah, it's going to be hard to upgrade this time around. So many options like the Acer Predator, Helios Neo 16 AI. So 16-inch screen. And at some point, it just has extra assistance in there. And all these laptops, really cool backgrounds on top of it. So yeah, you're looking for a new laptop to play some Deadlock on the go? Well, just look at the shop and grab any one of these amazing laptop options.
Didn't know what was going to happen. They kind of described it to me, and it was better than anything I could have imagined. Thank you, ZP, for that. You're an excellent salesman, and it reminds me of when they present the prizes on Games Done Quick.
This is the last time that I think he should do this, because now I own 4 laptops. Great. I just went and bought 4 laptops during that. So
Keep
ZP,
buying.
stop trying to sell me stuff. Though you'll never be able to sell me on Diet Coke. That stuff's disgusting. Coke Zero for life. Welcome back to
Look,
ZP.
Look, we're going to see. I mean, I just got out from the shop. Next time I'm in the shop, who knows what's going to be one of the items there. But here's the deal with all the laptops. Well, my last gaming laptop, I bought it right before COVID, so obviously I didn't get a lot of use on the road. It did get a lot of use dual boxing and Rust and being an early alarm, where it'd just be like, you know what, guys, we don't have to worry about the base because I'm just looking at my laptop and I can see what's going on. A functional use for a laptop, even at home.
Total
That is
degen.
that's one of the nerdiest things I think I've ever heard in my life. Dual boxing and Rust. That's crazy.
But
no,
I had to justify it,
obviously-
Seth. Like, I wasn't traveling. I was stuck at home, you know? That's
I
all
think that somehow that makes it worse, but it is important though. Obviously to have a good laptop when you are going to be on the go. When Deadlock first dropped, when it was in the alpha, when it was a whisper on the wind, I remember I was playing it in my hotel in Shanghai on my very old, very jank laptop, and boy, did it suck. It was like 15 FPS, and then as soon as I got home and I played it for real, I was like, good God, this game is actually really, really fun when I can see what's going on and I can move around and the game's really fluid. And now I have an even better laptop, so I can play it when I travel as well. So check out those products if you need it, if you're in need of an upgrade. But now, in need of an upgrade, speaking of that, Leviathan, their draft. We need to see an upgrade for them because that one didn't really cut the mustard. We kind of had some concerns about it going into the game, and then unfortunately, it just didn't really pan out whatsoever. And just welcome back into the frame, Jason.
I'm sorry, it's so hot in here. Yeah, you haven't heard my tales of Italy, man. It's so
I can
hot.
imagine.
There's no AC. I have to keep the
I was in
window
Europe
shut because there's
a
a
couple
million
weeks ago.
mosquitoes. I had to move the fan. I'm dripping in sweat. But I will say this though, ZP, because you've been around for my longtime rants on Italy. I have finally found one thing that I do love about Italy.
Oh,
Would you
yeah?
like to know
What's
what
that?
it is?
Just one.
It's their cheese boards that they have of like 4 assorted cheeses with like some fruit, honey, and then they have like this jam, whether it could be like a fruit jam or it could be like actually a veggie jam. Love it. I don't know. I can eat this every day of my life. The one thing I like about Italy. There you go.
All right. I mean, it had to be something at some point, but we finally
guessed
did
cheese.
it because Lord knows it's not air conditioning. Where until summer is over, we're just gonna continue to hear is like, it's so hot in my room. What do I do? It's like air conditioning.
I'm only wearing a shirt, ZP. I'm only wearing a shirt. That's how bad it is here. But we have a game, I believe. We don't need to talk about what I am or am not wearing.
Yeah, that's very true. We're going to get ready to go into the draft for this second game here to see if Leviathan's going to be able to run it back, make this a 3-game series, or if Buff and Jories will, in fact, just get the 2-0 victory. But I'm just amazed that it's taken you this long to find something that you like about Italy. I mean, come on, the coffee.
It's been 2 years, man.
The cost of living. I mean, the food, the pizza. Come on, man. There's got to be something else going on. But
give me Domino's, and I'd be more than happy than what I got here.
So before we get the first
right.
pick, his secret is it's not pizza if you can't dip it in ranch. That's where it goes.
Doesn't exist here.
But Buff and Jories decide, nope, we don't want to deal with the Lash, and I think it's just something to keep their options open because you get rid of Lash, it means things like McGinnis are still on the table for later on. Doesn't mean they'll pick it because, of course, we saw in the last game they don't necessarily always have to go for it, but it keeps their options open.
What? So why did Leviathan let Buff and Jories go first pick? That's the first thing I want to say. If we're talking about Irizumi, we're talking about Rem, and we've seen the priority out of Rem out of both these teams now across the Challenger match and the Money match. Why did they let Buff and Jories get first pick to take Rem?
Well, I think part of it is that you don't get Rem +1. Like, if you do go Rem here, you don't get Abrams. So Leviathan, they ensure that, okay, you might be going Rem, but at least part of this year, we are going to get Abrams and another on top of it. Now, what I'd love to see, I don't know if no team has been courageous enough to do this, but I'd love to see Abrams Billy as a 1-2 punch, given how brutal it is if you don't get one of the two. Instead, for Leviathan, though, they're going to grab Pocket, and my guess would be Abrams on top because I don't think you want to give up Abrams Rem on the other side. But it's also weird because, like, if you do that, then you also give up Doorman, which has also been highly valued. So we're find out now
about this, Jason. You look very not happy about this pick coming through.
It's not about Pocket. It's about who you're playing against with Pocket. Buff and Joyers, I think you go back 4 weeks and maybe like twice they've been hit by an affliction on 2 or more people. And you have Rem, who's naturally going to build Guardian Ward into DB. So Divine Barrier is going to cancel out one of the afflictions. And they're already showing they're like insanely good when it comes to that. They also buy a lot of counter spells. So I don't know. I mean, obviously it's not fair to say that like I don't like Pocket being picked against Buff and Joyers, but I feel like other teams need to be able to replicate what Buff and Joyers do so well against Pocket to make it a non-value pick out of teams, especially if you're going to invest into a first pick for your team, which you kind of have to because Buff and Joyers can take it. There's something to learn for all the teams out there.
This feels like an overdraft on Apollo. Maybe it's like a reaction to Calico being banned and they think, okay, for Vrake, we want to grab the Apollo instead. But Apollo was neither picked nor banned in the last game. So the Calico ban causing this early of a draft on the Apollo when otherwise he's been lower prio is a little surprising to me. I almost feel like Buff and Joyers like overcompensated here, but maybe they were just worried about, hero pool issues if the Apollo got picked or banned thereafter.
Apologies, I'm spoken for today.
Okay, well, they're also going to look to just take away the Mirage. I mean, obviously there was impact there. It wasn't like the Mirage was really taking over the game in the previous one. So I'm a little bit surprised to see that one coming through. But I mean, how do you like to lean in towards this, Celeste when the Abrams was available? I mean, it seems like you're pretty convinced that it was going to be Abrams as well. Sinclair's going to be banned.
No, I have to high priority here. Where's Doorman?
Nope.
The Doorman not picked, Doorman not banned, over second stage bans. I've reverted in the caveman talk here because this is unprecedented in EU drafting. And Leviathan might about to be picking up Doorman at a bargain sale, the latest we've seen Doorman picked in God knows how long.
But on that note, ZP, how effective was Doorman last game?
Honestly, I don't think Doorman was the problem, and I think arguably if a hero is like really strong and you're able to get it later into the draft, this is pretty effective. However, the one thing that's going
I was going to say the Graves is obviously not banned.
And they may pick it right here, or they could save it for last. I don't think there's any world where Leviathan picks it. So for BE, they could just save the Graves for last pick, but maybe they grab it now. They leave the last pick open for a flex, but instead they go Dynamo.
Okay. Will they use their ultimate? Will we see a
maybe we should change the prediction. Instead of like who's going to win this game, it's like, will Singularity be used pre-10 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, today is about to get a whole lot more interesting.
They picked it?
Denial
production.
pick.
That I fully agree. That is a denial pick, and that is not necessarily something I saw coming. I think Buffenjoyers fully thought they could wait on the Graves until the very end, but instead Leviathan snap picked the Graves to basically protect the Doorman pick and finish up with Mo and Krill.
I don't hate this. I don't hate Mo and Krill.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what to make of this though. This is certainly not what I kind of had in mind with all of the prep and assessment that I was doing, looking at some of the pick and bans. Vendor, obviously, that makes a lot more sense. But this is a very unique composition from Leviathan at the moment.
Zergy's shaking his boots, ZP, because the last time we saw Doorman and Mo and Krill being used against him, he got completely obliterated on his side of the map. I'm liking the move for the early game tempo, though.
It literally got put into the Night Shift intro when that happened, because that was when we were commissioning the intro to be made. It's like, hey, you see Doorman and Mo just absolutely obliterate this guy. Well, it's back. And yeah, this is one of the first times I've actually seen that combo come back into play. And it's going to be a time where you won't have a Graves to slow it down on the other side. So, Leviathan, they're taking some risks in this draft, but I kind of like the way that they handled the latter half of this draft.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like even you, Jason, were starting to get won over a little bit by this, seeing the Mo and Krill come in. I mean, how does this one compare to the previous draft? Because this one, I think, more unique, but do you find this to be more well-rounded than what Leviathan was able to get in game one?
I want to say no. I'm going to say no because I'm not a huge fan of trying to counter-pick Buffenjoyers. Now, I can understand maybe in the situation because you're not in Graves away when you have Doorman, but we've seen teams try to do this against Buffenjoyers time and time again. We've seen them try to outban them. We've seen them try to outdraft them. We've seen them try to counterpick them, and none of it works. I want to give credit to Leviathan for trying, and we'll see how this one's actually going to play out here. But ZP, I mean, it seems a little bit all over the board here with what they currently have.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, I'm just thinking about how things are going to pan out like early the mid game. Overall, I mean, for Leviathan, they actually are going to be able to put together a few like pretty deadly lanes. I think Buffenjoyers probably has the better laning overall, but the way the team fights are going to break down, it's going to be messy, like incredibly messy. Where do you land a good affliction? Is Billy able to set things up chain gang wise? Is it chain gang into Graves nonsense where Graves, you talk about a hero that throws the bog at you nowadays, has probably been undervalued. You have that. You also have Doorman Mo options as far as, door combo ganks. So, yeah, in a straight up team fight, does Buffenjoyers probably have the more traditionally stronger comp? Yeah, but is there a lot of crap that they have to deal with against the Leviathan comp in a lot of ways that Leviathan can actually win some of these fights? Also, yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're talking about it. It's risky. Maybe it's a desperate bid, but sometimes no risk, no reward. So Leviathan, they are going a little bit out of the norm to try to get the win here over Buffenjoyers. Is it going to be enough? It's my big question. I'm hoping so. I predicted these guys. I want to see them walk away. That's a hell of a name that just subscribed to the channel. Thank you for the patronage. But can we get to a game 3 ZP, yes or no?
Honestly, maybe. That's what I'm going to say. But you said yes or no, but I'll say my brain says no, my heart says yes.
Okay, Jason, I'll also ask you the same question, and this time I'll ask you for a percentage.
Can it go game 3? I mean, no, 100%.
Okay, there you go. Boys, it's all yours.
Just committed. I'm full committed into this one. If you saw me looking over on like a different direction for the camera before we actually headed into game ZP, is because I was pulling up Graves ability names again, because it's been so long since I've had a caster and I forgot what they all were, but we're in there. I got them up on my screen now. I'm ready to go. But I mean, realistically, it's not 100% no. There is always a chance Leviathan can. I just don't know if I like the fact that they're trying to counter-pick Buffenjoyers here. And I mean, Hoot and Dynamo, there's no world where he doesn't singularity before the 22-minute mark.
You say that now, and then we're getting to the 22-minute mark. It's like, Hoot, why didn't you press the button?
I am so confident, ZP, that I will bet Achilles' eyebrows to be waxed off if I'm wrong.
Honestly, I'm good for any bet there because they're not my eyebrows. But Sanya,
I like that.
Boy, the
I like that one bit.
Punish onto Celeste.
Doesn't like it one bit, but he doesn't have a choice. It's going to happen now. First, he said the Deadlock event in Korea. We're going to go there and wax his eyebrows if this happens.
Yep. If one thing, there's plenty of waxing supplies and just general ways of modifying your appearance. Yeah, you walk through the airport, it's just cosmetics everywhere. We can definitely grab like a wax strip or two on the way. But Jason, already Leviathan, a little bit of a rocky start, but we'll see how things develop. The one thing for Buff and Jor is that you're the second game in a row here where they're running the Vent Warden lane, and if you do fall a little bit behind on the left, the pushing power of that lane is actually unreal in terms of getting a Guardian down quickly. Like, maybe not as bad as, say, a McGinnis being thrown in there, but still among the top of just dealing weapon damage to the Guardian early.
I mean, one upside for Leviathan, at least in that lane, is there's no Calico to roam around. But it's still Drake on Apollo, one of his best heroes that we've seen. I think probably undefeated on it, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't quite check when we were in the draft there. So he's definitely going to be rotating around. But then again, do you want to leave Hoot alone in lane on a Dynamo? Honestly, I wouldn't be too sad to see like a Dynamo being fed farm specifically just to get some items online a little bit quicker so you can get those clean singularities off. And then obviously get like the rapid recharge be built up too. But we'll see how it's obviously going to play out here. I think maybe it's more about the right lane for Buff Enjoyers, where previously Listic and Obi Kim got shut down so heavily in lane, but they're not really having any problems this time.
The thing for Buff Enjoyers is that running both the Rem and the Dynamo, the sustain, in theory, especially if Hoot, maybe goes a little bit more healing oriented than we saw from Mirazumi in the last game, the sustain is actually kind of unreal in being able to walk the other team. Now, obviously, there's a counterweight there. If Empty Dreams is able to land a good affliction, that kind of ruins the concept of regen in general. But a lot of these team fights here, it's interesting because Leviathan kind of has dual win conditions, where on one hand you're going for Doorman, Mo stuff for picks, but also for team fights, you're hoping for, overseas, and Empty Dreams have a big connection to set up Sanya. So, you have pick potential for Leviathan, you also have team fight potential, but it's very specific in how they have to achieve some of these goals. So, again, not impossible, but, probably one of the more unique comps we've seen in terms of how to set things up.
I mean, it's definitely like reminiscent of a comp they ran with Captain on the team when he was subbing in for them. He ran Mo and Krill, and they also had a Holiday paired, so they had like double pick in that sense. And Captain did great. Like he was single-handedly carrying them through the early game. But the Mo and Krill unfortunately fell off the later the game went on when their opponents Abraham started to group up and not allow those combos to really be as effective. But there's a lot of potential here for Leviathan to get like a big snowball off the back of Sai if he can get these clean connections and get the right people fed. I'm looking towards, possibly Sonya and Empty Dreams in particular, maybe overseas to be a beefy front line. But I still don't know at the end of the day how this Graves is really going to work out for Leviathan in this comp, because if you use the little helper, actually, well, in a second, this is actually going to be dove under his own Guardian, but if you use little helpers to counter the Borrowed Decree, are those zombies going to be able to punch their way through that line of minions? I mean, honestly, but it's hard.
Oh, the chase down is still there. Demov unable to get away post dive. I mean, honestly, I think Graves, especially if you have a good setup, courtesy of the Billy, like, you do just throw a bunch of stuff on the ground, and it is actually difficult to deal with. Like, especially just once you get later in the team fights and you get things like Echo Shard, like Listic's ability to move around is actually severely impinged upon. Like, Graves makes you think about things that you don't always think about game-wise, and obviously maybe it was picked here a little bit more protect the Doorman sort of deal. Where, by the way, we didn't even talk on it. It's Irizumi on Doorman here, not Demov. Demov went for the Graves.
By the way, my secret when I play ZP, I just don't think. Then I never have to worry about that. Yeah, so Irizumi, we talked and slightly criticized when not on Rem or potentially Page, his impact does fall. He's gonna need to have a good Doorman game here. But Demov on Graves, I don't necessarily hate. I feel like, again, we talked about as being the best player in 2025, and he's not really been allowed to, well, not necessarily allowed, but he has been playing these heroes where he could have massive impact. And I feel like there's a world he technically could have it on Graves here in this team if he can get going. But with a slight lead for Buff Enjoyers, and let's looking for cleanup on this right-hand side. Looks like we won't see too much guarding damage being done on the right lane, but the left side, Hoot actually rotated over for a gank here, and he does have Singularity up.
Yeah, it's a big rotation from Buff Enjoyers over to the left, just to ensure the Guardian goes down. And it was the Warden Ven lane to begin with, so it was already on the lower side, so it's going to be a quick hit and a rotation. And again, we'll see who's going to be the one to rotate. Last time around, this was about the point in the game where it was a little bit earlier than what happened, because we saw Zergy split off to immediately go for doubles, and Zergy's probably going to get fed the doubles again, if I had to guess. So keep an eye on that over the next 2 minutes to see if Cosmetical shifts back into left freeze up Zergy to do a little bit of gambling.
And we do love some Gamba. And we do have double boss picked up for Buff and Joyers. There's an Affliction coming on through. Just connect onto Listic. I mean, not a bad use of it, but I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize off of that for any kills. And with Drake rotating around as well from the mid-hand side, it's going to put some pressure on towards him. And speaking of pressure, overseas, there we go. Achilles, your eyebrows are safe. Singularity 6.5 minutes in. That's some one kill. But Sai comes on and cleans up those two.
Yeah, Sai just walks in and drops a score on people that are already low. And, Mo and Krill just casual aura off into it. But looking here on to the right, it's going to be Leviathan coming back out and maybe a little bit pressure in Listic here. Listic backed up by the Rem. Rem gonna slow things down here with the nap time, buy a little bit of room to back out. Ooh, rejoin the fight. Gonna be a long time till the next Singularity, but for now, just bringing his body in a bit of quantum here onto the right as it's turning into a bigger and bigger fight now, Jason.
And more people heading this direction. Still turning into a 3-on-3, but this Guardian, not long for this world, it will fall. Drake again going in deep here. They're looking to turn this fight around. No Affliction up for a very long time, and Drake might actually be able to catch them from behind. Maybe get a Hyperline or two. Actually, run straight through them and retreats towards his team. So looks like not much of a contest there. Meantime, mid lane combo comes on through and Cosmetic. Wow, they're throwing every ultimate at him. I mean, come on, he's already dead. Didn't need both those.
Okay, Cosmetical at some point is like, yep, it's over. Where I don't know if that's the greatest hotel service there, where you actually get beaten up before checking in, and then you just don't check out. But either way, Cosmetical, he's leaving a 1-star review after that one. Honestly, tip those who bring in your luggage. I think Mo may have been on luggage duty there and did not appreciate the lack of tip.
Ooh, what if we did like a Mo and Krill skin that was like the Bellboy as well? There's so much potential for mod in this game, I swear. Like for skins, I cannot wait to see what eventually comes around. In the meantime, though, Tiny Lasan being held on to, just waiting for someone to come through that door. Doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. They're just throwing it onto the minions, and oh my god, almost a sick outplay happening there on Irizumi, and Varric will just back off. But in terms of objectives, I mean, we're still slightly in the lead for Buff and Joyers. The left lane, Zergy's been left to farm, as you were talking about before. If Zergy's going to be allowed to go get some of these Sinners, which we do have some up on the left hand side. 8 minutes in, and still quite a few Sinners still up on the left hand.
And the time may be now, just looking at the rotations on the map, maybe seeing Obakim head back in the lane. Zergy appears to be doing a bit of gambling, but either way, things relatively even here so far. Quick quantum and a little bit of dangerous spot here for Hoot. Already down on resources, trying to turn the corner into the Walker, 30 HP, and no way out. Taken on down.
And the pressure's looking good here for Leviathan. They're getting the kills where they need them. They're looking to actually pressure quite heavily on towards this Walker. They do have Affliction up as well, and a Chain Gang. It looks like that Chain Gang will be thrown in towards the mid lane, and maybe a big fight here for Leviathan. Combo up at about 20 seconds of time. Catcher would be nice. Chain Gang comes on through to buy time for combo, to buy time for Affliction to get here. Affliction's well, not even running. They don't even need it. They get the kill into Vrake right off the bat here in Leviathan. The mid-game skirmishing of them is working wonders, and they're doing exceptionally well with it.
Yeah, I mean, elsewhere, Buff and Joyers looking to overload onto the left side. Earn coming on out. Sanya right now should do a reasonable job of contesting, as now we see Leviathan rotating over to the left, about to be a bigger team fight. Still 30 seconds away from Singularity is Hoot. Takes a quick cart ride the other way, and we see Irizumi quickly take the door out, but in such a way that still gets hit by the stomp, and Irizumi actually kind of low right now, getting chased down by Rem. And wait, is Obakim still going for it? Throws the pillow, finds the kill!
I never thought I would be running away from double supports like that, but oh my god, that was extremely scary for Irizumi. This Walker's gonna take a lot of damage as well. Yes, they have a combo. Yes, they have a Celeste there. Shining Mortar could do some serious work. The Nap 10 comes on through, puts them both to sleep, and here comes Zergy, the last stand being thrown on in. They're looking to take this Walker down, and more of the Singularity on top of it. They shut the Walker down, half HP, and this should be falling with Ballistic to join in a few seconds.
We'll see. We got the reinforcement here from Leviathan. It's gonna be a quick trip to the hotel of Zergy. Empty Dreams down outside of the hotel, and we'll see what welcoming committee is here. It's a cart near the Walker, but overall, able to avoid most of the damage of Zergy. So, but the Walker still holds up here, Jason. So you get a few more kills for BE, but you're unable to get the Walker.
Surprised actually to see them back away from that, but again, combo and Shining Wonder up for Sonya and Sai, and that's something you're going to have to respect, especially without any ultimates up on your side, even though casting buff is up for Hoot, so that ultimate going to be up just ever so quicker. The counter push comes on through. Veil Walker and the cage being thrown in, and Sai, unfortunately, is going to fall. That's one big ultimate now down. Maybe get the kill on Asana, take away his stamina as Hoot. It's the final kill with the charge coming through out of Listic. And with 2 more kills, I mean, this is just 4 kills straight now for Buff Enjoyers as they look to spread their lead now up to 7K.
Yeah, and also, I mean, you kind of look at the ult state right now. Leviathan, they're also down on some key ultimates. So there's a window here for Buff Enjoyers to grab a little bit more of the map and go from there. Briefcase having to be used post-kinetic. And the catch here on the Empty Dreams. Pretty evasive on Pocket, but not so much this time. Overestimated where he could go, and as a result, Empty Dreams ends up going down, and now the Walker that wasn't taken before may be about to go down now.
Oh my gosh, how do you keep hitting these charges on someone so mobile? The Ball Decree was used, but Buff Enjoyers just gonna be happy to take this Walker and back away. 11,000 in lead now. This is dangerous. And the thing is, I think there's honestly a real window here, ZP, where we could see a mid boss being taken in, I would say, like the next 5 minutes for Buff Enjoyers. If they can force another Affliction out, I mean, I don't think they necessarily need to go for it, but if you force the other Affliction, you have Hoot with Singularity, and then you have Seismic Impact out of Listic, like you have the makings of a relatively easy mid boss.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, you don't see a mid boss before about 16, but 3 minutes from now, Buff Enjoyers are going to be looking for the very first opportunity. Now working on a pretty substantial lead on top of it. Also, the chase down here on the Demov and Empty Dreams at the same time. Empty Dreams down on one end, and Demov just barely able to escape on the other. So Buff Enjoyer is doing a really nice job of just chaining kill after kill here. Combo, though, in on the break. Is it going to be enough? Break, low HP. It's a double alt investment here. Pull him on back, and surely that's going to be enough. Ooh, the quick flick to avoid the parry, get a little bit more damage in on the Obakim, and elsewhere, though, we got Ven join the fight, and Cosmetical, just a quick Iradomini to put Mo away.
And Obakim did a lot to keep Vrek alive there and to just buy time for Cosmetical to return. I mean, look at Cosmetical's items, actually. Fortitude, Enduring Speed, Extra Regen, Cultist, Weakening Headshot. Not really hitting... Well, I mean, he's got his spikes on in, but not really having a ton of damage behind what he's currently got at the moment. Doesn't necessarily need it, I guess, at 15K for himself. But Guardian going to be taken. MTG's going to be able to finally secure that one and back away. Hopefully to safety, because I can see Vrake again, once again on the hunt. Goes for the catch, and look at the damage he's able to do with just one of these flawless advances, man. That's 2 hits, 660 damage.
Yeah, and a very quick retreat from Empty Dreams. But I don't think it's hyperbole to say the next Affliction coming out from Empty Dreams actually of paramount importance, where if Leviathan just has another bad team fight, Buff Enjoyers probably slams middle, especially if they're able to take the team fight without using Singularity and they have that to secure. So, even though we're only 15 minutes in, the stakes for the next engagement actually incredibly high at the moment, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, as we're talking about, right, mid-boss around 16 minutes. We're just a minute away from that one. Oh my god, production can read my mind. I wanted to see golden statue buffs, and my lord, they're over doubling the amount that Leviathan have. Ram with 28, Listic with 23, and Sai probably about to go down here in a second. As you can see, his health is critical. The Grasping Hands is thrown in on top of the buff, and just look at Obakim here. Again, the amount of healing he can do is quite insane. The amount of bouncing and the mobility he has as Rem. As they're able to pick up the urn, and this is already there to help secure it as well. I mean, this could end up being a fight that opens up a mid-boss for either team.
I mean, we'll see how Leviathan want to go about it. I mean, realistically, at this point, I think you're looking for tricky plays here. If you can get Door in the combo, the Doorman Mo special, you're actually feeling pretty good. I don't know if you want to take a full-on team fight right now, down 10K. I think it's somewhat against you, but there are ways that you can get a pick off and then look for a team fight after. Hope that you get a good Affliction, fight and train, a little bit favorable to Graves. Like, there's ways for Leviathan to go about this here, but I don't know if they want the actual full 6-on-6.
Can we look at player damage here? Because I'm looking up towards the 6-on-6. I'm thinking about Demov and what his effectiveness has been. Slow and Hex thrown in. You can see here 54K to 43. Dimov lowest on the team at 3.3K, but that, I mean, it kind of makes sense. He's not going to be in the forefront of these fights anytime soon. Hoot leading at 12.4 for his team. I mean, again, you pair his movement with the damage Dynamo can do, it makes sense. And then you're also seeing the impact of Vrayek at 9K. I mean, he's been around this map constantly looking for these bouts.
He's been Mr. Thunderfoot this game. You hear him coming from a mile away, but also some of the chase down here onto Sanya. And you look at Listic, hot pursuit, able to land the charge by Pixel, but I don't think there's enough there to actually take down Sanya. But elsewhere, okay, you have Leviathan looking to invest. It's turning into a larger fight. Seismic impact down, looking for Billy. Serious damage on the Overseas. Final punch does enough. And that's going to be Overseas down for 25 seconds. Can Buff Enjoyers cleanly get away? Don't know if this is quite the fight that turns into a mid-boss, but elsewhere, seeing maybe a little bit of a dive on the cosmetical as things get a little bit messy, but it's Mo who's in some real danger right now. The flawless advance just ripping side the shreds.
It's 2 big kills, but it's not the kills they need, I think, for mid-boss. You still have to worry about empty dreams here. Borrow Decree is going to be up as well. So for Leviathan, I think they live to fight another day with losing those 2 players. Even, I mean, Empty Dreams has been consistently pushing this left-hand side, and I mean, he's able to get a Guardian, yes, almost getting Hyperline there with the slowing hex on top of it. But he's been constantly shoved back, and I mean, Zergy's at 20K. You have to respect both these 2 players who are coming your way. And there we go. Chen Gang thrown onto Hoot. They're able to get away from this one. Quantum Entanglement in towards the sky, and the catch is not going to be there. Obikin gets there in time. And that's a big ultimate being thrown in. Now the turnaround fight here for Buff Enjoyers.
Huge plays by Obikim to turn what would have been a death into potentially now a pick on the Overseas. Overseas in some real danger right now. Gonna fall. Listic able to finish off the kill. Down for 30 seconds. And this is all taking place in middle. Or potentially Buff Enjoyers can just snap call onto mid. Elsewhere, see Dimov surrounded. Trip to the Baroness. Courtesy of Irizumi. But the window may have passed here, Jason. It's 13 seconds. Wait, are they going to go for it? The drop down in the mid, but Cosmetical. Do they go for it? I mean, it's 5 seconds, and they think they got a window.
I don't think they have any counter spells either. Empty Dreams, he's going to spawn on the left-hand side. He's going to have to retreat back extremely quick. Maybe that was why they decided to go for it, realizing he's still trying to push this left lane Walker. Singularity is going to be up, so if you get a catch on Empty Dreams, you give him no chance to pull off this big affliction. And here we go. Contest is coming on through.
Is Leviathan going to be able to stop this here and now? The Rejuve Crystal is just about down. Singularity out to secure one Rejuve the way of Leviathan, 2 the other way. The affliction, though, it hits 4. It's a really big affliction as the ball gets a bouncing courtesy of Sanya. Buff Enjoyers, are they going to be able to withstand? Here we go for Zergy. Off the other way, still at good HP. Looking to change the world. Irizumi grabs the rift while this is going down. And Buff Enjoyers, they got 2 people at death's door. Both teams leave with a Rejuve charge and a weirdly bloodless retreat for both teams here, Jason.
Yeah, very awkward. I mean, actually, we do see Hoot go down, so no Rejuves left for Buff Enjoyers. But the fight doesn't seem to be done. Vrayek, he's hunting for blood. He's hunting for Graves here. Take away their Rejuve. It's very possible. Graves extremely low. Actually, Sight eats the last one, so Dima falls completely. And Buff Enjoyers still live and still work out a fight here where they also have a potential take. Also say onto a mid lane Walker, but that lane's so shoved against them that Leviathan actually the ones to come out ahead with the Walker.
I think that was the Rift lane on the right. I didn't catch where the Rift was, but I think they used Rift lane to grab Walker in the aftermath. That one of the stranger aftermaths to a fight we've seen here, Jason. It evens up the Walker count. And I mean, from the Leviathan point of view, that's about as successful as a contest as you're going to get.
Empty Dreams couldn't do it on Abraham's to pull up big afflictions, but he does here, man. Obviously, they were quite grouped up, but as you said, desperately needed for them to have a chance in that fight. And they closed the lead quite heavily. I mean, it's only, what, 6K? If I can do my math correctly, which is always dangerous on air. But we're going into potentially another fight with the urn picked up for Hoot, transitioning across the map. Ultimates, I mean, let's see how Seismic Impact, and Chain Gang's up for Overseas, and I feel like that's something you're going to have to respect if you see Leviathan contesting as Buff Enjoyers.
All right, and you know, when it's all said and done, we're within 5K here. I mean, it'll be a little bit more if the Urn Dunk comes on in, but you know, I think we saw some of the power of the Leviathan team comp there, Jason, where that was a pretty effective mid contest. I mean, you stop and think of that. You know, for as much as Empty Dreams gets memed on for, you know, afflictions that hit nothing, that was a huge affliction, and the ball just kept bouncing from Sanya. where, you know, of course, Celestial has gotten stronger as time has gone on, but hold the phone right now. The dive on the Cosmetical, a very quick dispatch, and now Leviathan get a power play of their own.
Did they go for a walker here? They have Affliction yet again. So they'll back off, take some Sinners. Maybe Vrake gets caught in towards the middle. Hoot's going to be there, but Hoot doesn't really have Singularity, and Vrake has been thrown into the Baroness Hotel. That 1-star review, probably going to continue to be 1-star, though Vrake will escape with his life this time. There's a lot of healing we talked about, ZP, as we mentioned, like Rem and Dynamo together. But to be fair, if you hit big afflictions, that healing is not going to mean anything. I think there's just extra pressure in Empty Dreams to shut down this like double support combo.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the tension that you have here, especially when mid boss is up, which won't be for the next 4 minutes, so you know the tension is temporarily relieved, but you have so much of both team comps invested on good mid boss fighting. And it has really kind of dominated some of the team comp, you know, building that we've seen in EU especially. You talked to Owen behind the scenes like, yeah, you need a comp that deals mid boss well, but it also kind of acts as a limiter for, you know, how freely people use some of these ults out in the open. But that's where both teams are down rejuves and still while it's the next mid boss, where you have this unique opportunity where, you know, the shackles are off for the next bit here, where if you're Hoon, you see a Singularity, go for it. Mid boss isn't up for a while. Same for Empty Dreams and Affliction, or Sanya in Ripping a Shining Wonder. So, you know, you have a unique opportunity team fight wise for both teams, really, you know, be a little bit more free in your resource usage.
I'm also surprised to see Buff Enjoyers not really caring too much with it when they can see this door being down. I guess maybe they have enough vision on the map to see enough players knowing that there's not going to be someone stolen away from their team and thrown back through that doorway. You can see Hoot. Again, this Veil Walker. Something you have to respect at all times. Maybe looking for that connection here on Dairazumi. But I mean, even though Buff Enjoyers kind of, I would say, lost out in these last exchanges, they're still the ones kind of pushing the pace. And I feel like you kind of almost have to when you're against a pocket. You want to be playing defensive because you're really easily predictable. You're easily to be predicted where you're going to be to hit these big afflictions. It's still so scary to do.
Potentially, I thought he was about to go for it here. Combo is up and ready, but instead, Sai holds on a little bit longer. Leviathan, though.
No Warp Stone, though, ZP. So, like, he doesn't have the potential to, like, just grab someone instantly, which I think is maybe a bit helpful for Buff Enjoyers. He's gotten a little bit more tanky with Heroic Ore to help out. Decay picked up Slow Hex and Return Fire. I mean, I hate this build for, like, when you get into these team fights and you can't abduct someone anymore, which seems to be at the point of the game that we're at, but it's something to note for Buff Enjoyers. They don't really have to worry about him closing that distance like extremely
in
fast.
that case, you know, Sai even just held on to the stamina resource wise. I think it had to be a case of just imperfect information, not really knowing what would happen if they went for it. But elsewhere, cart attempt here on the Ven into the trap. A huge damage off the Uradomini that Irazumi is just barely able to get away from. But Jason, that may be a blessing in disguise because you got Uradomini off cooldown and all you used was a door.
Yeah, I don't think he expected to miss that cart. Unless he's not seeming to miss too many charges, gets the catch initially on the overseas. But again, both teams back away. I think we've hit that point now with mid boss being up in 1 minute and 10 that they realize fighting right now could be very detrimental. We want to keep these ultimates online, knowing that mid boss is always going to be a threat. I think it's about what these purchases are turning into. And I mean, he's going tankier. He's not going unstoppable. He's not going refresher for now at 23k. Divine Barrier picked up for Obikins. That's a very big purchase. But Empty Dreams on 33k, I mean, he is swimming in money.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with Pocket as you get later into the game is that, you know, you can argue Pocket falls off just from itemization where, yeah, it taxes the other team, but, you know, eventually you're going to get like 2-3 Divine Barriers picked up. And, you know, while you can mitigate a little bit with Refresher, it does make Pocket, their job gets significantly harder. But Urn is down. It's going to be an instant pickup here from Vrake, and Leviathan maybe looking to get frisky here in onto the engage. Both teams fighting near Urn pickup, going a little bit deeper as Vrake, Celeste in his sights, and right now it doesn't look like a full commit. Leviathan takes safety on the rooftops.
I feel like they're kind of winning though, because look at this left lane Walker. These waves are shoving against it. No one there in Buff Enjoyers is there to defend it. The right lane is also pushing in towards the base guards. A Singularity, I believe, had gone down just onto Overseas. Affliction hits only one onto Listic, but it might have been enough to finish him off with the Shining Wonder on top of that. The Eternal Sun catches onto 3. Overseas, I don't know how he's still alive. Looks like he'll be able to retreat back towards his base. And Vrake is still looking to go ham here, putting out so much damage, but they're not able to confirm these into any kills.
Hoot use Singularity early. It's already gone overseas, having the back off and heal. But so far, Leviathan, they get away with one here flawlessly. Vrake kind of poking around the outskirts. And a 30-second window now for Leviathan. I don't know if this is something you feel comfortable enough to go towards mid-boss, though, because, you know, before you know it, Listic's about to be back up. And Leviathan, Jason, they completely emptied the ult bank for that one.
Yeah, the Singularity being down. I mean, they also lost all of theirs in this last fight, so it comes down to, do you feel confident enough to do it? I think when Listic's up, there's definitely a world they could go for it, considering he has Seismic Impact still ready to be used. And Vrake's still looking for this turn-in. Well, the Rift has been secured. They're gonna have to give some respect to this, or that will be a free walker being taken. Mid-boss, it's being started by Buff and Jars here, so I think actually gonna give away a walker for this mid-boss. There's no ultimates to stop them. Listic has to respawn back on in. This is looking really good for Buff and Jars here, and Leviathan are gonna have to be careful.
I mean, for Leviathan, though, they got Door. They have Graves, who has really good cooldown still, even without ult. And ult just actually came up. Rejuve Crystal down on the ground. How's it going to go down? Both teams fight to and fro. The door, or the cart comes on in. No crystals haven't taken yet. Vrake finally gets the first hit. All abilities thrown down. And the crystal still with 2 charges. One already gone. It's the last 2 are split. Leviathan down 2. Buff and Joy is down 2. Everything on the table. And now we go to Zergy. Half HP being chased in the tunnel. Celeste moving on up. So is Empty Dreams. And now Zergy in on the retreat as we see the daggers come on down from below. Leviathan, they've got the better of this team fight, Jason.
That borrowed decree, I think that was at a demob, just blowing up people. Actually, it was just the zombies, I think, for the grasping hands, blowing up Buff Enjoyers. I mean, Listic's ult did not. I mean, I don't want to criticize him, but did not just go a little bit early. He threw the Seismic Impact when no one was there. He hit a great shoulder charge to pull players off of the Rejuve crystals, but it wasn't enough to secure all of them for themselves. And Listic might fall, trying to get back towards his base. Gets the shoulder charge around the corner in time, and him and Hoot will live to fight another day. But Leviathan have the pressure on. This mid walker should be falling. The left lane walker and the left lane base guardians died for Buff Enjoyers because of that unstable rift on the left hand side. Huge wins out of Leviathan here as they take the lead for what feels like the first time in this game.
And I just wonder if Buff Enjoyers overplayed their hand there, where, yeah, Leviathan was pretty drained on ults, but Tombstone was coming up for Graves, and even a neutral kit play, Jason, like both Doorman and Graves have really good options for mid contest, even with the other ults gone. I mean, I see looking at the ults and going, hey, this is our opportunity, but I don't think it was as good of an opportunity as Buff Enjoyers may have thought. However, they don't pay that big of a price for it in the end either. It's still 170 to 160 or 176. Both teams in full control of both their shrines. So even if it was a bad decision by Buff Enjoyers, they kind of get away with one here, Jason.
Yeah, but their ults are just coming back online. Leviathan, I guess they have to rejuice. So do they realistically want to go for a push into this? And Affliction's ready to go combo. Refresher for Demoff too. He throws down a borrowed decree on the right hand side, so that lane's going to continue to shove on forward. And Buff and Jars, I mean, they're really on the back foot here. They have to somehow deal with all these lanes shoving against them, especially with the Graves on the other side. And Leviathan, it's about what are you going to accomplish off of this time. And I want to see Golden Statue buffs, because remember, we had, was it 103 to like 50 originally for Buff and Jars? I want to know if Leviathan have been able to capture a lot more buffs for themselves to kind of equalize things, to really amp up their power level.
Anytime you call for golden statue buffs was the Rem in the game, prepare to see Rem just, you know, eating a lot more than expected.
Wow.
Although at 59, you know, Listic's greed is also palpable. But in general, there's a pretty big divide between the two teams, where Buff and Jars have definitely gotten way more of the golden statues by comparison.
Yeah, a large amount of them. And Empty Dreams getting basically none of them here as a short charge going to come through. D-Mob, oh my lord, he takes so much damage. The Grasping Hands can be able to keep them away. And a 3-man Affliction connects, which is very good for Leviathan. But Buff Enjoyers, they're quickly trying to go on the retreat here. Nullify this Affliction so you can go into the next fight with ult advantage. I think Listic just barely gonna get around the corner in time, but you can see that chain gang coming on through, trying to pull multiple players. The Singularity has been used. It only catches on to Psy though, but it might just be enough as Psy gets exploded. He falls. Such an impact comes in on a Listic, and Zergy picks up a kill. So did Zergy get a second one, as well as Listic taking on overseas. And what looked good for Leviathan off the Affliction, they get baited into a fight they didn't necessarily want to take, and Buff Enjoyers come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and the Itani Losan maybe setting up even more here. Sanya in real danger, gets caught towards the tail end. 2 minutes left till mid-boss, so that won't be on the tail for Buff Enjoyers. But for Buff Enjoyers, now you have to wonder, what do you get off this? Can you get shrines on top of this? Certainly you're going to go for Walker, but you want to get shrines here too if possible. You have a lot dead up for Leviathan for a very long period of time, and Zergy understands the mission. This is straight up a shrine play coming up for Buff Enjoyers.
Look at that swing in souls too. Leviathan had a lead of, I think it was 10k, and now it's going Buff Enjoyers' way of about 10k. The shrines, as you said, they're going straight for him. Archie Blast picked up for Empty Dreams, so no refresher in sight for him. Hey, the first shot, the second's gonna fall just momentarily. Vrake's just gonna be back on minion cleanup duty. I mean, could they get first stage patron? I mean, it's gonna be, actually, it's gonna be a little bit too close, I'd say.
They can go for it. It's risky at 5 seconds, especially given what it'll do afterwards. You've already gotten your map defining play and getting both shrines down. It is a huge pain to control macro once you're down both shrines. You know, first stage patron, obviously, if you get that down, it means your next one team fight, you can end the game. But comparatively, the shrines are the real prize here, and I think it's probably right to not risk getting a team wipe the other way in the scenario. So I think for Buff Enjoyers, that was the right call.
It's just crazy for them, the amount of pressure that got alleviated off of them when it comes to lanes now. All you have to worry about is that borrowed decree. You don't have to worry about lane just being shoved against you. I mean, obviously, like, you have your own shrine, so the lanes are naturally going to push for you. And that puts an entire flip on the script here for Leviathan. Like, they were in full control, and just one fight at this stage of the game, it completely turns things around. Fight, it's a tribal buff for Zergy, casting buff for Vraic, and mid boss up in 30 seconds. They have singularity. I mean, yeah, I feel like it'd be stupid for Buff Enjoyers to go for a mid boss here unless they're going for the scream into a catch on Leviathan. I feel like they cannot go for a repeat of that. Maybe Leviathan, that's exactly what they need.
I mean, the way both teams are constructed at the moment, I don't think either team can go for a raw mid-boss with the other team having everyone up. It's still incredibly important to look to generate a pick. And also, I mean, down 12k, Leviathan, yeah, their waves are going to be in more disarray right now, but Leviathan still has a lot of ways to generate a pick, especially between Arizumi and Sai. So, I mean, just the next pick could determine this for either team. Leviathan making a bigger effort here out of the rift. Both teams about to contest 3-4-man chain gang for overseas to kick this one off. Poot staying here on the top. We'll see if the fall through is going to be here. Empty Dreams. What's going to happen in terms of Affliction? Sai is going to be first to fall in the middle of the fight. And now Singularity got to come up. It's a 2-man Singularity before the Affliction gets dropped. Celeste and Pocket both in real danger. The fall through is going to be there. Affliction drops before Empty Dreams goes down. Only hits 2. Leviathan struggling in the team fight as Buff Enjoyers take down 4. Now 5.
Bro, who? He went straight past the cloak out of Empty Dreams. He warp stones in and catches him before he can actually take the cloak to teleport away to look for an Affliction. Catches them both and shuts that down almost single-handedly right there. And that might have just given the game and the series to Buff Enjoyers. They're waiting on this left-hand side. I mean, Affliction went out, but it caught basically nothing. And this page, first stage, is going to fall. The respawn timers, I don't think they're going to quite be there here, ZP. I feel like we might be looking at the end of the game, the end of the series.
I mean, we'll see for Buff Enjoyers. They could just go for end. They got several heroes on Leviathan, a long timer. And you take a look, they're not looking to back off whatsoever. Buff Enjoyers want to end this as a 2-0 and put it away here and now for another consecutive victory. And they got the firepower to do just that. Second stage patron down the half. All in right now is Leviathan, hoping for a miracle, trying to buy time for Irizumi and Dimov to get up and over. Sai lays down the combo. The Archmother once again vulnerable, and that's going to be, wait, invulnerability back on in. It has the most sliver of HP possible here as Buff Enjoyers, they want to put this away here and now. Irizumi and Dimov have gone back on into the pit, but the Sanya falling, so does Leviathan. Buff Enjoyers take the series 2-0.
I was getting scared there, ZP. I thought Achilles was like paying off Buff Enjoyers to throw that game to make me look bad, but they come out with the lead, they come out with the win, and they come out more importantly with another $2,000 to add to their tally. Of course, Intel Gamer Days putting up 4K in our prize pool every single week with this week and next week to go. But what a great showing. And again, this is what I said before. Buff Enjoyers might be down, but they're never out. They're able to find some way back into games, and they close out the series 2-0.
Achilles, you may be muted if you're talking about what has been going on.
He's got a lot of words.
Look, I'm just disappointed, son. No, this is very, very close. I mean, it looked like for the longest time Leviathan had this one in hand, pushing them to the limit. But what a turnaround play. I mean, I believe it was Listic with the major setup and then Zergy to play off the back of it, the massive turning point in the game. You're talking about it, Jason. Leviathan was up so significantly, like 8 or 10,000 souls at that point, but then it's that one fight that happened so very quickly, completely turns it on his head, and then they just did not release control from there. This was fantastic. I mean, this is what you were bigging up the entire time. How, you know, strong buff enjoyers are, how they are the best team in the world. They really put that on display because they never gave up, and then they were able to persevere.
Just like any esport, it's the game of mistakes and making the least amount of mistakes as possible and taking advantage of mistakes. And that catch they had when we saw that Affliction go in on buff enjoyers and they ran away, Poot goes back and catches side the singularity. We didn't catch the entire fight from the angle we were watching, but that was the mistake they're able to force Leviathan out of, force them to chase into this engagement that buff enjoyers knew they could win.
Also, credit where credit is due for Leviathan, where, you know, buff enjoyers, again, the time where Leviathan really had the best chance of bringing the series to 3 was buff enjoyers saw Leviathan was drained on ultimates, decide, hey, we're going to go mid-boss. But Leviathan, they get Tombstone up at the last moment, courtesy of D-Mob, and, you know, again, both Doorman, Graves, pretty effective at contest, and Leviathan put together a really good mid-boss contest that actually gets them ahead for a while. So, you know, for Leviathan, the fact that they were able to look at that situation and be like, hey, no ult at the entry, no problem. We've put together a comp we think could actually fight this. And they do. But yeah, this right here, was truly the end. And the timing on this, when you take a look at Empty Dreams, was about to drop a very fat Affliction. Could not have been better from Hoot.
And using the Quantum Entanglement to cleanse, I think that was the slowing hex. Actually, you can't Quantum when you're slowing hex, but you use it to get ahead and then just zips on forward with the Warp Stone. I mean, I don't know if the Affliction would have really changed that fight, honestly, but it's still, I mean, theoretically was such a smart play out of Hoot.
Just clean. You know, aside from that one little blip, that fight over at mid-boss when it looked like Leviathan was going to be able to get their way back into this one, it was a roller coaster for them. It was it's Sojo over. Oh my God, we're back, and then into just okay, no, buff enjoyers just win the whole damn thing. So, really, really well played by them to be able to take this one. I mean, you can see here kills wise, I don't think it was ever particularly close, but it was a good fight. You know, I backed Leviathan at the start of this day. I can say that I'm still very satisfied walking away from this one with the fight that they were able to put up. The fact that they were able to get into this championship match, to have that opportunity to try to go for the cash prize, they fall shy of it, but some improvements. What are your guys' thoughts, though, kind of zooming out now after the fact on the Graves?
Honestly, I think the Graves was maybe part of a protect pick, because I still think it may have been picked even late for buff enjoyers, even though you look at it as like, yeah, but who was on Dynamo? They could have reconfigured that a little bit. Honestly, I think Graves, especially with the focus on team fights and mid-boss comps, I don't think the Graves was the problem here. I think if I'm looking at issues draft-wise, I do wonder if Celeste is not being overvalued a little bit, where you think about the way that this draft started. It opened up with a Celeste Pocket as first 2 picks for Leviathan, and looking back at it, you could have denied Abrams going over and getting the Abrams Rem. I think Abrams Rem together in a lot of these fights has just been absolutely ridiculous. I think Rem in general, when you look at the sustain, has been unreal. And, you know, every one of these fights, it felt like was on a bit of a timer for Leviathan. It's either win the fight quickly, get a big affliction, or lose to sustain. And looking at the post-game numbers here, it kind of bears that out. So, yeah, I think part of the reason why Rem is able to do this is that Rem gets best friends and tanky characters. In this case, you know, the Abrams and the Warden. I don't think you could do anything about the Warden, but you may have been able to do something about the Abrams. And yeah, maybe buff enjoyers goes Billy, but, you know, between the 2 heroes and what we've seen, I actually think the Abrams is higher quality, and there's no guarantee that buff enjoyers actually would have taken this list. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but I think between the 2, I would have liked to have seen a higher priority on the Abrams, personally.
To go back to the Graves question real fast, if that mid-boss didn't happen, where the Borrow Decree from Demov kind of saved it for them, getting like 2 kills, would we have noticed Graves at all in that game? I mean, I'm not trying to like be BM about it or anything. I feel like it's in our memory because of that one play. But if that one play never existed, where was the impact from Graves? And I know obviously able to shove lanes. Like, to be fair, I think Leviathan were doing good on macro in terms of like taking these walkers. They were able to take the left walker off of the Unstable Rift, and took base guardians from that as well. They were able to take the right lane walker with the help of Demov, who kept putting Borrow Decrees down there. But when it came to team fight, I feel like when it came to where the game is decided, I don't think the Graves really did that much, bar that one play at mid.
Well, maybe still a little ways away until we start seeing Graves into the mix. I can tell that, you know, chat was just as confused as you guys when we saw that locked in. People were tuning in a little bit late, being like, "What is it Graves doing in my gameplay right now. Why is Graves in night shift? So I think it's safe to say, especially given that it's not on the winning team, that Dimov's not going to be up for the MVP with this one, even though it was a nice little clutch performance over the mid ball. So let's go ahead and get into the MVP and see who takes this one down. I think you could make
times, or honestly, just the healing that was being put out via tag along. A lot of these micro skirmishes that may have been a quick pick on someone like the Abrams or a quick pick on the a Venator, it just did not happen because Obafim was there, slowing things down, getting good healing off, and stopping what otherwise would have been big plays. I mean, this was one of the big ones here too, where you just see Rem put out a ton of healing and stop what would have been an otherwise deadly wombo combo. Yeah, Rem's a high priority pick right now in EU, but it doesn't look good without Obafim having a very strong game.
I mean, Obafim's always been, I don't want to say an unsung hero, but he's always played like really damn well. And I think he makes some good points about like thinking back to Vrake being dove under the right lane walker. He kept Vrake alive for such a long time. It allowed Cosmetical to rotate in and to actually turn it into a one-on-one kill, like a one-on-one exchange. But Obafim is just so solid. And I think what's so cool about him as a player now is we've seen him play like the traditional supports. We've also seen him play things like Drifter. We've seen him play things like Apollo. Like he's been allowed to flex out to some different roles to kind of increase the flexibility across the entire squad. But yeah, I mean, the 40K
where an entire game system changes, like that is not minor. Like,
right.
Just make no mistake about it. But even with the game changes being a little bit on the small side, I mean, EU has seen pretty radical meta development from week to week. And yeah, I mean, some of this is helped out by the fact that you have the W tourney going on at the same time, so you have more scrims. But again, if you were to look at hero priority from, this week to the week before to the week before, you are seeing some like pretty radical shifts. And, I think in this case, while Buff and Jors is usually the team that's, pushing some of this forward, I think Leviathan did make some interesting reads. Did everything work out in the final draft? No, but I do appreciate that they kind of took us in a different direction and nearly made it work, if not for, one or two fights going a different way.
Okay, well, there you go. Buff and Joyce, they're going to remain on top here at EU, but that's just the halfway point. We're going to take a look at the bracket, go ahead and shake down everything, because, of course, we also do have NA getting ready to come up, starting with that challenger match. We're going to have Poppers Pupils going up against Vanguard Gaming for the chance to play against the Melee Creeps and get the other half of that cash prize pool, which, of course, if you guys want to assist and bump it up those numbers, you can donate to increase that, as well as showing your support generally for the stream by subscribing, even just following, and also you can join the Patreon. So there's a lot of ways to contribute and improve the show and make sure that the teams are, getting their money's worth for their participation. But before I depart with you gentlemen, any predictions for NA as it gets ready to come up?
Well, my prediction for NA, it's not going to be just Mo and Krill in EU. Mo and Krill is coming back in force to NA. So the Mo and Krill army that's always out in chat where you can't even mention the name without the Mo Krill spam, I think they're going to be eating good today, because there's good reason to think that both Melee Creeps and Poppers Pupils are going to be looking to Mo and seeing Mo as the answer right now.
Well, I'm hoping
I'm going to pressure you for an answer, though. My question, who's going to win?
Point.
Sorry, for ZP, who wins?
Who wins? Honestly, I'm feeling like maybe Poppers Pupils takes it back today, unless, Vanguard Gaming just comes out and wildly surprises them, which, hey, you never know. Still a possibility.
All right, Jason.
I think it's going to come down to Melee Creeps, Poppers Pupils, and I think Poppers Pupils are going to win 2-1. I'm hoping for some NA competition, man. Melee Creeps looking good with DMB, but it's Poppers Pupils, man.
Okay, so looking for the dethrone, looking to have somebody else take over that spot in the championship slot. So we'll see if those predictions are going to be coming true as we get ready to go into North America. But we're going to go to a quick little break, and we're going to shake things up a bit. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me here alongside you. Hopefully it's the first of many and not the last. I'll do my best to not screw up the whole rest of the show and get fired. But it's been a pleasure catching up with you, Jason and ZP. A pleasure to work together after so very long. When we come back, I'm going to have Jake as well as DDK alongside me, and we'll get into North America, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere.
Venom. Let's take out the Venator.
To an end eventually.
the Venator.
It's to an end eventually.
The intro so nice we had to show it twice. Thank you guys for sticking with us. It's time to go into the North American segment. I'm Achilles if you're joining late, and I'm joined here, of course, by Jake and DDK, the regular stays, the mainstays here on the broadcast. I am but a mere pupil who is here to get, enveloped in the Deadlock world for the very first time. So thank you guys for having me.
It's a pleasure to be back with you, Seth. We've worked together many a time before. I just got back from Busan. I'm really excited to get back into some Deadlock action as well. I think I even played a few games like jet lag to hell after I got back a couple days ago. So yeah, I'm pretty committed here.
I thought you were going to say that you were playing on the Korean server, because I was going to ask you how the experience was playing in Asia comparatively, because I think you probably get some more favorable ping over here. We got pretty good connection speed as it does turn out. Go ahead.
I should have tried it, but...
Jake, did you take the train to Busan?
I did not. I took the plane to Busan. There's notably less zombies with that mode of transport, so I just thought it would be wiser. But the train to Busan, I'm told, is great.
That's gonna be like the best anti-marketing media ever. I feel like,
I mean, it ended up working out quite well, because all the tourists who came over, they're like, well, I have to take the train to Busan. So in fact, the KTX sales probably went through the roof after that movie had come out. So I think it did wonders for the train economy here in South Korea. But yeah, unfortunately, didn't get to see you while you were over here, scheduling conflicts and all that, but it's okay. We're making up for it now by getting ready to go into night shift. So let's go ahead and just dive straight into the bracket as we try to make up for some lost time having to rerun through that intro. We got to see Buff and Joy's defending their title over there in the EU finals. Now we get ready to go into NA for the challenger match. It's going to be Popper's Pupils going up against Vanguard Gaming for the chance to go up against Melee Creeps.
Yeah, Vanguard for me, one of the exciting newer teams in the space, but they've been showing some decent results. They've got a tough one, though, in the challenger match, because Popper's Pupils was knocked down to this spot last week by the Melee Creeps. Now Popper's Pupils are back in full force with Xeno, with the full lineup, so this is going to be one of the tougher challenger matches yet for Vanguard Gaming. But in a best of one, anything can happen, guys.
Yeah, totally.
Absolutely.
I agree.
I mean, we saw that in the EU. Everybody thought that I was stupid because I said Leviathan was going to win, but look at me now.
True, that was a bold prediction, Achilles. I feel like if you've been on as many night shift shows as we have, there's no way you're ever making that prediction. So I respect it, though. Yeah, you came in with fresh eyes, and it benefited you.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just kind of have that effect. I had the same thing over in the Overwatch League. I joined in. I mean, granted, I didn't predict him. I don't think I predicted for them to win, but I did get to cast the first ever Shanghai Dragons win, which kind of pissed everybody off. So sometimes you just kind of you luck into it. You're there for the first time, or the first time in a long time, and just managed to make that one happen. But going into this one, I don't really have too solid of a read. I think the popular vote is probably going to be the Pupils themselves. So maybe I'll just say, screw it, Vanguard win, and we'll see if it happens again. Can lightning strike twice? We'll find out.
I mean, that would be a pretty huge upset, but let's take a look at the rosters, see what the teams are going to be working with going into this. Popper's Pupils, of course, a mainstay on this show. They have been a pretty consistent winner here in North America. A lot of these players have been on very successful teams in the past, so it's not a shock that they've come together to form a very powerful unit. Xeno was out of the lineup last week, and arguably that takes a really core piece of this roster away, and that maybe is part of why Melee Creeps were able to take the throne back. Though for Popper's Pupils, for them, I think first place is absolutely the standard given their performances so far, and it's almost the expectation coming into today, even with some tough teams on the other sides of the matches.
the form check is going to be fun to see. I think for sure with respect to, as you say, getting Xeno back, I think given the evolution that we've seen with melee creeps and like kind of where they're at, I think it really sets up an exciting final. If that is to be the final, obviously best of ones can bring interesting things, and there's definitely lots to talk about with Vanguard as we get into their kind of second week in a row here.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a zoom in on the looks here for Vanguard, and I mean, Shadow Viz, just saying, I like the Graves as a signature hero. We didn't see that much success from the Graves earlier on. It caused some confusion after we got that one in the draft. I mean, what's the over-under? It seems like it's probably going to be fairly unlikely that we see that come out.
Yeah, she's definitely been one of the underpicked heroes. Kind of unique, and I think that there maybe are going to be ways for teams to work her in, but also maybe balance patches to come. I mean, I wouldn't read too much into these signature heroes. Seven and Victor also would be pretty off the wall if they ended up actually coming into these matches. But honestly, I appreciate these teams giving us some off-meta signature heroes, get some more of this beautiful art to be featured here on the roster. But for me, it's not about the heroes they pick. It's about the team that they've formed together, these players, right? And that they've been grinding through to actually be here in the night shift, to be featured and to be in our top 3 slot is already, I think, something meaningful for teams in competitive Deadlock, with the scene being so small right now. So I'm excited just to see what Vanguard Gaming can do, and if they can put up a solid performance against one of NA's best.
I think ultimately that's what we're looking for, is just, some really good competitive gameplay between the teams. Let them show off what they got, what they're capable of, because like you said, we're in the nascent stages of Deadlock as an esport. This is kind of the place that it exists at the moment, at least as far as, widespread between NA and EU. There's of course other tournaments that are out there. But I'm excited to see, how things develop as the game gets ready to, go into a launch and then continues to develop into an esport, and the scene builds. How many of these names that you will have seen for the first time ever, here at Night Shift, that then go on to do great things in a larger circuit down the line. So stuff like that is always neat to see, where people kind of come from. But it looks like we're ready to go into the picks and bans. We do not have a 1v1 for this one, so we'll just go straight into it. And well, we had plenty of Rem in EU, and it's immediately going to be banned by Pops.
Still surprising for the very first ban to be Rem is kind of off the wall. Not usually a character that gets the first ban wave, like usually a character that makes it through. With Lash and Mirage have been like really top quality bans, and Vanguard is going to continue to leave a lot of high prio heroes in the pool. Poppers Pupils, they can take one, but I actually like this from Vanguard Gaming, because as second pick, they're going to get 2 of the top heroes with these very strange first bans coming in. Like a lot of the top meta heroes are still going to be available. This one could be a very spicy best of one.
Yeah, and you got to imagine that a doorman or something is now available to come in. Like, do you get the Billy in there as well? So many good options here for Vanguard Gaming to open up.
Lash and Mirage, though, for me, are like terrifying characters right now in terms of just the dizzying heights that they can bring from a character perspective. But Vanguard opens with Drifter. Okay, I have no idea what to expect anymore. Maybe like another lane dominator to assist the Drifter and getting the snowball going. I would think Lash would be or rather Mirage would be the pick for that, but I don't know what to think with these first picks coming in.
I always love when you're doing a show and you get into it and you're just like, okay, you know what? We got to the one region, and now I think I'm starting to get a cursory or a tenuous grasp on how things are going to be going. And then you shift over to the other region, and it's just like, oh no, everything that you just learned, everything you just saw, throw it out the window. Maybe everything that we just saw, throw it out the window as well. I'm not too sure. We'll get word on that from production.
Did we get you baited? Did we get you baited with the fake
We
draft?
might have just been colossally baited.
I wouldn't be shocked given how completely crazy some of those picks were. I mean, the pocket first pick is like, I get it.
Sure.
I think that's not completely wild, but the Drifter Bebop, I don't mind them coming in, but I think those are the picks you kind of go for to round out a draft once you already have some of these super premium choices. So see if we can get that rectified and get back into maybe the real draft. I'm with TBD what actually happened.
I mean, if part of that, I mean, if that is real, even if half of what we just saw is real, then I'm still confused. And I'm the guy who doesn't know anything coming into this one, and I'm confused. So now you really know that we're subverting expectations, and like in a way that Brian Johnson could only hope that he could ever do. It looks like we did have some errors on it. We're going to be bringing it back up here pretty shortly, and then we'll see how much of this is going to continue forward. Because I was not expecting to see the Drifter kind of generally, but especially not as a first round pick.
It's interesting. The Drifter has actually been, I think, more relevant recently than when he first released, with teams kind of really valuing the ability to provide vision and the spirit nuke on, you know, your first skill being actually quite potent. And so being a hero that like gets you vision and maybe scouts things out and has the information that an enemy player is alone, like that information game aspect has proved to be pretty valuable for competitive teams. But let's see if it actually ends up making it in before we ended up talking up those stocks too highly. Power Fuel still first pick, but maybe things are a little, even the bans, to be fair, were like kind of really strange for me. So I wouldn't be shocked if those first bans were different.
Yeah. I think we're in a very bursty meta as well. I think that's something that Drifter does really well, like Calico. So, I mean, it looks like it's going to be the same, right? I actually don't think we're being trolled here. If you think about it from Vanguard Gaming's perspective too, they should go for like ultra comfort. You know, like don't try to game the draft, just like go ultra comfort, like absolutely guarantee what you want.
In fairness, I wouldn't hate that perspective, right? For a team that's like a big underdog in a tough series in a BO1, you might be better served getting, like, I want the draft to make sense internally. If you don't do that, you just can't compete. Like, you need to have like the pieces that are required to have a successful deadlock comp, but they can be the versions of those pieces that are the ones you're actually super comfortable piloting versus what is considered like best in class and maybe being forced to pick those.
One thing I will add,
so far so accurate,
is that last week we saw Biscuit be able to play Lash. Obviously, Lash is like a S-tier pick at the moment, and yeah, I was going to say for Biscuit,
this makes a lot more sense.
That performance that she had was incredibly strong. So obviously, overall, it was a hard game to do well in, but the performance she was able to put up was actually really respectable given the circumstance. So that is definitely, I think, a fairly expected choice there.
I also think Billy is an extremely they go Doorman over the Billy here. I almost would rather see the Billy here because I'm scared of like the low main Billy on the other side. Like that is a real problem for Lash. You ever get chain gang that really mitigates your ability to like stay above the fight and play the position that you want to be. And on top of that, the follow-up is pretty powerful. Doorman can be used as kind of a Billy counter though, so maybe Popper's Pupils worried about that as they go for the McGinnis.
Okay. Already quite a bit of differentiation, between the two regions, and I'm sure that's no revelation to you guys. But for me, I'm like, okay, we are in the Wild West here, and you're talking about the Billy. It's going to be taken by Popper's Pupils, so they are just going to go ahead and lock that one through.
And he's always a little bit wild. I feel like E is like the level set. It's like what theoretically feels like is probably like the best, like most tested, and maybe. But at the same time, with Deadlock, you never know. Yeah, like
we say that, but they picked Graves Dynamo in the last game, so you know things are getting a little bit wild in EU as well.
Warden.
It's Vanguard Gaming who are just running the table with extremely top meta picks. Like on both teams, honestly, both teams are getting crazy tools that we just never see in combination because. These heroes, like 5 of the first 6 pick heroes, are like always getting first ban. At least a couple of them are typically off the field. So this one could be kind of crazy. Mirage, Dorman, Lash on the same team. I honestly don't know that I've ever seen that in our matches, at least in the last few months of the meta.
What do you think about this though, with the Apollo ban coming through? Because this is something that's very much just kind of floated. And we did see picked twice in EU just earlier on, but there was no ban priority paid attention to at all. Is this a targeted ban for somebody on Poppers, or is just a change up in the play styles?
I think they just playing not to get like run over. Apollo for me is one of the best laners in the game, like has the most explosive early game and then snowballs with a lot of burst damage, likes to get active. And for Popper's Pupils, the draft that they have, I feel like would be really benefited by what Apollo brings. Spirit nuking, good connection. Even the Billy chain is a great setup for Italia Lausanne. So you pull everyone together and then immediately curse them with the Italia Lausanne, and that is pretty devastating. So I like that they ban out the Apollo. I think that's well targeted. Viscous is still going to be the pickup here. Could be nice as a save into a lot of the threat that Vanguard are bringing, but Viscous has definitely dropped quite a bit in priority over the last month or so. I think a lot of teams have been straying away from him, but Pupils are still going to go for it.
Yeah, one thing too, I think that's tough is that with Vanguard Gaming, like a front line that you have left that's kind of nice would maybe be Mo, but again, you go up against the Viscous with the cube and so on. It's like such a nice counter, so that's not going to feel quite as good. Although Mo's overall strength has improved a bit. Bebop is definitely kind of nice. You can brawl with Bebop. It can be pretty tanky, I suppose. Not a classic frontliner, but they can play a really brawly approach with this roster. They may just forego like a classic frontline entirely and just go for. I mean, they could get really crazy here, Jake. You could see a Yamato in there or something. And we'll see that. But the Drifter is a nice way.
There's the Bebop Drifter. Okay, I'm understanding now from what happened in the previous drafts. the Viva Drifter actually are the closeout picks. But these make a lot more sense for me. Like the Calico Drifter Bebop is going to be pretty scary as a group of 3 that can move around the map. And like in Papa Shields finish with the Mo, which I also think is actually quite nice here. They got Mirage, Lash. These are characters. These are the carries for Vanguard Gaming in this game. They're going to be getting most of the farm in the side lanes, and having some hard catch and lockdown is going to be crucial, because those are the reason Mirage and Lash are such high priority heroes is basically because they're so hard to catch and kill. They have really, really powerful, unique mobility and survivability on their kits, and we'll have to see if Vanguard Gaming can actually outmaneuver the Mo, Paradox, a lot of the ganking utility here from Pauper's Pupils.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, it's looking like Vanguard a good amount of pick potential here. So I'm curious how this goes. ZP, his prediction that he gave before his departure was that we were gonna be seeing a lot of Mo and Krill as well here in America. So far, so good. It's living up to it.
And I think it's I think like Jake said, it's super nice against what Vanguard Gaming have. Vanguard Gaming do have a window though to in theory be able to win the game, which is it's got to be a successful early laning phase that unlocks Calico and allows the Drifter, the Calico, to roam with the Bebop as well. And you have to get they have to get really active and kind of win from the get-go. And I feel like if you don't achieve that, I think they're going to get pretty shut down. That's my fear.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to predict against Pauper's Pupils as we go into this game 1, just because their pedigree as a team, right? Like, but I will say draft-wise, I like what Vanguard Gaming got. I think they did really well. I think choosing in response to the Rem ban to ban Abrams instead of another top meta pick, it allowed them to have second pick be Lash Thorman, which is crazy to see those picks go towards the second pick team. So they've got a lot of S tier tools in the kit. They've got a lot of ganking potential. And I think you're right, Dan, to say that those gankers, the Calico, the Bebop, the Drifter, need to get off to a hot start in order to really have the impact they're hoping for in this game.
Well, gentlemen, with that, I'm just going to go ahead and leave this over to you. So, Jake, DDK, have fun, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, sir. I didn't allow Achilles to get a clean kind of exit there. That's my bad, Jake. I'm very rude.
That's what they say about the Brits, famously.
I know.
Famously rude. Me as an American, no, I would never. As we get into the laning phase, I am a little bit surprised. I saw in the draft, let's see if this is correct. Was this a Lefa McGinnis? I mean, we talk about what Lefa is known for as a player, and I feel like McGinnis is the antithesis of the things I come to expect from him. And it is, in fact, the Lefa McGinnis. I mean, McGinnis carry has been more and more popular for competitive teams, realizing that, hey, she's got the gun to be a carry in a package that has quite a bit more utility than you would normally have on this role. So we'll have to see if that works out. But laning against Mirage, this is a real tough test for Lefa. I mean, this is kind of the strongest laner in the game. I don't think that's completely crazy to say. Maybe alongside Apollo. But of the carries, certainly the one with the biggest presence in the laning phase.
And I think one thing that we must be very aware of in this game, we talked about a really important win condition for just the overall setup of the roster for Vanguard Gaming is this early game. And so we got to focus on, okay, where can they win the early game, and what is it that Pauper's Pupils have that could be an issue there? And I think, a McGinnis lane is expected to be a winning lane, generally speaking. And so for you, if you're against the McGinnis lane, then you're going to be wanting to at least slow it down to like losing your Guardian in like 8 minutes would be an amazing result. But that means you also need to like win a Guardian somewhere else before that time as well. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure there. And then what do you think is the best lane here for Vanguard Gaming?
Oh, it's a tough call because I think Mirage Calico is in a vacuum their strongest lane, but up against McGinnis and Mo, it's going to be hard for that to be like dominant, I'd say. I do think this side lane with Drifter Bebop can be pretty scary, especially up against Pocket, who is pretty weak in the laning phase. Trade here, though, would be massive. Billy getting a lot of value off this blasted. Doesn't want to overextend into some Bebop bombs, but also the mid lane, going to be pretty important. Poppers is going to be playing the Viscous this game. We'll see if he can have that early game tempo play that you love to see on Viscous, but Xeno has been really impressive. You saw his record 3-0 on the Paradox in recent matches.
All right, so I'm going to be interested to see some of the builds in this game as well. That's something that evolves in these as the metas evolve. The builds evolve. The way we're seeing lots of Veilwalkers, for example. That's like been something that's come into the meta pretty significantly. And so I'll be curious to see how many Veilwalkers get picked up in this game, how much that can kind of help Vanguard Gaming, for example, because again, they really need to be playing very fast, aggressive, more of a kind of bursty assassination kind of play style in exiting this early laning phase as the roaming starts. So we'll be looking at the kind of the tools that they're going to use for that purpose.
Like the Drifter goes for a rebuttal here, see if Dash can find any cheeky parries on Billy. Certainly makes you think twice on Billy before going for those light melees. And this lane's really trying to weather the storm. I mean, once Bebop finds hooks, like that's where you're really worried. And I think you get hooked into like the Drifter claws right now for Billy, could easily be a kill. So you see this Pocket Billy playing so defensive, just clearing creeps. The upside for them, though, is that there's not great tower damage on the other side. They are going to go all in here, trying to put some pressure on the Drifter.
Yeah, really nice. I love how they're playing right now because they know that the trades in the lane at this time in the lane is just not good for them. But there's a nice connection on the hook. Can Pocket survive this? 200 HP. Oh, it's not looking very good at the moment. It's looking for some extra shots coming out of the Drifter as well. 16 HP, and the bomb is going to do it. Very, very well found there. The punish onto Lee. Good parry, and that's what we're talking about. That rebuttal coming in to full effect from Dash. Brilliant stuff from Vanguard Gaming to get it off to the start that they need in this lane.
That parry's honestly a big find, because if Lomane just gets the counter kill on Bebop and is able to walk off that fight, like, it honestly pretty much is an even trade in the lanes. But because Dash turns it around with the parry, gets that finishing kill, it's going to look a lot more awkward. And here's that McGinnis lane we talked about. Puts a wall behind the Mirage, tries to commit in for this kill, but clearing the creeps relatively quickly are Mirage and Calico. They're not going to be too worried about this. And McGinnis has yet to put really meaningful tower pressure on. I feel like that's been good awareness from Vanguard Gaming to just keep these turrets suppressed and make sure the push doesn't really get explosive against them.
Yeah, and you know, the monster rounds plus the intensifying magazine, this is like the optimal items to push the tower damage as much as possible and really just, I guess, grind the lane down. But yeah, like you're saying, I think so far so good for Vanguard Gaming in the early game.
That early kill for Drifter gets the ultimate online. It's going to be the first ult of the game. Really nice with these buffs online, but nonetheless, Popper's Pupils managed to get both buffs. Well played from them. That early buff can be quite nice. The vitality is going to be huge for Paradox. And for Mo, a spear buff is like almost the poor man's vitality buff, right? Amping up that scorn, improving your cooldowns. Mo, I think, is a particularly good user of the spear buff in this very early phase of the game.
And I saw that Dash picked up the restorative locket like very early on there. So actually a lot of vitality invest from the Drifter. Obviously quite nice because Drifter's kind of squishy, but that restorative lock is really nice as a playmaking tool. So we'll have to see how that comes into fashion in a moment, but we'll get some more pressure here on the punish onto Bebop, who was left pretty low. Good find to, again, like put the pressure back onto Vanguard Gaming and what should be, at least what we pegged, as the lane that they're looking to really win. And they do have half tower damage, but we're at the 6-minute mark, so I wouldn't say that that's particularly good pacing.
Yeah, the towers, I don't think there's anything decisive yet, but what's decisive for me is that League completely skips green items and actually finds that kill. Like, if you go no greens on Pocket, you're really hoping to find a punish on the other side, but because he gets away with it, I feel like this could be a very big game for League, and that'll be problematic for Vanguard Gaming. I mean, Fed Pocket, we know, can be a huge problem in competitive Deadlock. 2,000 soul lead right now for Popper's Pupils. Nothing amazing, but definitely some cracks beginning to show as McGinnis continues to keep this pressure on in the side lane.
Yeah, and I got to say, with respect to that, it's not like a very early win somewhere for Vanguard Gaming, like maybe you'd be looking for with their comp. But at the same time, you know, there's a lot of problems on the other end of things. Popper's Pupils have lots of ways to take early Guardians, and they haven't been able to find them. So Vanguard Gaming actually doing a great job at keeping the game at an even kill at the moment. They're looking to try to punish here, and you can see the pressure coming in. Popper's Pupils really trying to convert off of this McGinnis Mo lane, trying to make sure they can get this Guardian down, staying very present in a forward position. There is the combo, though, coming on through. That's a 26 HP escape.
Calculated, Dan. Calculated.
Oh my goodness.
You never needed to worry. Hey, she should be able to walk this off, but Lefa doesn't really care. Like, pushing away the Calico is enough of a win. Like, this should now be a free tower for the McGinnis. So we got a pause coming in for Vanguard Gaming, but his pause is not going to change the fate of the side Guardian. McGinnis is going to pick this one up and open up a lot of space to start accelerating her farm. This is, you know, this is why you pick McGinnis. It's why she goes so early in the draft, is that she offers this incredible ability to pressure early objectives. But for Vanguard Gaming, you would have hoped to maybe stall it out just a little longer. Now when those sinners spawn at 8 minutes, going to be tough to contest on this side of the map.
Yeah, one thing that I think is interesting to hear Jake, is, we're seeing that Pupils Pupils are going to be winning this right side Guardian. They're also going to be probably winning the mid Guardian. If not now, they're going to win it momentarily as you get one of the two players on this right side. Probably is going to be not the McGinnis. I would imagine you want to keep the McGinnis on the lane, just like farming up and just pressuring. So I'd imagine you get the Mo average to kind of go across to mid. Now the question is, if you know that that's the play that Pupils Pupils will make off the macro, does Vanguard Gaming try to stack up on the mid lane and try to actually like win an exchange there? Get 4 players there in anticipation of that maneuver.
Yeah, they could think about it, maybe trying to defend around Biscuit's Lash ult. Scary prospect, though, because Xeno and Poppers, they've done great work in the mid lane. They've already got that tower low. It's almost guaranteed for McGinnis to be able to claim that if she's able to walk up uncontested. The Doorman, also kind of a scary prospect to push into, but wait, as I say that, a kill on Leffa would be absolutely massive. He's farmed right now. He would love to jungle up, but some clean movement is going to be enough to get him away. That would have been a big difference maker for Calico to find, but Leffa walks it off, should be able to heal up, no problem. And Xeno and Poppers, they just get it done on their own here, picking up a kill onto the Lash, and the Doorman ult is down, but something tells me Xeno's going to be just fine here with the help of the Viscus.
Yeah, definitely a really strong mid lane. Nice swap there for that kill. And good, also keeping, I think, that McGinnis lane somewhat honest. And Mo can't really seem to, Average can't seem to walk away too far from Leffa because, you're very vulnerable then as the McGinnis with the lack of mobility to getting kind of bursted on. So definitely keeping that lane honest. We're actually going to get rotation to that right side lane. That's going to be Geo on the Bebop looking to get a hook. And that could be where some action goes the way of Vanguard as they do put focus on the right side now.
Right side indeed. Getting a counter kill on the McGinnis tower would be nice. And Bebop here, McGinnis is not a hero who can reposition easily. So if she gets hooked in deep, could be a real problem. They're able to find that. Mo's the target, but he's more than happy to soak a hook. Not a problem for the Mole Man. Takes the bomb as well, but I like this pairing of the Mo and the McGinnis. It's just, they're both very difficult to clear. They have a lot of heals, a lot of sustain, and keeping the Mo here signals that, in the end for Proper Schools, they're looking to just play the farm game. They're not in a rush to progress objectives. They've already secured an 8k soul lead, 7 now, but nonetheless, a pretty significant one. Tunnel farm, though, is a nice way for Shadowviz to get back into that farm conversation. And this last Guardian, the healthiest.
Yeah, good pressure coming on top of it. No real response just yet. In fact, with 3 players on Pupils People's side, I mean, they would love a defense here to be able to dive this, but it's too low. No real chance to get anything done there for Vanguard Gaming. So just playing it defensively, they're in this reactive position right now. And that always is a position that really sucks to be in when you feel like you're not able to take initiative and just getting pushed around the map. But that's kind of where they find themselves.
Getting a counter pick on a tower is nice. And I will say, in the end, this is the value of McGinnis, right? Normally in a lot of games, if you go 3-0 on these initial Guardian trades, I'm pretty worried about the team that's behind, but it's the value of McGinnis. And in the end, if you're able to just get through to that first rift, the comeback mechanics of the rift are so strong that there really is a powerful way back into the game. As long as you don't feed away too many kills, give up too many of these key secondary objectives, I don't know that a rift is even contestable for Popper's Pupils, like with the resist it'll be providing.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I mean, it's going to be nice, though, in Constellation to be just getting the uncross, especially on Paradox. But here comes that find, and you were talking about this Biscuit getting targeted on that Lash and against the chain gang. I think you mentioned it in the draft. It's really such a great way to just counter the movement of Lash out there in the open. And it looks like the Un should be turned in. There's not too much on the other end of it. Might be able to get some steals, though. Geo is there in position as they try to turn in the egg. In the egg. I missed it. I missed the egg.
The new egg.
Let's go.
For Xeno. Pretty much all the souls going Xeno's way. That's the wall from the McGinnis. Another additional utility from the hero. And oh my, the Bebop looks to be in real trouble. Just gets run through by Xeno, making his impact felt with this mobility buff.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting game, I think, in terms of how, like you highlighted, Popper's Pupils just playing it slow and steady. Not really trying to do too much. I think we saw that last week against Vanguard Gaming where they were getting kind of run over out of the early lane. But this is going to just be a slow burn. Slow advantages taken, just slowly leveraging those advantages in each respective lane. Not playing a hyper-aggressive playstyle, but really looking quite formidable. And yeah, like you said, there's not also too much to be done about Lefa. That's kind of like one of those issues. And McGinnis is just like left alone to kind of just do whatever. And the Rift is coming up on the right side. And as you say, that was not contestable really with the resistances, with the deficit that right now Vanguard Gaming have. So this could be an opportunity for them to do something.
Mo, very annoying hero in these circumstances. Still, dancing with the doorman near the walker is a scary proposition. Average doing what he can to put a lot of pressure on. Rift being capped, it will be contested from Pauper's Pupils. They're going to look off of it, and they just have to give up the Rift. But they get rid of the resist quickly, so Vanguard Gaming, I don't know if they want to stick around for the fight here. Macro also looks pretty rough for them. Pocket getting a really meaningful amount of damage here on this side walker. And with Mo coming in, they're going to all in for it. Why not, I guess?
And this could backfire potentially. We do get the Affliction coming out. It's going to whiff, not connecting with anybody on Vanguard Gaming. Opportunity strikes for them as they do manage to punish Lee. Stuck there, lost in the source, but staying there for a purpose. Taking down the Walker. That was the mission. Mission accomplished. They give up 2 lives for it. But I mean, a Walker at 12 minutes, 30 seconds, I think you're happy with that.
It is nice. Finding 2 kills is I think, enough of a punish for Vanguard Gaming to be okay with it. But yeah, opening up the map with that walker, it's going to make things a little bit more suspect for Wage to try and play the farm game. This is another objective in the mid lane, having that mid pressure is the boxes on mid here. Like, there's so many boxes in the small area. This is actually a pretty significant amount of souls and buffs to be claimed here. And Lome is the one to pick it up. So the value of a dominant mid lane further being showcased. The mid Guardian, though, has been traded off the field. So no more Guardians remaining here at mid-map. A lot of opportunity for playmaking to occur. Zeno, definitely going to be one of those players who wants to have a piece of that action.
Yeah, and this part of the game, too, is so important that for Vanguard Gaming, again, you're going to be activating your Calico, your Drifter, your Bebop, trying to find ways to harass the other team. One of the issues, though, with that is that they've been losing the macro game so much, they're lacking kind of the vision, and with that, the opportunity to maybe find more opportunities with respect to picks and ambushes. So again, we're kind of in this reactive state of play, and so far, they're not like insanely far behind, but it's slowly getting worse.
That's an aggressive move. They do get the combo though. Good connection onto the Lash. Biscuit finding herself in a lot of trouble. Is the rundown going to be there? Scoring in 1 second. A runaway would be massive, but it's certainly Lash. Caught dead right to the flog though. Hold on, and dancing back to the walker. There's still a shred of a chance. Has the Lash while putting Lefa between a rock and a hard place. Lash goes down, but the damage may be done. See if Vanguard can come in for the cleanup, or maybe just low main, too powerful on the Billy. The Pauper's Pupils getting a cleanup. Doorman's here, but I don't think he can do much on his own.
They're getting chased as well by the Mo. Average going straight through that door, trying to see if there's a punish. Back through the door again, and it does get closed in the nick of time for the escape. Very well done. And I mean, it's 10k deficit on the souls, which doesn't feel like insane, but the macro is really where the game is such a struggle at the moment for Vanguard Gaming. That walker on the right side now, it's very vulnerable. And so you can be sure that that's going to be an easy target that Pauper's Pupils are going to be looking to exploit later on. And speaking of exploitation, they're going aggressive here for just killing your enemy's jungle. It's also just adding insult to injury.
Oh, Zeno got maybe baited into this. I think there may be a chase. Is he going to go for it? Yes, he will. And yeah, that's a finish. Great find for Dash, baiting the spirit buff.
I see pocket.
Zeno just got absolutely smoked. Another stack for Drifter. Big find, and he's actually been quietly having himself a decent game here on Drifter. Not playing the sidewave farm, but still getting significant souls, getting a few stacks online. And with all the Guardians off the field, I mean, this is the moment where this Drifter Calico, I think, looks a little bit stronger. Second turn of the game, though, could be another uncontested dunk. And so at this point, I mean, a lot of souls, a lot of permanent buffs have been gained by Pauper's Pupils from these urns.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that there was nothing there for Vanguard to at least try to steal some of the souls, but they're very concerned, I think rightly so, with the control on the right side of the map where their walker is just so desperately low. A couple players deep in the jungle, low main included on this Billy. Pretty isolated, there's an opportunity maybe, but in close quarters, definitely going to be a nicer engagement for low main. Swap coming on through, very dangerous territory right now for Zeno. Half HP on the escape here. The Drifter's mark is surely going to be enough to finish it off with the Rend coming through indeed with the kill. And actually a nice punish on the Pauper's Pupils. They got really deep into enemy territory there, Jake. That's 2 kills for Vanguard Gaming.
Yeah, they've been playing was really, really patient, Dan, but this time it pays off in a big way. Lomain thinks he can get away with snatching some of the doubles, and instead, they lose 2 kills. Vanguard now should be able to comfortably farm their own doubles, and that's a big team fight win. Yeah, maybe we don't call it a team fight, but still a couple big picks coming in. You're still farming the lanes with Mirage during that moment. Like, certainly does keep this game winnable for Vanguard Gaming, and yet they are still significantly behind. They still have more comeback to do.
Yeah, and you can see like just how incredibly pushed that left side lane was, again, because Vanguard Gaming have had to have a lot of players on the right side. I mean, it's just been very hard to be deep on the left, especially because no map control avails you to get ganked as well. So still, they are traversing dangerous territory. All it takes is, one good team fight, and then they can, just turn the game around, claim some objectives, maybe improve the macro situation, and perhaps, that patience, as you say, it's like slowly working out. There's that Veil Walker.
Oh, this could be a good catch. Doorman has a lot of ways out of these tough scenarios, but he just doesn't have the HP. The burst is absolutely wild from these mid laners. The catch from Bebop is nice, but Viscous still healthy, still has roll if he even needs it, trying to just play his way out with the punches. And Division, I mean, definitely a key part of this mid lane defense, playing the door and threatening to send people back onto the Walker. Of course, the Stomp is no longer reliable follow-up for that play, but nonetheless, being pulled, that deep in enemy territory can be enough. And instead, Poppers people say, hey, no Doorman, no ability to get into the mid boss. We're going to send it, but it's such a risky move. A lot of contestation coming in from Vanguard Gaming. Poppers get off the mid boss, look for the kills.
Yeah, definitely the right move here. Vanguard Gaming going for the challenge, but that is by design here for Poppers Pupils, looking for the fights. And right now, really nice combo coming on through for the lockdown there. Shadowvis will go down, and with that, you do get some response here from Vanguard Gaming, but they're getting slowly pushed back to their own Walker, and you've got Poppers Pupils now trying to pick the fight. Biscuit comes through with that Death Slap, again trying to zone.
That's a good one. A big affliction onto 3. But I don't think there's going to be much follow-up this close to the Walker. The wave is getting really bad now for Poppers Pupils. Couple waves crashing against them. The Rift also spawns. They go back in to finish the job. Remember, mid-boss already down at half. And with the Affliction zoning players away, this looks really comfortable for Poppers Pupils. Despite being down 1, a good read from them, and they get a clean triple rejuve. And should be able to get out of this one unscathed as well. Will they go for the Rift fight, though? It's hard, even with rejuves, to deal with that level of resist. Average going to take the test. Oh, this looks bad for Mo, though. He is just getting evaporated.
Yeah, getting absolutely cooked out here. Oh, man. The burrow comes on through again. That's lower cooldown, really paying off there, and might actually survive this situation. In come the teammates finally. The burrow indeed able to get out of the ground, survive, and it's going to be a stolen rift by Poppers Pupils. That does not feel good.
That is so massive. Using the strength of the rejuve, average, even if it went down, right, I guess would have been totally worth it. Instead, they have their cake and eat it too. Still triple rejuve. There's no Walker here to deal with these super minions. And oh, another catch. Once again, the mid lane has proven to be a disastrous place to fight. Despite Doorman, despite the mid walker being alive, Xeno has just taken so much here at this part of the map.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's that Veil Walker was part of the previous kill, but I've seen there's been like quite a few Veil Walker into swap kills, which are very hard to avoid, especially with the carbine trigger, and you have like that insane movement speed. You can get into like really forward positions for very surprising swaps. And Xeno, coming back today here for Poppers Pupils, putting them back at full strength is definitely looking nice on the Paradox. And as you can see on the soul difference chart, reclaiming the advantage when they were in a period of the game, I feel Poppers Pupils where, yeah, there was, some level of comeback happening for Vanguard Gaming. But now that right side Walker goes down, once again, another run picked up by Poppers Pupils, in for a great fight. 3 off the Affliction.
Oh, that's big. Geo's incredibly low. Has to slip out towards the mid lane. Any bit of damage will be enough. Maybe Bebop is going to be okay. Non-lethal damage from Affliction. It's going to send him back to the base, but the pressure just continues to be piled on by Poppers Pupils. There's still a minute left on this rejuve, and they show no signs of backing down. Wave, though, has to be cleared before they can continue to cast another urn. Fully free dunked by Lefa, and every objective on the map feels like it's being claimed by Vanguard, or rather by Poppers Pupils. Vanguard Gaming are struggling to stabilize in a match that's really pulled away against them.
Yeah, getting zoned away completely from the Walker. Biscuit will zipline back in there, but I mean, Lefa's gonna put the wall up for some private time with the Walker and that minigun. And right now, Dash just caught behind that wall. It's going to go down, and it's just too much damage, I think, at this point for Vanguard Gaming to sustain. And in addition to the fact that there are still these rejuves online, and You know, life is just going from bad to worse. Every single lane crashing against Vanguard Gaming's base now.
And honestly, Pupils Pupils are putting on a masterclass in how to get the absolute most out of these rejuves. They are going to go for a base dive as the rejuves are starting to expire, but they're up 2. Maybe they're just willing to fight even without the rejuves. A giant lash roll, but where's the follow-up? 3 players down for Vanguard Gaming. They're not out of the woods yet, and what a swap back down. Brings Lash to earth. Xeno back in the action and making every bit of difference as now Shrines next on the menu here for Pupils Pupils. This game has gone from bad to worse. Vanguard Gaming really on the ropes now.
Yeah, not too much to be done. You know, they were able to clean up those side lanes a little bit, so maybe, you know, those minions can do some damage to the walkers. I'd imagine you can get back there in time if you're Pupils Pupils. But it wouldn't even matter if they lost both walkers to the troopers at this point. I don't know that it would. Big difference on the souls. Almost 40k right now as the counter push does come in from Vanguard Gaming. They're trying to chase down some of these Pupils Pupils players, looking to see what they can find here. But it's like Pupils Pupils will control that escape, be able to fall off without losing anybody.
I like that they go for that, though, for Vanguard Gaming. I mean, a lot of things that Vanguard Gaming are doing in this game are as although it may seem a really dominant game for Pupils Pupils, I am still impressed. Like, a lot of teams would have maybe played slow, cleared the minions in base, where, you know, in the end, yeah, you don't lose another shrine for leaving the minions. You have a chance for a kill, a chance for a comeback, and they're taking each chance that they get, but there's not many left, and with the soul lead being what it is now, we are entering kind of stat check territory, and even when the next rift spawns, like, the resist is absolutely off the chain for Vanguard Gaming, and I still don't actually know if they're even going to be able to get out on the map to contest objectives like Rift and Urn. Urn, by the way, I think every single soul from Urn in this game has gone to Pupils Pupils. They have done 3 in a row, and I'm pretty sure the last hits have honestly not even been contested. So that's a ton of souls. 6k buys waiting in the wings for both McGinnis and Mo. Scourge for average, that's a big find in a game like this. A lot of spirit damage being relied on for Vanguard Gaming, and for Lefa, this is absolutely disgusting. I mean, to drop 10k souls in a buy, they may, I mean, they're probably not going to push until maybe next mid-boss, but just hard to see how you can bring comeback fights to bear at this point.
Yeah, it's very tough.
Oops, we're on the Lefa cam for that. Lefa got exposed in 4k right there. The fat finger ulti.
And he's just getting rid of it so he can't press it later. Because why would you ever press that ult?
I mean, you don't need it, but
it's like the Windows key, Jake. You know, you don't want that going off mid-fight, right?
You got to press your Windows key early and often, you know, just to make sure it's still working. Bebop sharking for a hook, but I don't know if hooking a Mo is might be too big of a fish for Bebop to fry at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough. Trying to clean up the lanes, but again, they've been so constricted the whole game. I think we've seen this trend. Oh, hello. Okay, well, this is I mean, I know we've got Amazon sponsorship, but it's not, you know, not like a 4-hour delivery right there. Just Pocket is running straight into Bebop.
I would have been happy to pick up that kill. Oh, Biscuit, though, on the other side, ganked by a huge swarm of Pupils players, even that close to her base. 4 Poppers Pupils players predicting the play and trying to force some kind of a comeback kill. Poppers, though, could be in real trouble. Should be caught dead to rights here. Got enough heal off the cube. Oh, no. Okay, he does go down. It's a long spawn considering the soul deficit you're working with, but finding that secondary follow-up onto Wage means it's well worth it for Poppers Pupils, especially with key objectives spawning soon.
And again, you know, you can see that Poppers Pupils. So something that I like from this, Jake, I got to say, is that there's definitely a lot of, I think, liberties that Poppers Pupils could take. But I feel like they're just trying to play the game correctly. They don't care necessarily who the opponent is. They're like, what are the good fundamentals we want to condition for our team? And that's the basis of good practice. And if you want to be able to do that against the best teams in the world, you have to consistently do it in your practice. So I like the discipline, honestly, that we're seeing from Poppers Pupils in that respect.
And it's a good word for it. They have played an extremely disciplined game. They just have not offered any opportunities to get back in the game. They've been contesting key objectives at every turn, really. Vanguard Gaming has not been able to find a lot of the comeback you're normally able to get. So, you know, takes a risk looking for a hook there. Popper's going to come off the spawn soon. And this Rift, I think, is a big decision for Vanguard Gaming. It's a massive comeback, but can you even make it out on the map deep enough? You can see the positioning here from the Pupils players, and instead they're just going to flip mid-boss, giving up the Rift in the process, and this is a tough moment for Vanguard Gaming. Can they fight this mid-boss?
I'm going to have to give it a go. If you have some ults to work with, And right now being protected, you got the wall coming in on the side stairs as well as the Rejuve crystals fall from the sky. There comes the door though. Is there an opportunity here to steal? In comes the chain gang as well, and straight onto the crystals. It's going to be Pupils Pupils claiming 2, but 1 will go down for Vanguard Gaming, but 3 afflictions on top of them is going to make quick work of a couple of players in addition to the Rejuve crystal. So that's not a good look here. I mean, it's the effort that you needed to see for Vanguard Gaming, but I mean, it's the result that I think you'd always expect.
Yeah, expected result to be sure. Drifter trying to get a cheeky cap off, and actually he does, as well as taking a Rejuve away. Once again, Dash finding a lot of value here. The darkness may even get him out of trouble. Puppers not satisfied with that. He's going to run him down with the help of Average.
Oh no.
With the super creep spawning, Mo should have no problem dealing with it. I think the super creeps get the blocker, but I mean, we're not significant at this point in the game. I mean, McGinnis going to take that second shrine. Patron to be dropped here, and with long spawns for Division and Dash, maybe just the end of the game as well.
I like how the way the left is using the wall. It just feels like a privacy curtain, you know, just like
I'm busy.
You know, him and the objectives.
Don't bother me.
Yeah.
So they go for it here. It's kind of a big decision for Pauper's Pupils. They are up 50k with a Rejuve. A little bit of an awkward wall for McGinnis, maybe just putting some turrets up. You got to get into this pit though. McGinnis tearing through objectives as she's wont to do, and the kills coming in. The rest of the Pupils diving the fountain here, providing tons of space for Lefa. The touch coming into the pit, is it too late though? They have the resist, but the players are just dropping like flies. Xeno uses the team's last Rejuve, but I think it's more than enough. Pauper's Pupils put on a clinic in game 1. Lefa with a parry to close things out in style, and the Pupils are going to go back to the money match to take on melee creeps, trying to retake that throne in North America.
Well, not too long since I left you guys to your own devices, and here we are. Pauper's Pupils coming out on top, and I mean, this was just clean, I think is the best word for it. You know, great, just fundamental Deadlock from Pauper's Pupils to take this one down. Felt like every single thing that Vanguard tried to do just quickly got counteracted. They just had a full reign in this map.
That's well put, honestly. They kind of just ran the table. The laning phase, it was a slow burn. Honestly, I think Vanguard played things well, and I actually, it's interesting to see in a game as dominant as this, I actually really believe Vanguard showed some good fundamentals in this. But in the end, Pauper's Pupils are just too strong. I think a lot has to go back to this mid lane. Not only do Paupers and Xeno take the mid lane tower before McGinnis even needs to rotate. Lefa just keeps farming silent. He doesn't need to come mid, which is already a big win for a carry McGinnis. But then on top of that, they're snowballing so many kills from that position. I mean, it's clear that Xeno being back in the lineup with a Paradox alongside Viscous, the playmaking potential is unreal from the side lane, and you really felt the impact of it in the mid game.
Yeah, this was some really gorgeous play. Sorry to cut you off.
That's okay.
Sometimes just the liaison line broadcasting, the fun stuff. But yeah, this was incredible value from the Paradox. It just felt like every single time you saw Xeno just get the jump on somebody, connects in, gets the swap, and just absolutely nuked them.
Yeah, I love that. I love that call out. I think it's really cool to see Paradox getting a bit more attention. As you know, obviously growing the Paradox, we'll be really curious to see if that comes out again. But yeah, that mid dominance, I think, was really interesting. You know, we looked at mid, from the early laning phase, and we were thinking that it would need some assistance from maybe another lane, but it just wasn't the case at all, given how well they were playing there. And just continually, I think there's a lot of that's the swap threats, especially with the Veil Walker and so on, like looking for those ganks. We saw so much space on the map get controlled by Xeno, and overall, I think if you looked at this game, you would see from start to finish, it was just a game of being starved of information, starved of position on the map, and I think a lot of Xeno's plays had something to do with that.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the Souls graph, and there's basically not really a singular point where Vanguard was able to really establish a lead into this one. Just really great play across the board from Pauper's Pupils. I mean, they come out, they get a very strong draft, and they piloted it to absolute perfection. I mean, Jake, you were pointing it out in the cast. Not a single urn into the hands of Vanguard Gaming, and a lot of those were completely uncontested. Could just run them in, drop it off. Okay, just walk away from it. Don't need to worry about anybody stealing any souls here. It was just fantastic map control.
Yeah, I'd give a lot of credit even to players like Average in this game on the Mo. I mean, he's just so incredibly flexible, right? Like Mo comes in the meta, Average pilots. This is a guy who is just willing to play whatever the team needs, and yet the gameplay doesn't suffer from it. And there's not many players in a game as complicated as Deadlock that can speak of that kind of willingness to play something that he hasn't played before and still make it look very effective. Really dominant lane alongside Lefa, making the right choices about when to support that McGinnis from there on out and when to just be a part of other kills. Low main, for me, low main on the Billy, it's not a sight you want to see on the other side of the server in Deadlock. This guy is too damn good on the Billy, and the hero just really suits his desire to push the playmaking and push the tempo and just be a absolute nuisance in every single fight. Felt like the Lash Biscuit struggled to deal with the Billy getting caught, slowing X, chain gang, and then trapped behind McGinnis walls. We even saw in those highlights just how difficult a scenario like that can be to navigate.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed it out during the draft, seeing, the Billy come through, how this was going to be a big pain point for Vanguard across the board, but especially for Biscuit. And she just could not really get the value needed for that Lash to start to take off and be able to take over a game, because low main was just constantly just dragging everybody out of position. I mean, even for the Bebop, like Geo, it just felt like every time you got a hook, it was just like, well, I don't know what to do now, because I just pulled somebody in and they're just going to blow me up. So it's just a very good, just clean play the whole way throughout for Pauper's Pupils, and they very quickly earn their way into that championship match and a chance to go ahead and retake the throne.
Yeah, and I think this is a great experience. We love to see this on Night Shift. Vanguard Gaming getting to have the opportunity to play these games and get battle tested in an actual competitive match that's broadcasted. It feels different than all of the other ones, and you could talk about the comp. There's definitely some points I think that are valid to make about the comp, but I think the team experience overall as well for them, understanding at what moments they need to kind of do what, like noticing where the issues are in the early laning phase, like what adjustments do you need to make. I think some of these things are going to be more of the focus for them as they stick together into the future, and I hope we get to see more of them. Although I do know that waiting in the wings, we've got Ido's a team at some point in the future, perhaps one day, maybe, if that is a thing. I don't know.
We'll have to
tweet at Ido.
That's going to be the case. Yeah.
With team name suggestions. We're hearing that they do not have a team name, so I have no permission to do this, but I'm doing it anyway. Let's see let's see your team name suggestions, guys, for Ido's new squad. I'm sure he'll love them. I'm sure he'll really appreciate your thoughtful and caring ideas.
Yes, because crowdsourcing a name for something has never been a mistake, and it's never gone wrong and backfired in any way, shape, or form. So I'm looking forward to what suggestions the community can come up with here. But to your point, before we move on to our match MVP, DDK, I fully agree. I think that for Vanguard, like this is critical experience. You're getting yourself out there, and I mean, no one who ever lifted a trophy, became a champion in any esport or sport for that matter, did it without getting their asses kicked, to be frank. You have to lose in order to learn and then to improve. So this is just going to be one of those things where, the more that you can glean from it and take away from it, the better you'll be in the long run. So looking forward to seeing Vanguard back in the future weeks. But let's go ahead and figure out who our player of the match is going to be from Pauper's Pupils. And it's going to be Xeno. That Paradox was just too big a thorn in the side.
I mean, just night and day for this team with him in and out of the lineup. And that's saying something, considering the pedigree of the rest of the players on this squad. It's hard to pick out one individual who shines through, but it feels like with all of the strong fundamentals that this team has, it's the pick initiator player who really gets to be star of the show, starting off these key engagements that then turn so completely explosive with the team around him.
Yeah, I think this mid fight, I mean, it was such a good move from Pauper's Pupils as well. I think just like speaking to like their skill and understanding of the macro, there are certain moments where you kind of just need to like force some action to happen, and you force your opponents into a bad fight. I mean, this ended up being a situation though where Vanguard Gaming actually managed to get something done. I mean, obviously there's so many souls behind. There was a previous mid boss where they got a little bit more done, but ultimately I think for me this was all about the discipline. I think we used that word previously from Pauper's Pupils, how they slowly starved the map. They never, there was one moment, where we did have low main, and we did have, I want to say, was it Xeno that kind of pushed really deep and they did get punished. But other than that, they played a really, really disciplined game, which is like a slow creep, and it felt suffocating for their opponents. So I really respect that as a team effort as well.
It was good, just able to basically get away with murder at every twist and turn. But like you said, not necessarily even just overstepping and catching opponents not being able to really respond. It was just that they knew how to limit test. They knew how to exactly where to push it, what they could get away with, and then they weren't really giving anything over for free. So it was just overall incredibly clean play. Let's go ahead and refresh everybody's memories though with the bracket as we get ready to go into that championship match. Pauper's Pupils looking to go ahead and retake the throne as they get ready to square off against melee creeps in a best of 3. This is the, kind of expected result coming into this. I tried to put a punt out there for Vanguard Gaming, work some of my magic. I guess I've sapped all my powers with Leviathan earlier on, so that couldn't quite come to fruition. But I mean, after such a dominant display, I'll go to you first, Jake. How are you feeling about this championship match? Which way do you think it's going to go?
I mean, right now, this is the battle for the soul, really, of North America. These two teams have been at the top. They've traded places and, have membership changes, roster shifts over time. But it feels like it's been months. These are the two teams. These are the real title contenders for the best teams in North American Deadlock. I think Pupils, Pupils, for me, having the full roster back in, I think they're going to be able to take it. But melee creeps, they always seem to have some tricks up their sleeve. So, you definitely can't count them out. I feel like I expect this one to go to 3.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Sorry, I preempted you coming to me on that one, and I think I feel the same way. The thing that's interesting is that melee creeps hasn't been together in this orientation for as long as Pupils Pupils, and I have like been seeing improvements every week. So I'm kind of wondering, what does that top out at a certain point, or do they keep going? And so I actually want to lean towards melee creeps. I'm a big fan of what they've put together with this roster, and based off of last week plus some improvements, I think this should be. I agree with you though, Jake. A 3-mapper.
Okay, I mean, it would be nice to see get some really nice contention between these squads, and also just get to see 3 maps to see how everything's going to shake up, what the drafts are going to be looking like game over game. So I think that would be really neat, because already, I mean, this one did surprise us. It ended up being a little bit out of order, but the picks that we did see ended up getting there in the end. So I'm hoping that is going to be the case. Let's go ahead and make my day a hell of a lot longer. I'm all in for it. But before we get into that, we're going to go to a quick little break, and then when we come back, we'll get into the championship match and see who's going to be walking away with some extra cash. So don't go anywhere.
Let's take out the drifter.
Let's dance.
Let's go yellow. Let's push green.
Let's go to Broadway.
Let's see who's still standing.
You guys were supposed to. I see Calico.
Good job.
I see Calico.
Good job.
Let's take out. I see Mirage.
close and close. You ain't stopping me.
Alrighty, we are back. It's time to go into the championship match for North America. We got to see the Pupils move forward with relative ease through Vanguard, and now they get ready to go up against melee creeps. And we have a little bit of a split desk here as far as who they think is going to come out on top. So I think that this one should be exciting. But Jake and DDK, you were able to at least agree that this should be a 3-mapper.
Anything can happen for sure in a series like this, with Pupils Pupils back at full strength, melee creeps holding, defending right now as the current NA champions. I think this one is going to be the one that a lot of people have waited for, maybe one of our most hotly contested series of the day.
I think you're muted, DDK.
You are definitely muted, DDK.
Oh no, I feel like it's been a while since I've done that. Broke the streak.
Online at-home broadcasting. Gotta love it.
Hey, you know what? Nothing I said was important, so we can move on anyway. It's fine.
All right.
That's painful.
Well, in that, you know what? It's you said it, not us, so that's fine. But let's go ahead and to move on. Let's move on and thank, of course, our sponsors. It's Happy Intel Gamer Days again. A big shout out to these guys. From now until September 13th, you can get Tomb Raider: Legacy of Atlantis and Star Wars Galactic Racer with any purchase of a qualifying Intel product. Big titles available for you to enjoy. I don't know if you guys, we were talking about it earlier. I'm not usually one for racing games, but pod racing sounds super exciting to me. I remember going to Chuck E. Cheese and playing the pod racing arcade game when I was a kid. So having it in my house sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, and crazy discounts as well from a lot of different retailers for Intel products. So it's a great time if you're thinking about upgrading a PC, getting some new equipment, some new Intel deals. Well, make sure you check it out. We're going to be talking about more about that later in the show. But thanks as always to Intel Gamer Days for sponsoring this week's Night Shift. Always great to have their support. It allows us to keep delivering these big prize pools and great broadcasts week in, week out. So a lot of love to Intel. Make sure you show them your support.
And a lot of love to you guys as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think you're onto something, Achilles, with the pod racer thing, right? Because I have never had any interest in racing, but your story is actually true for me as well. I cared a lot about racing when you put it in Star Wars. Then I'm like, I'm so down, and it's the best thing ever. So I think you nailed it.
I think it's going to be super sick, and that's one of those games where it's like I would probably get into it so stupidly and be very competitive about it. So I'm looking forward to checking that one out when it does. But I can get my hands on it when I have some time to really get on the grind set for it. So that's going to be super sick. But I was going to say as well, but of course, thank you to everybody who's watching for your continued support as well. We see those subs coming through. We appreciate you. We love you. Keep up the good work. But let's go ahead and get ready to move onward as we go into the championship match here in North America. Melee Creeps have been waiting in the wings. They've been watching. Question is, are they shaking in their boots after seeing Pauper's Pupils take down Vanguard with relative ease, or are they going to be feeling confident in their ability to take this series? We'll take a look at the roster to start.
I got to say, confidence, I think, pretty much exudes from this team, win or lose. These are all players who've been champions in the past. They know what it takes to win. They know how to bring their A game regardless of the circumstance. So I can't imagine them running scared by any stretch. For Melee Creeps, they are our defending champs. So there's a lot to be confident about with fan favorite players such as Goober back in the lineup. They have looked much renewed. DMB as well joining the squad has made a big difference. But of course, Saya and John feels like those two, their laning duos are legendary, kind of the heart and soul of this team. And Braden and Birdie to round out the Melee Creeps. Really impressive looks from the two of them, relative newcomers to the rest of this team in terms of being on the top level of Night Shift, but they've looked immaculate. So Melee Creeps proving that they can develop talent as well as have success with legendary vets.
Yeah, and I'll just add very quickly, Braden had, I think, great performances on Calico. I think it was kind of a problem for the teams, that Melee Creeps are playing against. And Birdie, I think, also with like the Sleeper Viscous impacts was really interesting as well to see. I think Birdie's, ability to play these support roles, I think really showed that just a very highly valuable player, and just proves your point, Jacob, about bringing new, fresher talent onto the roster and really making them look good. Because I think this roster is actually really coming together. There's more I could say, but Melee Creeps, they're a powerhouse name, and I think that's finally starting to kind of find that form they had in the past.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes because, Pauper's Pupils, they were looking really, really clean. So if this is going to be a contentious matchup, then I'm going to be damn impressed. But you saw it there. The McGinnis coming up for Lefa didn't even need the ult, just popped it, try to, put out a handicap for the enemy team, said, I don't even need this thing. Come at me, and they were still able to get the win. But across the board, just gorgeously played for Pauper. So I think that if momentum is going to be a thing in Deadlock, I'm sure that it is, then they're kind of riding that wave, and you do have Melee Creeps who are going to be coming in maybe a little bit colder. So maybe that's going to be enough for them to kind of have the upper hand and to be able to find the win. Zeno as well, they're having a very strong performance in that first best of one.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, Dan, you mentioned this in the last cast, that Pauper's Pupils, the way in which they won, it wasn't like they were getting crazy and taking huge risks, styling on the opponent. It was very controlled. It was very disciplined with a lot of respect for their opponents. And, sometimes you come off a win and it's like such a dominant sweep of a win and you're just able to like do crazy moves, get array with ridiculous plays. That can almost set you up to be overconfident coming into a harder follow-up match. But the way Pauper's Pupils won, to me, showcased the discipline that you'll need to be able to take this best of three.
Yeah, I agree. I think the way that they played just fundamentally was really sound. I love the attention to that. And I think, going against Melee Creeps, they're going to understand. They played them last week. Obviously, they had a sub and so on. But they understand better, I think, what this Melee Creeps team is becoming. And you need to be rock solid on the fundamentals. So I think do that thing that I mentioned, the Vanguard Gaming need to learn in the early to mid game, which is how do we need to adjust what we're doing in this game. And I think we've seen from Abrahams, I think at least I've always looked at Abrahams in the EU side of things as a team that never does anything crazy, but they have this like this foundational level of play. They've got a comp that can kind of do everything. It allows them to kind of adapt as the game moves. And so that flexibility, I think, gives the consistency. And I think that's what Pupils Pupils are like building with this team.
Okay, well, we're ready to go into the draft, which is good. I need something on this screen to distract me because as I look over at the chat, Jason Kaplan, he's posting some weird emotes that I don't need to be seeing. So we'll get ready to focus in on this and see what
Is this your first time seeing Viper Pregnancy Enjoyer? Our
you know, I wasn't gonna name it, but it's not exactly what he went for.
But I just could guess. I could guess from your reaction. But that's one of the OGs. That's never going away here on the night shift. That's a fan favorite. And Melee keeps banning out the McGinnis. They say, I don't want to deal with it. Much the way Seth does not want to deal with our shenanigans here at hour 99 of him being awake.
You guys are good. It's just Kaplan. You know what? I haven't seen or really talked to him in about 10 years, and I'm remembering why. But it's going to be the doorman banned away. Much love to you, buddy. And the Abrams will be the first pick here for Melee Creeps.
This is a classic give Sire Abrams play. I mean, Abrams right now is really, really strong as well.
I think this is for me, like as Sire switched to frontliner, Abrams has been for me the hero where there's no question about his ability. I think he's one of the best Abrams in NA right now. I think this is very comfortable for him. But in exchange, you give up Lash to Popper's Pupils. Bit of a give and take here, and that's definitely going to be a key matchup to watch. Can Abrams get on top of the Lash, get the pins off, find the Phantom Strikes in the late game? Rem as well. Really rocketing near to the top of the meta in this week, right? Kind of out of nowhere. This hero was getting a little bit of playtime before, a few weeks ago, but not much. And it seems like the differences are really being manifest.
I will add one detail there. I almost wonder if it's like a protection pick as well, because I feel like you don't want Rem to be able to play with the Abrams when it's in Melee Creeps' hands. There may be something there. I do honestly think this series will be defined by Sire's Abrams and whether it gets banned. I think Vanguard Gaming had the right idea.
You are about to see something.
Maybe you don't want to let through the Ghost Celeste in top 3.
Celeste. We saw a big priority in EU for Celeste. That was a first round pick a couple of times there earlier on. So not too shocking to see it brought out here. I was curious if we would just end up seeing the Billy in to just basically give this Lash a rough time like we were seeing in the previous. But there's a lot that has been left open, including this Pocket.
Yeah, it's a tough choice for Robert Pupils. They go Pocket instead of Billy. Maybe feeling like Billy actually could, in theory, in my mind, have a tough matchup into Celeste, since you really want to get in the front and brawl out. But Celeste loves to just like dominate through tanky frontliners with the amount of spear damage that she can put out. I like the Ivy ban, though. I think for Birdie, this would be a really scary combo, like Ivy dropping either the Abrams or the Celeste into the thick of a fight would have been nice. And I think it is generally, it's not only Birdie's signature hero, but generally the one in which he looks the strongest. Melee Creeps ban out the Billy, though. They don't want it to be, an additional combo of Billy, Pocket, Lash after the ban. That just cannot be allowed to happen. But Popper's Pupils now with a lot of options for where they go with this 4th pick.
I would actually be interested to see a Viscous here, because again, I think it denies a pick for Birdie. And I also think, Mirage just hanging out there.
Forgot about Mirage. Making it through to the second phase.
There's so many.
Things have shifted, right? Mirage, we were talking about, was, fair to say, a couple weeks ago, Ultra S tier, went first pick or first ban just about every game. Now he makes it through to the second phase.
Okay.
Well, you got John John's pick secured in the Ven.
Yeah, John, just a signature player on the Venator, and his combos with Saya, like there's some very threatening crowd control coming out here, like Paradox swap into Abrams stun, into Venator stun. Like you could find yourself locked down to death even for these hyper mobile picks, like Lash and Pocket, Mirage. So Popper's Pupils, even though they have really good survivability and mobility in the draft so far, if you get caught with a stun combo, you could really be in trouble.
I'm kind of wondering what's
the first one of the day.
It's about to get sticky.
What he's going to be doing here, because I think this Viscous again is. I genuinely think that they're going to be stealing this from Birdie, because I feel like Birdie still doesn't have a pick necessary for Melee Creeps right now. So that's a really nice pickup, and yeah. First Geist still definitely pretty good, but Geist and Venator always worries me a little bit. Because it's a lot of farming that is required for both heroes, but they're going to make it happen.
I like the Mo too. I think the Mo is like half blocker pick. It still fits well the Popper's Pupils lineup, but Poppers Pupils have Viscous and Ram, great save, sustain, heal sort of picks. And then Mirage, Pocket, Lash are their cores. So they're just going to be ridiculously hard to run on melee creeps. Go with the Page. This is a powerful tool to follow up on Lockdown and add to that chain, but I feel like I could also see Page kind of struggling in a game like this to ever get the first catch on Lash or Pocket. Maybe the knockdown buy is going to be comfortable for Page here, but definitely a tougher game for Page, and it's not a hero we see so much of these days at top level.
I mean, you see the pick rate fairly low on that one, but I'm assuming that the chat is going to be very happy about this because as I glance over, everyone's saying Page is open, Page is open. They've been doing this all day long. I don't know what the inside joke is, but it seems like maybe this is just such a, an out there pick that it's unexpected. And now the chat can be happy when they catch up to us in 2 minutes time.
I think it's more about Birdie than it is about Page. Like, honestly, I don't know that there's another player in competitive Deadlock right now who would have gone for this pick. Like, I think, to be fair, I think a lot of teams would have, I mean, Kelvin's very out of meta, but would have looked in that kind of a direction. Or maybe even just run like a Bebop, a secondary pick hero as a second support. And, I think this is very much a Birdie signature, a melee creep signature that they go for the Page. They do have some very sick frontline carry potential, right? And good users of the shield, heroes that love to have the fight turned around in their favor. Like both Geist and Venator are these, high DPS carry frontliners who would love you to go on them and then be saved by Page, have things turn around with a rallying charge. So Poppers Pupils is definitely gonna have to work to ensure that they don't overstep their bounds and that they deal with this Page early and often rather than letting her, get these big saves off.
Yeah, one thing, the thing about Page is Page's mobility really sucks. And one of the things interesting about how Birdie's been playing Viscous is that Birdie on Viscous, he actually does an incredible job providing great saves and all the support you expect out of a good Viscous support player. But the damage output is also very high. With it, getting the Venator in there, getting the Geist in there, that's less. Like the damage is not an issue, so at least they won't be missing that. But I do wonder about how well they're going to be able to keep Page alive. Now, they're not dealing with Drifter, they're not dealing with Calico or like an Apollo or Yamato. There's like not a lot of these burst assassins that I think are usually going to be just absolutely deleting a Page. So I feel like actually there's more play here for Birdie to be a little bit safer. Maybe.
Okay. I will challenge you here then, Jake, starting with you. You can turn the names off. The team's gone. Who won this draft? Which team is calling out to you a little bit more as being the stronger?
I don't think that the draft is enough to change my initial assessment of this game. I'm going to take Poppers Pupils here. I think they're also going to show something much stronger from Mirage this game than what we saw in the previous, because crucially, Mirage is a bit of a third carry in this game. I think that's where Mirage really shines. I think as a second carry or the top 1-2 carry, I don't really love Mirage. He's a pretty terrible jungler until Ricochet comes online, so he's just very slow to like snowball into the game. I feel like Mirage wants to be a lane dominator that plays for kills in the early mid game and only later becomes like this debuff monster carry once your build really comes online with a lot of AP late. And so I like that. I think both the Lash and the Pocket can play the more conventional farming roles, and they can maybe leverage the fact that Mirage can put so much pressure on early to get to that late game potential for Poppers Pupils. So I like the Pupils draft. I think they're going to be able to make this work.
I love it. I'm actually, I mean, I could do it this way. I could say that Melee Crew's got Abrams and Sire plays Abrams, and therefore I just need to go no further than that. But I actually feel like I like Melee Crew's draft quite a lot. I do think it does weigh a little bit on John and what he's able to do on the Venator and this Geist Venator dynamic, because DMB can definitely play a bit more actively, but what are Poppers Pupils going to do to kind of just disrupt the farm? And I think that's the important focus I think that Poppers Pupils will have, is ensuring they have enough map pressure that it gives them the ability to disrupt John. And I think if they can do that, I think they'll have a pretty successful time.
They were very good about having map pressure across the board. Obviously, I think it's going to be significantly more difficult for them. Melee creeps are coming in. They are the current reigning champions at the moment, looking to defend that spot here in the championship match. But Poppers Pupils, they definitely have shown that they know how to dominate a map. They know how to exude pressure. They know how to just really make sure that you're not getting anything for free, not gaining any space for free. So this is, I think, going to be a pretty interesting challenge. So if they're able to pilot that well, and if they can avoid getting picked off by Goober, because we've already seen some incredible Paradox play today, then they might just be in with a shout to take this one down. I mean, again, it's going to be a best of 3. So have to get through those, get those 2 wins if you want to walk away victorious, get that spot seated forward, and also get that cash prize. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a long one. I'm hoping that this is going to be a very close one at the very least, because, you know, if it's going to be a 2-0, give us some like 40-minute games, give us some, you know, high kills, tension, this back and forth on the souls. That's what I want to be seeing. And if anyone's going to go out with a 2-0, but if we can make it in 3, all the better for it.
Your request has been forwarded to the teams. I believe we will be seeing an absolute banger in this series with between these two. I'm super excited. I actually think this is going to be a really, really great series. I just hope that I'm not going to get completely disappointed. I feel,
that's always,
I have so high expectations. Like I'm getting kind of worried now.
I do have a good feeling though, because I think to your point, draft wise, like it's a simple point that Sai gets Abrams, but he is remarkably consistent and remarkably effective on this hero. And I think Abrams actually, even these through to the end of the draft, can have a huge game into this one. Like, could for like all these cores for Pauper's Pupils, these are all carry heroes that rely on not being caught, that try to outmove you, to stay away from you. And Abrams, like if we reach the point of the game where Phantom Strike comes online, if he's able to be successful in more of the mid game, maybe relying on something more simple like a slowing hex, he could really tear through the key farmers for Pauper's Pupils. So the success of Average on the Lash, who's once again flexibility is going to be tested. Like I don't know when's the last time we saw Average play Lash. The guy feels like he's on mystery heroes. Historically, his performance does not drop with this incredible flexibility, but Lash is another very, very unique hero in almost a 180 different role than he was in the last game on Mo, of early game, be there in the fight, push the tempo. I think Lash is supposed to be the carry this game for Pauper's Pupils. So now Average has to 180 his style, play a much more farm-centric game. I do think he's just one of the most impressive players right now in terms of versatility, but this would add a new layer to that.
Yeah. And one thing I'll add as well about the Abrams is that we'll have to see what build Sai goes for, but build that's picked up in popularity enormously is like the punch build, where you go, you max the charge and then you max the ult, and then with the ult maxed you get unstoppable. So and with like extended duration and so on, you can get like 2 full melees off of a stun from your ult, and then you can charge someone and get another free melee, and then you also get the Phantom Strike online very, very quickly, as opposed to like other builds. So, which, like you said, Jake, a Phantom Strike against Pocket into a charge, he's dead. Same with Mirage, same with the Lash, same with the like. There's so much value, I think, for an Abrams who has a good game here.
And so far, it's been a pretty good day for Abrams. Obviously, it was banned away in the contenders match to qualify into this one here. But in EU, we were seeing a bunch of Abrams, and they were absolutely thriving, just running in your face, diving on top of you, and beating the ever-loving hell out of everybody around them. So if that trend is going to continue, then I think Saya is going to be in a very good spot to guide the team to victory here for Melee Creeps. But we'll have to just wait and see. Maybe you can get that shut down nice and early, try to stop and slow the roll of the Abrams. If you're able to do that, it's still probably a matter of time if the game goes late before they are able to just punch you for half your HP bar. But we'll have to see, just how quickly Melee Creeps are going to be able to build up that momentum. But look at that. We've hit the button. It's time for the game to start at long last. We'll get ready to go into this one. Our first game in this best of 3 to see who is going to be the champions of North America here at Night Shift number 53. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
All right, Jake. I'm very confident. Has my confidence displaced your confidence, and are you leaning to the Melee Crew side with me?
Well, I don't know if I'm leaning with you, but I will say, like, this is one of the more even drafts I've seen, in the sense of, like, you can really clearly see there's ways for either team to win this game. This is not like a dominant out draft. I think a lot is going to come down to the team fight execution in the late game, because both teams have very serious threats, right? I think we talked a lot about Abrams, and the meta has really shifted of maxing your ulti second after charge and getting that source of unstoppable online early. I mean, Abrams, one of the scariest team fighters in the game, I think, with unstoppable online around securing those rejuve crystals. But on the other side, it's Mirage and Pocket and Lash with Rem on top. So they're going to have very serious threats of their own. Laning phase, I think, is going to be hugely important for either team. To be able to come out on top early would be a big deal.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think with both drafts, I don't think we have drafts that are particularly heavy, as we saw in the last game with Vanguard Gaming's draft, that is as heavily reliant on getting active in like out of the early lane into the mid game, looking for ambushes and ganks and kind of playing the map that way. I feel like that these drafts, I mean, obviously you can do that, you can set up plays like that, but I don't think that it's as necessary to the ability to succeed and get an advantage on the map. So in that sense of you mentioning like kind of an even draft, I really like how it's set up. And as you said, also early lane is important. So where are you on that? Like, where do you think the focus should be for us here in the early lane story?
I think anytime you pick Mirage, you want to win the lane, and this is what this character exists to really do. I mean, obviously has a lot of other value that he can bring in the late game, the macro in particular with that global TP, but laning phase particularly important. Speaking of the laning phase, also some great mining where, by the way, sick find from Birdie, reads the stamina before it's even used. And Popper has actually got pulled so deep on that. He's running into enemy territory, recognizes this is his only way out. And even if you live on Viscous, like, this is rough. Like, you are out of the lane a very long time. I don't even know if it's worth living here. It's
you want to die,
big downtime.
Oh god, yeah, that's pretty rough. By the way, oh my god, this is the thing. If you watch Sire in the early laning phase, he will find the most devious, diabolical charges on people. And I mean, already getting a pick up there. We talked about Sire's impact. And I think, Jake, another point we haven't covered quite as much. Oh my god, no, surely not.
He'll be okay. Or will he? Oh my, the walker of Saya. Okay, Dan, your belief has maybe gotten infectious for me. I mean, that level of play in the early game is ridiculous. This lane is a nightmare scenario. The farm is a little bit weird because so many creeps are going to the page, but page ult early could be nice. And a misbegotten heavy melee a little bit too late from John. The parry comes out. Easy walk off for Lefa.
And would it surprise you to know, Jake, that in the early laning phase, in lanes that Sire probably shouldn't have won, he was doing stuff like this consistently last week as well. So it's just it's definitely going to be something to contend with. But I do want to quickly touch on, where do you think the late game is? Which team has more urgency to get ahead sooner because they want to make sure that they're not behind because their late game is going to be weaker?
Oh, it's such a tough call because in theory, this, like, if both Geist and Venator are, like, Giga Farm late game and Celeste as well, that's so much just like carry threat. I would generally like that late game, but Pocket is Pocket, right? And on top of that, the Mirage as well, like the level of debuffs, like I think this style of Affliction plus a million debuffs, it's so hard to fight into in the late game because you just don't get to have your pound for pound stat check moment as the gun carry. You're just being run away from all the time. So, like you might be super farmed on Venator and Geist, but will you actually be able to deliver the damage, or will Lash be siphon bulleting you, Pockets afflicting you, and you're getting further debuffed by Mirage? We'll have to see how it shapes up closer to that late game. I think both teams are definitely not wanting this to be a question of stat check late game team fight. They would both want to set the tone, I think, quite a bit stronger than that.
Okay, well, I feel like we, despite, maybe some of the shenanigans from Sai we saw, we've had a fairly relaxed start. And I expect to see a relaxed game for the first half.
Is this a trophy collector rush from Birdie? It might be. It might be. He's got the boots. Focus on clearing the waves for now. Maybe he's going to buy more utility item here early. It would be a spicy one to go for a TC rush in a competitive match. We really do not see that. It's something people do in pubs. It doesn't have it queued up for now, so maybe it won't be.
Yeah, we're going to see the charge builds. That's the indication that I think I've seen enough, especially with the Stalker next.
Yeah,
I think on the build is, if you go to Listics build, I think Listics build on the public build library or whatever you call it, that will have it.
I mean, rushing the gun spike I think is really nice for Abrams with how much he loves to melee, but it's also a showcase of the fact that you dominated the lane with those 2 kills early. His farm isn't as explosive as you might want, but crucially, Poppers and average are pretty far behind the 8 ball. And with Birdie having that rallying charge online, it's very scary to take trades in this lane right now. Poppers Pupils have to take a very defensive posture. I'd almost want to see a roam into that lane to try and pressure the tower, but for mid lane, it's not going to be easy to do. I think Lefa is relying on Rem to keep these waves pushed out.
I see Lash.
Okay, just doing a quick check on the Guardian health. Pretty much every lane, I think more or less as we expected, is looking relatively healthy, so it definitely goes with that story we said of expecting to see maybe a bit of a slower game from both sides. Although Rem coming over to this right side might be able to make something happen. Nap time is going to be coming out here to lock down these players under the tower. Mo very good at diving. There's the combo. Beautiful. Ults come online here for Pupils Pupils, and they don't waste a damn second.
Yeah, it's going to be great value. 2 kills off the setup. The wave's a little awkward for them, so I'm not clear they're actually going to be able to finish off that tower, but ooh, express shot. Okay, so the page damage is actually unreal at this phase of the game. Like, this hero has one of the best level 1 guns in the game. I think it's something that a lot of people don't quite realize. That, like, that left click hits 220. Like, that is like a more than viscous splatter deals at this point in the game. Like, you do not want to disrespect Paige in these laning trades. But hold on, a kill onto her would really turn things back the other way. The sustainability is not what you picked the Paige for, and oh, the nukes are really hurting. Even the rallying charge doesn't go off there, couldn't get it in time. While Saya was resetting to the base. That's going to be an expensive death that really gets Average and Poppers back into the action, but League picks up yet another kill on this Pocket. Another insane game for him, and that's the dream start for someone who loves late game as much as Pocket does.
Yeah, Pocket, I feel like, is also one of the best snowballers in the business, too, from an early start. Oh, okay, here come the fisticuffs, and I don't know if there's a way to chase that one down. No, Saya's going to have to back off from this. And I mean, a 5k difference at this time in the game, I expect it to get evened up fairly quickly, but that's not a fun place to be. As we're going to see melee creeps here, able to get that vitality buff on John. He would have loved, I'm sure, the gun buff, but
they have the lash out here, so it's a little scary to siege the tower, and that's part of the difficulty of you win this lane, but can you really convert? Is the lash ulti, I think, is one of the most terrifying defensive ultis in the game to push into. It's like, you come out into that open area around the tower, tower's damaging you the whole time, you're getting death slammed, like, things can get really rocky from there. Speaking of rocky, Pocket loves to pick up some more kills. I would be adding insult to injury with how this lane has gone, and really desperate move from the Paradox. Actually, well played from Goober. Does manage to get a kill before going down, and the swap puts Pocket in jeopardy as well.
Looks like he might be able to get out, though. Does have the briefcase still, so no way to push into that one. And it does seem like melee creeps with a bit more fight at the moment, but let's see which way this one goes. And I will just say quickly as well, with the Page Express shot, I actually love that so much because the burst damage is strong, but the combo is even stronger. Lock him down. And this is maybe another catch coming on through. The Celeste looking to try to make the escape. Brayden trying to get out there. The Burrow doing some extra links of damage, just enough there. Parry into the tower to finish that one off. And it's all looking great. I think it's fair to say tempo is well and truly with Pupils Pupils.
Great Page ult. It knocks that lash out of the air, but the damage is just overwhelming. Saya gets burned down, but stepping back into the dragon. I don't know about this. Page really wants to get this kill, but on 5 HP. Oh, Average walks it off. That is so painful for the melee creeps. The mid lane, the other side lane, they were looking really strong for Pupils Pupils, but now the one lane in which you were really having a lot of success throws a pretty bad fight into the mix. And that is just going to be go time for Pupils Pupils. They're going to continue to push this lead with Sinners online, and not another solo kill for Pocket. Oh, it's too brutal in a bag as well.
I think that was that like 559 in that bag?
That's like a 1,500 soul value kill probably between the bag and the kill. That is ridiculous. Pocket's on 11k. The next most farmed player in the lobby is on 8. That is crazy gap for League right now. You gotta put some respect on his name. He is one of the best Pockets in NA. Some EU players are saying, hey, why do people not pick Pocket as much in NA? And I think it is a skill issue. League really showing that he's got the skills and more.
Yeah, and the problem is now is that, again, if you're not a Pocket person, the Pocket, again, is like if you get a good start, even if you don't get a good start, to be honest, Pocket can farm so efficiently that it's a huge problem. And like the damage burst, the ability to be everywhere on the map, whilst you're farming, whilst you're taking down objectives, whilst you're killing heroes, it's actually crazy what you can do with this hero. So League is set up to really take over for sure. And the question is, we talked about fundamentals and discipline. Melee creeps have to show that too now. They have to lose well. They have to slow this down and then find their footing so they can kind of bring themselves back into this one. And I do wonder, Jake, if it's going to be like a comeback rift, that's going to be the moment when they're going to want to throw it all in.
I think when you find that yourselves this far behind, that's kind of all there is to look for. Love this pressure from League. League's up in their face, zoning them while the dunk comes in for Lomain. He's going to get it all. Brayden does take home a consolation prize, and things are getting weird. He's super deep, but John is down, and with the help of Pocket behind, it feels crazy to try and focus this Mo. A swap under Walker could set things up with the combo. Oh no, it just goes from bad to worse. League picks up a 7 streak. Mobility buff as well on Mo, so he can be completely aggressive with his positioning here. Has a ton of stam to get out. And things are starting to look pretty grim for Melee Grapes. The execution from Popper's Pupils with this Pocket lane has been immaculate, and seeing him this far ahead of the game, it's like League is the type of player who knows what to do with this advantage.
I gotta say, we haven't seen Mo as much in competitive play for a little bit. And I'm just reminded here, Jake, of how much Mo can control an early to mid game because of the dive potential, the lockdown potential, the survivability. You can soak so much for your teammates to just make stuff happen. And it can feel really oppressive. Like getting kills under the enemy Walker at around the 10-minute mark is kind of absurd.
Yeah, absurd is the right word. I mean, it's sort of way more than we would expect. And for a game that started off, I think, quite 50-50, quite close, it's been remarkable how well Popper's Pupils have turned the advantage onto the side lane into just a gaping wound. Oh, some styling moves, by the way, from low main. The corner bounce is just absolutely out of control. Doesn't matter at all, but you love to see it.
And so now, we see Popper's Pupils once again. They've got the control of the whole map. We saw it against Vanguard Gaming, where they get this good macro. They suffocate you slowly but surely, build the lead. And they have, they're pretty deep right now. And I mean, if you're Melee Crease, you want to try to pick a fight here, try to get a punish in on someone that might be overextended. Right now, oh my god, big charge coming in from Sai, gets that forward position, but you're charging into Mo. It's not really the ideal target. That's actually going to maybe help Popper's Pupils get into the fight. The swap under the Guardian, but the cube for the save is perfect.
Great cube. Maybe Paige could catch this, though. Paige ult is available. The Shining Wonder bouncing all around. Popper's Pupils, they've come in deep for this play. Will the punish be there? I can't believe, but Mo is just walking this one off. Even provides a jump target for Ram. And the supportive assist from Poppers there makes all the difference. Xeno should have been dead to rights without the help of the Viscous. Looks like a fight developing at the same time on the Rift. That is a lot of comeback resist for Melee Creeps, and they will be able to grab the resist, or rather the dunk off of it.
Oh, 4K difference from Melee Creeps to Popper's Pupils, looking to try to get something out of this fight. But again, once more, you have the meat popsicle. Mo just pushing the issue with the Rem Spirit on as well, looking really strong here. The combo locking down another player. Can't get out of there if you're Goober on the Paradox. And right now, again, just dictating the fight in its entirety and giving so much space here right now for the rest of the teammates on Popper's Pupils. Oh my god, this Mo pick is looking so good and so well played by low main.
Yeah, and they're even able to finish off the Geist without DMB being able to find the swap. I thought for sure he'd be able to get value off that, dropping low in the fight, but not going down. And it's really good range control from Popper's Pupils. It kind of reminds us what we saw last game, right? They're just there for every objective and always making the right moves. They look pretty untouchable in this match, which is incredibly impressive given Melee Creeps being historically our winningest team in North America. For you to put up this kind of advantage, 10K at 14 minutes, is a real statement from Popper's Pupils. Still, Melee Creeps, they're not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination yet. They're definitely roads back in for the comeback. But all roads lead to Pocket, and you're going to have to find answers to League sooner rather than later, because if we go late enough, this is a 60K soul game for League, and you don't want to see what that looks like. Well, the fans, maybe they do.
Yeah, I mean, well, with that said, I do think we were setting up earlier too. If you get late into the game with the guys, the Ven, the Celeste, and they can stay competitive enough. You got Sire as well, and he's going for the punch build, so he's not too far away. Like the case of Warpstone's coming online. I believe one of the next items in this build is the Phantom Strike. So the Phantom Strike should be coming within the next 5 to 6 minutes, depending on how well things go for Sire. Picks up the Vitality buff too, does Sire. So despite the tempo going at Popper's Pupils' way, getting the urn here as well on low main. There are absolutely answers, and I think if you're Melee Creeps, you're looking towards that and you're thinking, let's just ensure that we can hold on and lose well until we get to that point in the game.
I see Pocket.
Macro-wise, the presence of Average alone with the Lash ult is enough to dissuade 4 players from Melee Creeps from going for that Walker push. I think they're wise to wait another day. Catch from Abrams would be fantastic, and the Rem is an ideal target. Does get a jump to get out of this one. Cube for now saves him, and I think surely he'll be able to get the jump off the back of it, but hold on, the swap pulls him in deep. Good find from Goober, and it looks like an unresponded solo kill.
I see Rem.
Opportunity potentially. You got Siren in the mix against Mo. Low main on the Mo and Krill.
Does not appear to take damage from a full Abrams combo. That is a little bit alarming, right? Like that that spells trouble. Mo Nation laughing to the bank right now as he just shrugs it off. One of the most threatening combo initiations in the game. Deeper chase though, not warranted. Saya the movement clean enough to get him out of that one.
Yeah, really interesting game state here now, Jake. 7K difference. I wouldn't say it's marginal. It's definitely an edge for Pupils, but they have to give full respect though to melee creeps. But the macro is getting better for melee creeps in terms of getting the lanes pushed, trying to create options for themselves. And okay, here's a catch potentially. I mean, I don't know. I don't think this is a killable target. Low main is too tanky.
Oh, a little miss warp stone there. It's gonna mean he's gonna walk this one off. Lash with an enormous bag on his hip. If he's able to buy something, buys Tank Buster, that'll be a good catch for him. Doubles gonna be the next move for melee creeps, and it seems like respect is the name of the game right here. Neither team feels willing to push for the other's limits.
That damn book worked for me.
I see Rem.
Okay, well, we have a lot of forward presence from Pupils around that mid lane. Maybe like looking to try to initiate with a combo. Again, it's one of the reasons why Mo is so terrifying. And he's going to go for a dive, it looks like, on the right side of the map as well, as there is some left lane pressure from melee creeps. They got to worry about this dive, and they're going to lose John. Again, we talked about just keeping John as nerfed as possible, and they're doing a decent job this game. But this fight is going to be continuing as it looks like her melee creeps do want to try to take this one.
Oh, here comes the sleep. That sets up Pocket for a big affliction. The swap makes things a little bit awkward, but here's the follow-up. Paradox dead to rights here. Shining Wonder is going to be bouncing around, though, from Brayden. Could make a difference, even with the affliction ticking away. But now, attention turns to the Walker. A kill found elsewhere. Average making his presence known. Saya, is he going to go for a commit here? Pocket could TP out of this in any moment. Instead, he's just going to put damage back the other way, and that is a fight that looks at moments contested, but ultimately it's 3 kills and a Walker for Popper's Pupils. They use every ult to accomplish it, but well worth it as they take those kills directly to the mid boss.
Yeah, perfect reaction from Popper's Pupils. Melee creeps, they're in so much trouble here. They're not going to have players up in time for this. You got John looking in there to try to get some damage, lower some players on the HP, maybe try to buy some time. If he can get, I mean, there might be enough time to get some teammates in onto this fight, but John's going to get absolutely just crippled there by, once again, low main. Who else?
Mo and Krill, baby. Big things on the cards. 2 rejuves picked up. The third already expended into this fight, and Saya going down so quickly. Well, the rejuves go to the way of melee creeps, so maybe they'll be able to fight this one out, but I don't know that even with these rejuves it's enough, right? Like Popper's Pupils, they're full HP across the board. 0 threat really being shown. The extra lives don't make a lick of difference. Rift is going to be grabbed for Brayden, and the macro pressure from DMB is pretty great, so the fact that the Pupils don't leave with rejuves actually makes this a really winning trade for melee creep.
This is insane. 2 walkers off of that. Again, like as you say, no rejuve crystals. This is an insane turnaround, and I have to make sure to mention what just had happened and put melee creeps behind. They went for a walker push on the left side as a response to them losing a walker on the right, and they lost the push, and they lost the walker, and then they lost the mid boss, but somehow still they convert 2 walkers here. You got low main looking for revenge, trying to push forwards. They're captivating Reed to try to slow this one down, but actually looks like it might be enough. Low main's going to piece out of that forward position, and now we're left to just assess here, Jake. What is left after the dust settles? But maybe the dust isn't settled just yet. Looking to try to lock down average on that Lash, and he's going to get away.
Lefa does find DMB. There'll be some kind of a punish, but those super creeps devastate the base guards. Opening base guards, I mean, it's not like, I don't think Popper's Pupils lost a single player in this trade. I think they all stayed alive throughout. And yet the macro was so unbelievably dominant that it's brought melee creeps right back into this game. That is a really strange turn of events. Although adding more kills onto it, feels like Popper's Pupils, they haven't been dissuaded from their aggression despite the difficulty in that last sequence of trades. They also feel, hey, you still can't kill us. You're going to have to do that to win this game.
Hit a production with the pip there, just showing Mo stuck in the undergrounds, in the tunnels. But he's managed to find his way out. Okay, well, we've got a big death slam coming on through. How many targets will it connect with? Okay, well, low main's going to find his target.
Dude, low main is enormous. Look at the health bar on this Mo. is an absolute beast into this game. Birdie also drops low into this one. The AoE damage from Pocket and Mo combining to devastating effect in that trade, and surely another kill to be found on Paige, who's running this way out of here. But talked about this, the mobility options for this hero are pretty weak, pretty poor, and the kills keep flowing in.
He's got 4,500 health at 20 minutes. Come on,
I mean,
man.
all that bonus health from the
combo kills.
Kills during combo, and then on top of that, there's been a while, right, since they've changed Vitality to offer percentage health instead of flat health. But for characters that have a way to gain flat health, pretty rare, actually. I think Mo might be the only one that now those percentage investments are like yet more valuable. So I feel like a game like this for Mo, where it's going to go pretty late, but Mo is getting a ton of kills, Lomain is going to have obscene HP. Like, if he buys Colossus, he's looking at 6K plus. And I mean, he's been unkillable, feels like, this entire game, but that would be a new level.
Oof. Well, okay. I mean, the game is still very interesting. Once again, you know, I mean, the thing is that even though melee creeps they get slapped again, as they have been most of the game, they did get those 2 walkers, so they actually have a walker advantage. And again, as you say, with the base guardians and like the fast zip, I mean, these are small things, but they do add up. So we'll see what melee creeps are able to do with this, because we talked about it again. Like they just really need to keep competitive enough and just keep playing into the late game, and there will be an opportunity. Speaking of which, Charge not going to connect with anything for Sai, has to leave.
Tanky on this Abrams has the Dispel to take that decay off. Paige won't be so lucky though. Forced into a defensive rallying charge is not what Paige wants, and this is what we talked about a little bit in the draft. The difficulty that Paige faces. She's great at assisting the allies, at turning around when someone else is gone on, but when you yourself are the target on Paige, you just struggle to have impact, especially with the incredible mobility in the Pupils lineup. Not an easy one for Birdie to pilot.
All right. Yeah, it's definitely very tough, and lying in wait on the rooftops. Lash, you have to back away from that one. 5 swap is back up, so you have to give respect.
Is rough. Like, I don't think he can stick around in this. Like, DMB is playing pretty confidently here, but I don't think you can win this trade. Lash has insane range control to play around the swap. And just gets boxed back to the base. DMB is still looking, but that's a risky proposition. Pocket would love to be able to find a burst kill. Lash opens a little awkward. Doesn't pull him back up into the air. Needs to worry about that swap. DMB could absolutely get back into this fight if he could get that connection.
Yeah, big pressure. More players coming in for Popper's Pupils. Popper's making his way across as well on the Viscous. This is a full-on team fight right now, and no TP in from Leffa, though. He might go for the mid Guardian or Walker whilst this is going on. So melee creeps have to win this team fight. Otherwise, they're going to get really far behind here.
How unkillable is he? Surely not this unkillable. He eventually goes down, but the price is a 3-man affliction. Opening kill may have gone the way of melee creeps, but the team fight looks scary. DMB, though, with a big swap. Targets Poppers with it. Viscous has the cube to stabilize. And a big shotgun, but the teleport out. The melee just out of range. Huge for League that he can stay healthy at this point in the fight. And now Leffa shows up to the team fight. Double Tornado is out, but he doesn't accomplish too much with it. And honestly, a 1-for-1 is good for melee creeps. If they can just hold here, it's decent enough, but definitely shows the difficulty inherent in their position in this game.
Yeah, that was a very interesting situation. It could have gone really well for melee creeps, but it also could have gone really badly. And it ended up being the case that it went kind of okay for both teams. So everyone gets to kind of disengage. But I think that the thing that's kind of scary now, Jake, is we're kind of into that point in the game where teams are going to be trying to make or set up picks specifically for the mid boss afterwards, because mid boss will be up in 40 seconds. And so with that context in mind, you can't be too careful with how you set up your team fights and how kind of aware you are of the map and what can be happening, because if you get caught, the game could be over.
Yeah, it's a huge threat. Once the second mid boss comes online, it's like that team fight, if it goes disastrously, it can end the game or very nearly break the back of a team. Even for Popper's Pupils, right? Even with the 10, 15K soul lead that they've managed to acquire, we've seen how fast the counter push can come in for the melee creeps. And also how difficult it is to secure those rejuves up against Abrams with that guaranteed unstoppable, hard stuns and displacement in the pit. I mean, Abrams has everything you would want for that kind of a scenario. And there's no way they go from this is a crazy mid boss to just full send. I guess the ultis are down. There's no Abrams ulti, and maybe that's enough. Popper's Pupils, they've looked very good in these deathmatch engagements, and it's been the ultis from melee creeps that have managed to turn things around. So they're going to go gambling with the earlier ult cooldowns. I like this from Pupils Pupils. It's very risky, but I think it is a high percentage play.
I think so. I think also melee creeps might have to go for it. Their hand is forced. They're going to dive in to try to steal these crystals. Let's see what they're going to be able to find here as the ults come on through. There's a death slam. We get a couple of crystals going the way of melee creeps. They'll take a couple of afflictions for their troubles. Nap time comes in on 3 players as well. Every advantage with Pupils Pupils, but with those crystals, maybe melee creeps can get something going here. We'll see one player go down. That's DMB for melee creeps now. Looking like life is quite difficult, but they do take down the final crystal there that Pupils Pupils had.
All kills are for keeps at this point. Lomain with the combo, though, that's not going to be something you want to deal with. Lefa TP's out of the fight. He's going to go pick up this Walker, and there's still kills coming in. The rest of Pupils Pupils chasing down plays, and the combo comes in maybe to find a third. Yes, Celeste will fall. Immaculate execution from Pupils Pupils. They prove that they don't need those rejuve crystals. Lefa is punished for daring to push that Walker, but arguably that choice to melee creeps to defend their Walker cost them the life of a couple other players. With the Rift spawning, it's pretty significant comeback for melee creeps, but they're 3v5. I mean, actually capping it seems pretty unlikely, and Goober makes the same read.
Yeah, it could have been so perfect. I mean, we'll see what they decide to do with it. Now, finally, the wave is pushed into the Walker, and you'll see right now, Pupils Pupils looking to try to split the map in terms of players. You've got to respond to this mid-Walker push, so they get something nice. Gut shot comes on through the safe, though, with the Q. Will it be enough here? In comes the Iridomini to try to get the finish. They have to take down Average. Can you find it? Yeah, there we go. It gets nailed down by the Iridomini. A big pick coming on through, but the lane pressure around the Rift. Another big team fight here.
Oh, Sly delayed this Rift so well. Paradox is going to go for it. They're going to go all in. Melee Creeps gambling heavily on their ability to come back into this Rift. Feels like they have to win this fight, but the Mo just does not go down. And even with the resists online, 2 players have already fallen from Melee Creeps. They might try to bring more. Geist has swap online too. This one could be for all of them. It's a massive affliction though onto the 3 cores remaining in this game for Melee Creeps. Pupils really committing as the Rift begins to tick down, but that affliction does hurt. DMB, John both reduced low, and the swap is already out now, but maybe enough to turn the tide as this Rift nears expiration.
Yeah, still looking to try to force the players out, and a really good effort, I think, though, from Melee Creeps, but now the Rift has come to a conclusion. Now you don't have those resistances. Life not looking so nice anymore, and chasing down the kills will be Pupils Pupils, looking to get all of the value that's left on the table, and these scraps will be picked up, and there you go. Birdie goes down on the page, and I mean, this is not going to be a good look. To look at John, helpless, getting comboed, getting absolutely ganked there by the entire team.
Great read from Lomain and Zeno. They split, they chase down all the kills, and then lap time. Oh no, Braden. He was the one to survive, the one to maybe come back and clear some waves, and now he's in incredible trouble. The Shining Wonder, the lifesteal, is actually doing a lot to keep him up. Is there any follow-up damage? No, the movement clean enough from Braden. But the damage, Dan, it's done. You know, yeah, the Rift faded away, but you got the big team fight you were hoping for, even with those massive resists online. And with full comeback resist, winning a fight is ridiculously hard. Melee Creeps will have to give 2 players away before the fight can even really get going, just to maintain that resist, just to keep the Rift in contest.
I gotta say, you know, that 3-man affliction on that Rift fight, I'm just looking back and I'm thinking, you know, that without that affliction landing, they had an advantage, Melee Creeps, in the fight with the resist as well. That could have been the moment to turn things, but it's interesting. You know, what are the ways that Melee Creeps have to counterplay? What are the mechanisms by which they could come back into this game right now is what I'm sort of trying to figure out here. I don't know if it's as simple as saying, you know, buy some divine barriers. It costs a lot of money. So what is the way back in?
It's tough because, you know, to be honest, you're gonna buy divine barrier this game for sure on page. He's probably saving for it right now. Honestly, I think it is a good item. But that's not going to be a panacea. Like, there's a lot of debuffs coming in on this game. You know, Mirage is a problem. You know, Lash can carry alone. And then on top of that, Divine Barrier doesn't purge something like Mo's combo on you, right? So that's like Lomain has been really consistent finding combos that turn into kills. Colossus was the buy for Saya. He's going to try to endure that front line, recognizing that he has a pretty heavy burden on Abrams this game, just taking through the damage, staying on top of Mo. Been a bit of a clash of titans here. I mean, just imagine a giant Abrams and Mo battling to destroy New York City. That's basically what we're watching, but take it to Japan. We sell a movie. We'll be rich.
Yeah, 100%. Dude, I saw an amazing animation someone made where they turned Abrams into like a Titan from Attack on Titan. It was absolutely epic. I just finished Attack on Titan. So good.
That would be
Have you seen
sick
it?
custom mod. I have seen the show. That would be a nasty custom mod of Abrams as one of the Titans. I could see it. Pause is out from side. Looks like a little bit of a lag issue. Hopefully we can get that resolved. This game, I mean, as good as it has looked for Pauper's Pupils, as well as they've fought, the reason it's been so hard to close out is that these Reju fights for melee creeps, they never end with the Pupils taking Rejus out of the pit. Like, even if melee creeps lose the fight, they make sure that the enemy doesn't get to bring Rejus out on the map. And I would say that's why the base has yet to be cracked, right? Melee creeps, they've still been able to manage these defenses.
It's really interesting here as well, Jake, because I'm looking at this game and I'm thinking, you know, what is the biggest difference maker? And I feel like everything has come behind or being enabled by low main on Mo from the beginning of the game. But you know, we can return to that point later on because the team fight commences here around the egg. We'll see
again.
A big bag get dropped there from DMB. That is heartbreaking for him.
Yeah, perfect time to return to that point. He tries to stay in the neighborhood to contest some of these souls. I mean, it's a lot of souls at this point in the game. The urn is worth an absolute crap ton. But he gets punished. And I actually like that Average doesn't dunk. Instead, he keeps there on his back, which provides him some of that extra movement, stamina regen, etc. that assists him in chasing down for the kill. It's like one of those small details, but makes a little bit of difference there. And more health to low main. The Mo, we get an HP check on low main. Like I'm so curious. And I don't think he's bought Colossus. I don't know if he even should, but it would be too funny not to buy Colossus this game.
Yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair. And okay, looking for the Velwalker gank, I guess.
Need help on blue.
This could be good. I think this is going to be pretty unexpected. Pocket. Very hard kill to find. They need a perfect stun lock and a crazy burst. Ooh, okay, mag leaps up. He's just going to clear the creeps and TP out. Almost lucky not to get found there. I don't even think he sniffed that out. I think he just played defensively knowing that the map was pretty empty. And maybe a nap time's good enough. It's on two. Braden and Saya were in the corners. They were trying to turn things around. The page ult maybe could allow them to do just that.
Oh, big death time coming on through. Average able to take down one. He's going to be able to target down onto Goober. And that is unfortunate that for Goober gets deleted. And doesn't look like the fate of any of his teammates is all that much better. As you can see, Average flying through the sky. Well, look at the connection. They're able to reposition the Saya with that ground strike. Beautiful stuff there from Average.
That is massive. Those are 2 kills just as the mid boss comes back up. And those are arguably, I would say, 2 of the most threatening heroes when it comes to committing for a mid boss. We've seen what Saya can do. I don't think that any further explanation, but the max swap from Goober, if he has it online, is another way to steal Rejuvs away. No page ult. I honestly think you have to give up these Rejuvs, and Pauper's Pupils accomplish what they've wanted what they've waited the entire game to do, which is actually bring the Rejuvs out of the pit. Just look at that. Look at this stack of health bars on Mo. It looks so ridiculous. He's got to have 5k plus, like, right? Like, that is insane.
Gotta be. It's gotta be. And
5,700. And he, please buy Colossus, bro. The entire chat wants you to buy Colossus. It would be too. So if he buys Colossus plus 25%. So that's like, is he gonna hit 7k? I don't know if I've seen that before. Not in the night shift.
How much extra health? Plus, is that 642?
25%, I believe, is the Colossus.
Oh, I was looking at the combo amount that he's.
Oh, yeah, 650. Looks like 640. I mean, he arguably does not need Colossus, but come on, bro. It would be so funny.
I'm with you. Well, as always, next game maybe, because this one might be. Looks like it's going to be over very shortly here. We've got the base siege coming on through now for Pauper's Pupils. All the Rejuve crystals. I mean, a 40k advantage on the souls as well. They are getting the rifts, so those extra minions will actually be kind of nice to siege the base with.
It's like a veteran approach to the base siege here. Splitting, getting all base guardians before committing. Low main on the off lane. As soon as they come to pressure him, he backs off. Tries to pull the enemy out of the base. Rem is here for the assist. And when the base guardians crumbled, free reign now to move up and take further advantage in this game. In from Saya is going to go for the fight, but with triple Reju, Pauper's Pupils have a lot of lives to work with, a lot of flexibility in the way they play this one. Combo. Ooh, and the finish is good. DMB out of the fight, and without Paupers Pupils really taking meaningful damage, still holding on to Death Slam and Affliction. Hard to see the way through here for Melee Creeps. Stat check territory.
Yeah, looking really nice. Cleaning up all the objectives. There goes one shrine, the next one to follow. And you got those Super Troopers in here as well. There's the Death Slam over the top to try to find any extra plays.
Thought he could catch Braden, but the counterspell saves the Celeste. Will it be enough, though? Shining Wonder is bouncing around. One rejuve claim, but you're almost happy to get some value out of them. Here comes the Lash ult, or rather the Abrams ult, I should say, coming in over the top. Decent connection, but you're playing with a lot of house chips here. Ooh, that ground strike barely stopped by Birdie's rallying charge, but the Affliction does enough to just force Melee Creeps back to the base, and even with the big team swap coming out of Paradox, they still have 2 rejuves to work with, and it's hard to see the Creeps managing this hold.
Even the punches onto Lash don't do too much. With all the Siphon Life, 4,500 HP, Lash is kind of, honestly, like the Juggernaut in the sky is really ridiculous. He's like a B2 bomber at this point, just insane, unstoppable. And there goes the first stage Patron as well. And they still have a Rejuve Crystal remaining. It's about the timeout, though.
I mean, with all the objectives you've taken, there's a lot of cash in the bank here. Paupers Pupils, they're not fully backing off here, though. They want to look for more kills. If they can find them, this could crumble. Melee Creeps have been doing a really admirable job at keeping this alive and at least in the realm of possibility. With 5 players alive, it's a little bit scary for Paupers Pupils to commit to the pit. But if they just get 1 or 2 kills here, everything's going to fall apart. Braden is low, critical as well. Average finishes the job. And now the Patron called into question. No one's able to get out here and make this defense. This will be the end of game 1. Paupers Pupils, an impressive victory for them. Melee Creeps scrapped it out, made this one very competitive despite a terrifying start for League's Pocket. But in the end, he's undeniable. Up 1-0 in the series. Melee Creeps going to have to find a resurgence in game 2 to bring this one back.
Well, quite the way to kick off the championship match here in NA. Paupers Pupils looking damn good. And this is all considering that they also had given over so many charges from the Rejuvenator in mid. I mean, the first take, they lose out on 2 of them. And yet they're able to just consistently win out these fights, barely dropping anybody the whole way throughout.
Yeah, I felt like the turning point of the game, or it could have been the turning point of the game. Jake, when I saw that, I was like so shocked. And $100 there from Hidden the Bushes. So thank you very much for the donation.
Faker fan? Or just a coincidence?
Probably not.
I'm glad someone got my reference.
It's probably not a coincidence. But I'm right there with you.
That's a big win.
I mean, this was just very dominant, pretty much the whole way throughout. I mean, still close. I think, you have to give a lot of credit to Melee Creeps for hanging in here as long as they did, because I think that a lesser team would have lost this way sooner. They were consistently able to fight back despite the very early deficits that they were suffering. But it did just feel like this kind of hit a certain turning point where there was just no way back in. I mean, Lomain playing one of the most insane phone kill games that we've seen. You're talking about it. We didn't quite get to see the final item buy come through, I think. So I'm not sure what the total health bar was at the end of this, but it was just monstrous.
I think Lomain having such a big game on Mo and looking so strong on it, it just shows like how much you're working with on Paupers Pupils. Like, I typically when I think about Lomain, I'm thinking about his ability to play some really flashy characters, to be like super mechanically skilled and just outplay on a 1-to-1 level. But Mo and Krill is kind of the opposite of that hero, right? Mo and Krill is ultimately a hero that it just tests your macro abilities, right? Like, are you in the right place at the right time? Are you making the right decisions? Are you having the right comms? Like, there's not, sorry, Mo and Krill players, it's not exactly like a pop-off individual hero. And for Lomain to still be so good on it shows that he's not just an individual who has these flashy plays, he also has an incredibly good read of the game. And for me, I think he's a player who we're going to expect to see for a long time at the top of Deadlock.
Yeah, I got to say, Jake, last week I was saying for me, he's kind of like the Hoot of NA, where you just find out slowly but surely that he's actually so game smart and can play literally everything to a very high level. And that's kind of how I feel about Hoot as well.
I will say average. Also, I was setting this up, right? Like, okay, he's forced to play this crazy flex role for the team. Maybe not forced. It's like, it's one of the biggest reasons why Paupers Pupils are so scary, that like they have so much flexibility in the draft. A lot of it comes from average and stellar performance on the carry Lash, but 9-0-25 for League's Pocket. Absolutely disgusting. Rushes the lane on Pocket of all heroes, and then just goes on. I don't think I saw a bad Affliction in this game. Like, we talk about a lot of Pockets. We see the Pocket come out, the Afflictions, they're one man, two man. They're not really doing too much. In this game is every single time 3 or more. And he's doing way more than just afflicting, right? Finding a lot of value off the capes, the suitcases. You can see it in the damage stat. Tour de force for Popper's Pupils. And honestly, it's only the really impressive macro decision-making from melee creeps and great contests of those rejuve crystals that keep them in the game this long. Like, the stat lines on the kill death here, it looks really nightmarish.
Like, I gotta say too, so there's a couple things here I think that's really interesting. One is, Saya was prevented from having a game on even with that start that he had, that we saw, that we were teased by, he was prevented by having a game. And I have to wonder, what are the biggest contributors to that? And I do think that it's absolutely low main on Mo, and I think it's absolutely League on Pocket. But you can't ban both. And I feel like both need a first wave ban, because low main enabled the entire team to dive and to get insane tempo. And then League at the same time in these team fights with the afflictions he was hitting also is just going to be melting Saya's ability to playmake in a lot of these fights and be the force that can stand and do what low main was doing, which was like providing his entire team all this maneuverability and space in a fight. So it feels like those are two like incredibly impactful picks.
Yeah, I mean, when you get out of a game like this and you watching it, you're like, okay, melee creeps, like, they're still kind of in this one, even with the deficit. They're fighting back. They're able to get, these fights at mid boss, and they're coming away with crystals, yada, yada, yada. And then you get to this screen, and you're like, oh, they were down 5x in kills. They got 9 across that. So again, I think like macro-wise and like being able to skirt around some of these fights, it was pretty damn impressive for melee creeps to hang in here as long as they did. But there really might just not have been any real hope, because Popper's Pupils were just so far out in front. And even when they were giving over, what should be big swings, giving over that many rejuvenators, et cetera, they were just able to completely get control back immediately. I mean, Jake, you talked about it. It was the third mid boss when Popper's Pupils were finally able to get just Rejuvenator out of the pit, out of mid. It took them forever because they kept having them stolen away, but it never really mattered that much.
Yeah, they kept their composure. And speaking of that composure, I really feel like we got to highlight the Rem as well. I mean, 55k healing is a bonkers stat, right? Like, that's almost as much damage as Pocket did, right? Like, and you're healing that back up, sustaining your team, keeping them on the map more often. Really, really impressive. Low main also 36k healing on the Mo, by the way. Not, maybe outshined by Rem, but not by much. So just fantastic performances from them. Rem is 4-0 on the day. Looking like a hero that teams are going to have to start taking very seriously. I feel like the nap times in particular were massive in the team fights. It let you really set up onto, when Goober would step up or DMB would step up trying to start a play. These are heroes that when they're caught with the nap time and you can really just surround them, prepare the fight, and then when you wake them up, they just get annihilated by 6 players from Popper's Pupils. Impressively played from Xeno. I think a great piloting, but also a hero that I think a lot of teams, they need to take seriously in this series and maybe in future weeks as well. Rem is absolutely back on the map in terms of the meta.
Yeah, big day for Rem. Pretty bad one so far for Celeste. While Rem's getting all of the wins, Celeste is just kind of taking all of the L's. So maybe something to reassess ahead of this second map. Because, I mean, at this point, if you're melee creeps, you need to reverse sweep this. You need to be able to do that if you're going to be able to walk away and, maintain your position, get that cash prize. Otherwise, we could be looking at what we kind of assumed was unthinkable, and a 2-0 here if Popper's Pupils are able to just come back in and put up a similar performance to this.
Certainly feels possible. I think for me, another part of it is I don't think you can give up Lash Mirage. They got Mirage after the second phase bans. Mirage may not be, maybe he's dropped a little in the priority, but I really don't think you want to be giving away. Lefa's single death in this game on Mirage is when he TPs to push a walker while his team is chasing out a bunch of other kills. He does get punished for that kill, but arguably that death is like accomplishing something else, meaningful chase down kills elsewhere on the map and meaningful macro pressure. Mirage, other than that, is just untouchable in this game. So and you can say the same for Average on the Lash. After the laning phase where Saya found a couple big plays and slowed him down, he was able to get right back into the thick of it. And by the end of the game, you would not have known that the lane went so rough for Average. He was just carrying with the best of them, floating over the top. And those two very difficult to catch carries, I don't think you want to be giving Pauper's Pupils heroes where individual skill translates so directly into survivability, because they've got the skill. They don't need any assistance as far as staying alive and winning out in these deathmatch fights. Something that Melee Creeps certainly have to think about in that game too.
Yeah, I got nothing more to add.
Well, I'll pressure you before we get ready to go into the break. I'll pressure you. This is, the first game out of the way. Let's say Pauper's Pupils, they come out, they play a similar game. I think it's a difficult question to try to answer. Who's your front runner at the moment for player of the match? Because I think you've got a couple really good choices here. So Jake, we'll go to you first. I'll put you in the hot seat.
I'd say League, because yes, the late game, we know Pocket, a big late game is almost expected, but it's the lane. He annihilated the lane. He's up 3K on like the next player in the lobby, which by the way is his teammate, because they're winning so hard because he destroyed his lane so hard. So a performance like that on Pocket can't go unnoticed, and it just adds the litany of issues that Melee Creeps have to solve in game 2.
I'll say low main. I'll say low main, and it'd be a little bit different, but I think low main, he was up there creating the space and enabling the plays for his entire team to get the tempo, to press it, to like dive on these objectives and get an insane lead really early. And it's in a space of the game before you guys can come online, before John can come online with Venator. It's like the perfect moment, and he was able to seize that.
Well, whether or not this is going to be a 2-0 series is yet to be seen. We have to see what happens in that second map here. It could very well be the final one, but one thing is for sure, Melee Creeps, they have their work cut out for them in this short little break to try to figure out what the hell they want to do in the draft. Because after a game like that, there's so many things that you want to try to target ban, that you want to try to take out of your opponent's hands. So I do not envy their positions. They try to assess that one, but we'll see how they get it sorted. But for now, I think we're going to go to a quick little break as long as production's ready to do so. And then when we come back, we'll get into game number 2.
I see Mirage.
Thanks for the help. This. I'm becoming more and more.
squeeze up ahead.
I'll help you later, Rem.
Take out the Venator.
I'll hit as many as I can.
It's your last. I see Krail. If you're looking for mercy, my friends, I'm afraid that I see Lash. I see Krail. If you're looking for mercy, my friends, I'm afraid that I see Lash.
What's up, everybody? I'm Jake. I'm your favorite shopkeep, and I am back with some spicy new deals. I hope you've been farming those sideways, jungling efficiently, maybe even popping a cultist sacrifice, because at Newegg, we've got some incredible stuff, guys. Take a look at this. First off, we've got the MSI Vector 16-inch, beautiful laptop, gaming on the go. I wish I had this at my trip. I'd be playing Deadlock nonstop all day on the Korean server. So pick this one up, guys. Incredible deals. Up next, let's check out this CPU, a classic, an Intel Core, beautiful CPU. You know, the deals on a CPU this day and age is rare to find. So go on over to Newegg, guys. You don't want to miss this. It's a perfect opportunity to upgrade your build. If that's not exactly what you're looking for, maybe you want the full package here. Check out this Asus Republic of Gamers desktop. Beautiful, black, stylish, fits well on the desk, fits well with your entire item build, and certainly can handle Deadlock with ease. And if that's not exactly what you want to stay mobile, stay on the go gaming at work, don't tell your boss. Just buy this, the Acer Predator Helios Neo 18 AI, beautifully designed, stylish look, and also great deals to be found on it at Newegg. So check out !Newegg in the chat. Go on over. They've got a ton of deals for Intel Gamer Days. Shout out Intel Gamer Days, and shout out you, chat, because you are about to come into some very nice hardware. Thank you so much. This has been the Newegg Shop.
Bro is built for this. He is built for it.
It's just so good. I mean, between him and then ZP doing it earlier on today, it's just been tickling me. It's very funny to see. So I like that. But yeah, another shout out to Newegg and our sponsors here for the broadcast. Without them, it wouldn't be possible, or at least it'd be a hell of a lot less possible, and definitely not nearly as polished as it is. So we do appreciate that. Thank you, Jake, very much, and welcome back to the try box as we get ready to go into game number 2. I mean, look, I got to ask the question. Jake, you were pretty confident about the team coming into this for the Pupils themselves. DK kind of swung the opposite direction. Do you feel differently about your prediction after seeing that first game, or do you think they can bring it back?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I do think, though, a lot comes down to the draft. I think, Pupils Pupils got a lot of what they wanted. We talked about how Rem is 4-0 on the day. That may have been a sleeper, really important pick to be able to get off in this draft. And we talked about Sion Abrams. I think it's fair that he was really good. Like, the lane could have been explosive. It had to be kind of pulled back from a really big saving team fight where I think Lo Mein even roamed in to turn the tides there. So as good as that game was, I feel like Mana Creeps have shown that they're still a phenomenal team. They can still execute and find big team fights when they're down soul. So I won't count them out just off the back of a really good game 1 for Pupils Pupils.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, what about you, DDK? You are you wavering at all? Or are you maintaining your faith?
I'm wavering slightly. Not gonna lie.
He's wavering.
I will say, I am curious if Jake, on your LinkedIn profile, you've got Curiosity Shopkeep. If that's on there yet.
I don't, Dan, but I do think in another life I'm a cattle auctioneer. Just can I hear 1,000, 1,000, 2,000, and 2,000 of the gentleman in the back.
I've been hearing that my entire career, so I understand it. I can identify with that as well. So It's not a bad fallback should esports collapse and then we be out on the streets and need jobs. So
I'm headed to Wyoming.
cattle auctioneer. That's the number 2 job for us.
Me and Mirage going straight to Wyoming, baby. It's where our bread is butter. That's where the cattle auction is hot.
Perfect.
Poppers Pupils, they're going to be first pick this time. See what they open with in the ban phase. I mean, there's an argument for just change nothing. After game 1, hey, run it back. And Melee Creeps are the team that has to find a new way into this draft. But I also think Abrams is worth a consideration.
Good one.
Oh,
Wait, you're serious?
this is interesting because in the past they've picked Abrams even when everything else is kind of available to them. So I wonder even if it's necessary. But this kind of gives Melee Creeps an interesting spot. I kind of feel like they're in a really nice spot here. But this is it. This is the moment. So Doorman still. So they're going to leave open everything.
I mean, I feel like Doorman also, with Melee Creeps being a team for me that is, they're at their best when they're team fighting, when they're controlling, not necessarily about splitting the map and like creating dominant 1v1s and things like that, but the team fighting. And Doorman is just a hero that
There it is.
completely destroys team fights. First overall Rem though. I mean, I know Rem's 1-4-0 today, but first overall is bonkers. That is, talk about a sea change for this hero. Even at the beginning of this series, I don't think these teams would have picked him in this prio, but they just see his absurd impact in game 1 and they say run it back.
I gotta say, I heard a while ago that they would say European top players would say, NA is like a couple weeks behind Europe in terms of the meta, and Europe was first picking Rem a couple weeks ago, so maybe it holds.
I can take whatever they throw at me.
It might, but they're at least gonna deny that potential combo of the Abrams alongside the Rem. But McGinnis making an appearance here as well. I mean, any thoughts as to overall on that pick?
I do think it gives you something really powerful to set up the early game in your favor. We've seen how well McGinnis pushes towers, and Abrams, I mean, don't really need to explain it. Saya's great on it. It's a solid hero. But Poppers Pupils talk about running it back from game 1. If they take you're not going to get the Lash. Obviously, it's banned, but if you take the Mirage here, you are really getting a lot of the key pieces that were so successful for you in that first game, and they will pick it up.
Here we go.
It's got to be, you've got to ban surely the Mo now. I feel like we'll see in the second phase of bans. But Melee Creeps, what's interesting is that they could have picked Pocket themselves in this draft, but they lost both Do and Ido, so they lost all their Pocket players. So, makes sense.
Okay, it's just going to be the Venator as we go into the second round of bans to see. I mean, you're calling for the Moan Krill. Did they go for it? I mean, compared to everything else that we've been seeing today, it definitely would be weird outside of the context of how dominant it was in the first game, and it was enough for them to just go ahead and ban this one away.
I'd almost rather have seen them pick it up themselves this game, but maybe they want to go a different direction in the draft overall. I don't know, maybe the player pool to pilot it isn't quite there, or at least in terms of having already picked a McGinnis.
I guess I'll wait
Ivy,
here.
once again, banned out. I like this. I think Ivy is a really scary hero, underrated how powerful she can be with the late game dropping players into the back line, big silence, followed up by stun after stun. It's a huge problem. The ulti silences that can't be easily purged are a huge problem for Pocket and Mirage especially.
And this is what I expect to see, is that they get the Viscous, because if you can't get Ivy, that's obviously what Buddy will be playing. Viscous is another one of his top 2 picks, I feel like. So it keeps him off the page. I like this a lot. And the save from Viscous, I think, is just going to be so valuable, obviously, against the ulti, the affliction from Pocket. And it's just great. So I love this. I'm already way more excited now.
Warden's definitely had a renaissance.
I didn't really get that, but yeah, I was just about to say, Warden, we were seeing excellent play on Warden earlier in EU, and you can't get the Moan Krill, you get the Viscous taken away, but you get Warden, who can also just be that big frontliner, and then you're also now reinforcing it with a ton of damage, especially in the early game with the Apollo.
And by the way, guys, Billy, unpicked, unbanned. Wow.
Good point.
I'm kind of blown away by that. I still think Billy is an amazing hero. I'm really surprised to see Warden prioed over him. I would have rather seen the Billy in that spot, and then maybe you go back for the Warden later. We'll see if Melee Creeps punished, though, is maybe if Poppers get Billy 12th overall, that is a crime. But also, who plays Billy on Melee Creeps? You already have Saya Abrams, I assume. But it's such a good hero. And Billy 12th overall may actually happen. And I mean, okay, maybe they won't pick it, but I can't imagine why. It is such a good Billy game.
I really like the
One of the
Calico.
ones that we saw that slip through the cracks was available as well in the previous game, but no one opted to go for it. And it's gonna be the Celeste. So Poppers Pupils have Rem, who is undefeated currently on the day, and Celeste, who is yet to get a win on the day. So this is an interesting mix.
Someone's streak will be broken, but I will say, actually, I really like Celeste. You know, in the last game, I think the REM sleep was a huge problem for her because there's basically no way to dodge REM sleep. And it was such a reliable setup to start the fight. And, you know, Braden often found himself on the back foot, like running out of a scenario where he was kind of the one being initiated on. In this game, you've got, you know, people to go in first, like Apollo could kind of start off the engagement. Warden could get in there with an ultimate. You've got a save from Rem. Rem's the one who could set up the fight for you this time. And it's hard to see where the lockdown begins on Celeste. Like, yes, the Abrams pin and the Venator shotgun are strong. The Paradox swap kind of has to hit, I think, to like pull Celeste down to earth, because when she's just dancing around in the sky above you, you're really hurting for like some sort of hard lockdown. Maybe somebody builds knockdown this game, maybe, but it's not super obvious in any of these builds. And so I think this could actually be maybe the most successful Celeste game yet.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, that will be crazy.
Yeah, one thing that you didn't mention was the Iridomini, because it's obviously like a huge chunky burst damage to sniper with is another nice answer. But when it comes down to it, I don't know how practical it is to AU saving it for the Celeste. I don't know if that's how you're going to be thinking about the Iridomini necessarily in these fights. But I do agree with your assessment. I'm actually very excited though to see that Braden gets the Calico, because Braden is very, very, very strong in the Calico, and we haven't really seen much of Calico today, I think, in the way that you would expect. The only thing though is that Calico kind of needs to be, I think, in that McGinnis lane so that Calico can get unlocked. You win the McGinnis lane, you get unlocked, and then that's when Braden can do the damage, and they can tempo out from the early into the mid phase of the game. And I think that's, for me, is like, that's kind of where melee creeps need to find themselves in this game.
I mean, I'll double back to this question. I asked it before. I'm just going to keep repeating it because I'm stupid and I need to just draw from what I already know. So starting with you, Jake, again, team names, player names turned off. Which one of these drafts kind of like draws your attention a little bit more as far as strength is concerned?
I was gonna say I miss you, Seth. Great having you on the show. I actually think melee creeps have the better draft for me. The biggest question mark for me in Popper's Pupils draft is like, none of the heroes is bad, but I just wonder if they're not a little too greedy with like the Warden. And I mean, it's really like Apollo and Rem are going to be pretty comfortable playing without crazy economy and just pushing the tempo. But Warden, Celeste, Mirage, and Pocket, these are all four heroes that I would say generally want a good amount of farm. So I think it's ultimately going to be average and low main that are going to need to be fighting without necessarily crazy eco. So maybe it'll be like a trap max build for average, like max flask into max trap, and then play the Veil Walker. We've seen that a lot on Warden today. Maybe play more towards the ulti in the late game. For low main, again, Celeste, I expect, you know, usually to get more farm prio. But if anybody can make this hero work, it's got to be low main. We talked about the individual skill on this guy, the map read from him. But melee creeps have a much more straightforwardly balanced draft here. It's like 2 gun carries, a frontliner, you know, a pick hero in the Paradox, and then you know, Calico and Viscous to like play out the early game. Like I could see them putting a lot of pressure on pretty quick in this game. For Popper's Pupils to weather that storm is going to take a really well piloted match.
Does this steady your nerves for your prediction to still go the way of melee creeps, DDK? Do you agree? Do you like this draft for them?
I think, yeah, I like this draft a lot more for melee creeps. I do like Popper's Pupils draft a lot as well. I think they've got a lot of really spicy things going on that's going to be really entertaining to watch. But I think overall, I think just getting Birdie on the Viscous, I think already is amazing. It gives them a lot of good options. Getting John on the McGinnis, I think gives them a really easy early game if Braden can get unlocked. Like I see more answers through the different periods of the game to allow them to kind of get going and to have Sire have a better game too. So I think I'm still going to lean melee creeps. You know, I'm still going to believe.
Okay, well, it's time to find out. Is this going to be a 2-0? Will Popper's Pupils regain the throne at the top of North America, or will melee creeps be able to extend it all the way to a third and final map and look to defend that throne and take home the cash prize? Let's It's time to find out as we go ahead and jump into game number 2 and see if this is going to be an overall, I'd say, pretty quick day, or if one of these series can go the distance. So, gentlemen, I'll get ready to pass things over to you so you can take the action. Let's see who comes out on top.
It's been a day, Dan, and melee creeps now find themselves in a relatively unfamiliar position with their back against the wall in a blowout game 1. Now game 2, there's nothing to do but show a much stronger performance. I think they got the draft to do it. Very curious to see how Pupils Pupils make this look. I mean, it's a little bit light in general on like stuns and control in their team comp. It's like, who is really going to offer that? The REM sleep, Mirage Tornado, for me, is more about survivability than it actually is about stunning people, especially since Echo Shard is not really a meta item anymore on the character. And then it's just Apollo, I guess, to Atai Losan or repulsed people, but have to see how the piloting goes. That's obviously going to be the decisive factor here.
Okay, so what I'm curious most about, though, is, as I mentioned, I feel like the McGinnis Calico lane for melee creeps is really important, and so we'll see the lane swap, and so they understand
they're
that
counter
too,
lane swapping, by the way, I think. Wait, they're faking the lane swap now because they know the counter lane swap. The line games are getting next level. They baited the Abrams and Viscus to swap into their lane, and I think for melee creeps, it's going to be too late with the creeps out. They can't go back now unless they want to re-swap after this lane. Mind games on mind games.
Which they could do, and it would still be fine. So I'm curious if that's going to happen. We've seen it before. But the question is, are they happy with the Apollo Warden lane?
Apollo Warden. Yeah, I think, I mean, that was, they played the same 2 versus 2. They just wanted to have the opposite matchups on the opponents. So they were going to have like all the heroes full swap. I guess because they want to have Celeste against Abrams, in my mind, like just the ability to like, you know, light people up and, you know, follow up with that big spear damage. Abrams, being a hero that wants to play close range, often finds himself in a tough spot between some of these AoE damage abilities. Pocket, though, pinned under tower, takes massive damage. Great find from Saya. No kill, but meaningful for sure on the laning phase.
So, okay, you know, I'm really curious what the lane will look like for the McGinnis and the Calico. I think Apollo and Warden is kind of nasty. Obviously, Apollo is one of the best lane bullies, early laning phase bullies. So it shouldn't be too straightforward. But I mean, McGinnis's output, the walls, you know, the turrets. I do feel like there's good tools there to allow them to kind of win that battle. And again, I think it's so crucial to get Brayden unlocked. If Brayden can really maximize the strengths of Calico by getting onto the roam, they're going to be in a good spot. Now, I also, Jake, I'm a big fan of the Abrams Viscus as well. With the burst damage you have, it's very durable as well.
Yeah, definitely both teams, I think, fielding some strong laning combos. Warden was once a really strong laner and has honestly lost a lot of prowess in that regard. Some of the nerfs coming in have definitely hurt the laning potential. And even with Apollo by his side, so far, this is looking pretty good for McGinnis. That first item, Extended Mag, is so much value when the rate of fire just gets like fully stemmed on McGinnis. She's doing crazy DPS at level 1. Even has the turret online for this tower, but this tower is going to take a crazy amount of damage. Like you got to clear these creeps, and you're not able to do it without some of the Apollo nukes.
Yeah, and you know, you build into the monster rounds, the intensifying mag, like we saw in the previous game. That's just the way to get the tower pressure fastest, and you know, really control this lane. I think the lane swap ultimately is going to work out for them. Get the box running from both teams at the moment. And the box is spawning at 3 minutes these days. Back in my day, they spawned at 2 minutes.
Yeah, both teams going very greedy on the box running. No one really wants to call the bluff and put a ton of tower pressure on. So Warden behind enemy lines, though he's stealing roof boxes. He's in very deep, though, on average. Will he actually get away with this? If he could just live, that would be huge. But Venator has even come to show up to the gank. Probably something the average didn't expect. Ooh. A clean little parry, though, on his way out. Perfect movement as well from average on the Warden. If he lives this, it is pretty impressive display of individual skill. Calico's going for the finish, but cannot afford to tank the tower with the assist of Poppers on the Apollo. Average does eventually go down, though. DMB will not be denied even after the parry. Surprisingly, he could actually get back in for more damage.
Yeah, that's a nice find there, but DMB is going to have to make his way back to mid lane. Might get intercepted by the Rem. However, I think, again, a lot of it's about keeping this pressure on the lane because you need that Guardian damage. Ooh. That's what they were going for, but the punish with these flawless advances might be resulting in the kill. Good damage coming out there. Is there any chase down, any follow-up? You do have average on the Warden. He's trying to pursue, but they will be able to get away there. But the important part, again, is that they've managed to push away the McGinnis and the Calico from that Guardian damage.
Tunnels could be contested this game with both Rem and Calico on the field. Could make for some spicy little fights. You definitely don't want to find yourself in a 1v1 on Rem, not against Calico.
Have we ever seen like the fight between a Rem and a Calico on broadcast in the tunnels?
I don't know that I've seen, because it's honestly a lot of times like you just don't have a game where there's 2 tunnel heroes drafted. So it's just,
yeah.
Even though that's cheeky from side, it's a lot of damage actually. Like taking the zip knock kind of hurts even from across the map. That's like, you know, a couple hundred damage. Definitely meaningful on the lane, especially for Celeste, who does kind of want to throw her HP around a little bit when she goes in for the big fights.
Okay, back to pressuring. They've healed up. And it's about good trades here for the McGinnis and Calico. The defense coming in from Popper's Pupils. Not looking too bad. Sigil, a riposte, Force Advance, everything getting used there by Apollo. Who is Popper's at the moment. I say at the moment as though he can like swap who you're playing in the middle of the match.
He's probably going to bring out the counter pick here. He has a good time to go Jetpack Cat, as I've been casting last week. We'll let's see though how they end up playing from here. John with the vitality buff. That's a nice find from McGinnis. It lets her go very greedy with the build this game. But Lefa, let's see how he's handling the mid lane. Haven't seen too much from them, and then we focus more on the side waves. But rest assured, this Mirage Spirit buff as well. The cooldown is a great little stat to be getting on Mirage this early in the game because it also affects your ability to get the marks stacked up quicker. It's actually one of the better cooldown users in the game for that reason.
We're at the 7-minute mark, and I would say that meaningful damage has not been done to the towers on the right side of the map here, though. We will get ultimate used there against McGinnis. John surviving. Here comes the chase down, the punish from Brayden on the Calico. Is it going to be good enough? Don't think he's got enough damage for this. So it will be an escape again there for Poppers. Doing a great job, though. This Apollo Warden lane, it's done the job here, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, Warden does have some pretty good creep clearing ability, so the wave push hasn't been there, even with some of the kills coming in. A swap, though, finishes the job onto low main. Good roam from Goober, but the opportunity taken in mid. A deep dive, but with Rem and Mirage, maybe it's not too deep at all. They're happy to pick that one up and maybe keep the pressure on with the little helpers.
Will come through.
Trying to turn it.
Binding word.
TP in. Lefa's not going to have Tornado for a few more seconds. Used it on that mid gank, but oh, the riposte. That hurts now. Diving in for more onto this one. Calico trying to do what damage she can, but she's pretty poor at actually clearing off these waves. The tower just getting beamed down, and strikingly, it's John who loses the tower first. League picks up another one on the other side lane, and first team to blink, definitely melee creeps in this one.
Yeah, looking to try to convert this mid Guardian. This would be a really nice counter pickup. 3 players with the focus here. Nothing to do to deny it. So it's going to work out, actually, I think, in one respect there for melee creeps in terms of equalizing the Guardians. Okay, we're going to get some trouble here for DMB.
Oh, the slowing X really hurts here. Does get cubed. Still in trouble. They're not out of the woods just yet. Maybe the roll from Viscous could be enough to turn this around. Tries to stun the Rem out of it. Sneaks a heavy and another one. Big hits off the back of the shotgun. DMB doing great work with the assist from Birdie, but Lefa walks it off. Huge find from Mirage. Now with the towers down, it's a party in the mid lane.
Yeah, again, I think this is what we see when Birdie gets to play on to the Viscous. It's very, very strong on this hero. I feel like the strongest performances I've seen from Birdie, always on Viscous, providing that support. Huge there, keeping DMB alive. A lot of action still in mid. Now, John Joe's going to be, playing the farm game on that McGinnis. And, for now, it feels like once more, Popper's Pupils have control of the map and the pressure game. They're going for that mid Guardian. Once again, a lot of players here. Swell looking to push onto this Guardian. It's going down. There's no two ways about it. And you've got to give it up. Melee Creeps simply don't have enough to contest with 5 players.
You know, with all the action that's been going on in this game, I just want to highlight something interesting there. A lot of people talk about how, you know, Rem shouldn't do their own team sinners. But in this case, Poppers Pupils, they actually decide to have Xeno pick up the doubles. And at the same time, they're just throwing tons of bodies at the mid lane. Now, Melee Creeps just make it to their own doubles. But honestly, I think they're going to be set up to get contested here. Double buff for Poppers Pupils. They may look to fight onto the enemy doubles.
They do manage to catch Lefer in the distance as the bridge buff fight continues. Trades, though. Who is it going to be favoring at the end? We do get the Warden ultimate getting popped. There's a good swap, though. The lockdown, the damage output onto the Warden. Not too bad here, and you can really see the Time War coming in handy. And not really all that much that Average is able to get out of the fight.
Warden ulti, not what it used to be. John, though, trying to just soak through the Celeste, but the turret actually becomes an Achilles heel here, giving some extra bounces to the Shining Wonder. And that's enough damage with the Urn in hand. Mobility buffed and Urn on Celeste. That should be illegal. So many stamina. It's not fun. No, not any stamina items. You'd be forgiven for not recognizing it, considering I think he has 6 stamina right now. I mean, this is crazy for low main. Almost doesn't want to dunk the egg.
Yeah, looking really nice at the moment. Okay, looking to go for the punish.
He's keeping it. He wants to use it to the fight. Abrams will snatch some of these away, but this bag surely is going to be given over.
Oh my god, 2 kills coming out of that one. Nice connection. Nice connection, the Apollo ultimate. And this little assassination squad. In and out. Maybe finally we'll see the dunk here, but okay, you've got John claiming something in return. Taking down the Guardian, but okay, that is a very good wall. It's going to slow things down, burn the cloak. Still in a forward position though, but we'll be safe. In the meantime, the new egg is still
That's
active.
not going to get dunked. Why is he even going for it? Isn't it expiring? Wait, are we is the okay? Yeah, he was trying to get the permanent buffs maybe from getting like the last second dunk, but wouldn't have been many souls to speak of regardless.
Rift fight oncoming. There is an affliction available for League 2.
And Pocket's just free capping the Rift. That is a bad sign. They're capping the Rift and taking a team fight. Maybe it's a little too much though for Poppers Pupils. They've already lost low main. Xeno's going to go down as well. Still though, 2 kills, but a free Rift cap is, I think, worth more than 2 kills at this phase of the game. Now you have a big pressure on John and Birdie. They're going to have to clean up this wave. Should open up more time to farm. League has been steadily building up the net worth. Once again, a really strong opening performance from League's pocket. 12K, very comfortable start. John, though, keeping much better pace in this game, too.
Yeah, it does seem kind of, I think, to be the case that some of the things we were suggesting, maybe playing out a little bit more to work with for melee creeps. I'd be curious to see what the damage chart looks like. We haven't looked at or requested some of these charts here today so far. But yeah, okay, so that's what I'm talking about, Jake. Look at Birdie go.
Yeah, Viscus, I think, one of the best early game damage heroes, but certainly happy to be topping the score line in that regard. Low main, though, right up there with him.
Well, Saya's having a rough game here. You know, I was bigging him up on the... obviously, he does have a good Abrams, but just not finding it so far.
Yeah, definitely a slow start for him compared to game 1. Only 8.6 thousand souls. I do think, though, Abrams is one of the better frontliner heroes to play a low econ game. He has a ton of buffs, by the way, so I guess he's getting a lot of boxes out of the map. Getting a ton of golden statues, maybe some sinners as well. Pretty much dead even, 51-50. And usually the Rem team tends to pick up a little bit more of these, so props to melee creeps. They're keeping it so even. Oh, you talked about this.
Yeah, just narrowly evades the gut shot, but look at that, the sniper. And that makes the difference. The burst damage, you know, it really, really helps against Celeste.
Yeah, you can certainly feel it. Calico has the ulti. Doesn't want to be forced to use it purely defensively. Taking sinners is risky, though, at this kind of low HP. See if you can get away with it. Oh, Lefa finds John. That sounds like a max proc from the Mirage. Finishes off the carry of the melee creeps, and a well-needed soul bag for Average to get back into this econ. Oh, and TMP stepped up. He thought he was chasing that kill. Instead, he's the one who gets chased down.
Yeah, he looks horribly out of position. When we switched to his POV, it did not look good. So once again, it feels like if we are looking at a trend, Popper's Pupils macro, every single game tonight, I feel like has overall been better. I think it's fair to say. And this game seems no different as well. They are looking for, well, a defense there against a bit of burst damage from melee creeps, but melee creeps, are they going to be looking for a fight? They got a few players in the jungle on the left side, but you can say the same for Popper's Pupils, but just on the other side of the map.
Buffs are up. It's going to be 1-1. Leffa gets the gun buff. See what's taken on the other side of the field. Seems like maybe the creeps want to hand it over to someone else than is currently there. With the urn coming down, yeah, low main, one of the best urn runners in the game on Celeste with that natural air acceleration and low grav. He's going to be making a quick move over to the left side and into the waiting arms of Average, who keeping that lane prio out. Once again, the urn proves to be a real strength for this team. Affliction, 2-man, could be good enough, especially with how poor Saya is. Apollo just dicing through the big blue man, and Leffa gets the finish with the mark.
Okay, urn once again getting collected. This time by Braden, actually. We'll be able to return it. Don't know how many of the souls he got, but there will be a fight there. They've got to be cautious. And looking like a fight that it's going to get kind of gnarly here, especially with all these ults pops. You got Celeste on the chase down as well, so going to be able to send them away.
Looks like the Celeste ult missed there, and honestly, I think it's John's movement buff that gets him out of that one. Honestly, without the movement buff, I'm not so sure he has the stamina to get out of that Warden ulti, and especially with those flasks coming in and keeping that stat so constantly low. Oh, big pin on Pocket. He's been relatively untouched this game. Will he be able to play his way out of it? The slowing hex should assist Pocket. Retreating well. Abrams ulti gonna go for it as well, trying to chase down on this rim. Will get the stun connection. And yeah, talk about a team being in a rock and a hard place. The entire team, it feels like, for melee creeps, swarming over that one. Saya finds another.
They're charging to swap, looking really nice. If they can get these kills, that will be something. They did just lose a Walker, so they need to get something. And look at this, the lanes are pushed everywhere because they're putting all their attention on the team fights. And right now, melee creeps, 6 players up. And what is the next play here? They're going for more kills in the mid, but another incredible charge coming on through, but they can't get the follow-up.
He is trapped. Average is thinking about sticking around and maybe try to turn this fight around. Saya making the play back to his own Walker, playing under the veil. Hard to get that last finish, but he steps out a little bit early and all. Poppers is there waiting to receive him. Great looks from Apollo. Picks up a 3-kill streak, and what looked like a really devastating sequence for Popper's Pupils gets actually kind of turned around in their favor. Now Average takes it straight to the mid-boss. It's quite the gambit with just the Abrams kill, but then again, Abrams maybe is the key player for a mid-boss contest.
We'll see what happens here, though. It's a couple of, well, there is definitely HP missing on the Popper's Pupils side. Wall comes up here to try to protect the crystal. They look to go for it. In comes the Affliction. It's going to hit 2 players in melee creeps. They'll lose Goober. Braden goes down as well. And there's one of the crystals, but is that enough? I don't know. This is looking like Popper's Pupils have this all day.
Yeah, with 2 players already confirmed killed. Advantage is massive, and oh, if League gets away, that is just devastating. Still have 2 Rejuves to work with. Saya's getting back into this fight. They will find the kill onto Rem, and okay, that will be the Rejuves used up, but it's so expensive. It's another death for Saya. I mean, delaying the inevitable here, doing what damage he can. Truly, he doesn't get out of this one, and yeah, with the flash coming in, that's dead to rights for Abrams. 6K, I believe, on the, maybe actually 7 kills on the fight for Poppers, right? Because Saya dies before it, and then again, after all 6 players of melee creeps did die during that exchange. Extraordinary bit of value, because it's not just the souls you get off those kills, it's also now a bit of math you're able to snatch away from the opposition. Oh, and Ren's even getting some of the doubles. Calico's here, but can she stop it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's looking really sketchy right now in the game state for melee creeps. It has kind of felt like they've been behind the whole game in general. Honestly, all of the games have kind of felt like Popper's Pupils have just been kind of, you know, casually ahead. You know, it doesn't feel like dominant, but like it feels kind of certain at the same time.
I mean, to be honest, Deadlock is a game that defies like truly dominant results because of the inherent comeback mechanics, but it's about as dominant as it gets, right? Just very clean games from them. The important team fights of the match have all been coming up their way, and historically, that's been where melee creeps had their number, was playing these big team fight engagements. But Popper's Pupils, even with some really good sequences coming against them with great pins back to back to back from Saya, they weren't able to convert. They weren't able to really move the needle on the match. That's what Popper's Pupils accomplished with that big mid fight. 15,000 soul lead, pretty significant. They're still playing a little bit later into the game, and this comeback rift, though, couldn't come at a better time. This is a really significant amount of resist. I'm not sure you should even fight this as Popper's Pupils. But there are only 2 Melee Creeps players here. You might still think about it.
Easy cap. I was leaving the silence, you know, just to enjoy the music. The production quality.
The devs did cook in a crazy way with the music update. And now the men in black marching down this wave. If you want to defend this, you better bring the cavalry. That is a serious gang of troopers. No tornado available. Dispel might be there, but there's no instant escape. Great movement, though, will do the job for Leffa, along with some assist from Poppers. Comes in, makes sure that Calico thinks twice about chasing.
Apollo, so annoying. Brayden actually popping the ult there.
Yeah, easy riposte off the back of the Calico ult. No way to stop that for Cali.
Honestly, you just can't shake him. It's so irritating to be against. And here are some assistance. Sai comes in. Makuba's going to go down here. It's not looking like a good start to the fight at all for Melee Creeps here. They're going into the underground. They're completely outnumbered. The burst damage is going to be far too much there for Brayden. And they're just getting picked to pieces. DMB goes down on the other side of the map as well, getting chased down. Birdie wasn't able to... In fact, Birdie might die too.
Split fights all over the map. I think Viscous should be able to roll off with this one, but that is a brutal sequence now. Pupils with huge advantage in this match. Further extending that lead with that earned dunk.
Headed to yellow.
And, you know, Boundless Spirit is going to come online here for Poppers when he goes back to buy. Unless he's already bought it up. But that item is a game changer for Apollo. It turns your damage into powerful and annoying to ridiculously explosive, right? And for Abrams, even with no Spirit Brazil, like the poverty for Saya is actually going to really hurt because items like Spirit Brazil are just hard to afford when you're significantly behind the 8 ball.
I'm still also just remembering that Billy was completely open in this game, did not get picked.
Yeah, wow. That's honestly still shocks me. Like, I honestly still think Lomate should have played Billy this game. Like, I will die on that hill, actually. Double tornado out from Mirage. Leffa just doing Mirage things. Showing up, pressuring some macro, pulling attention to himself, and yet still staying alive. This time he's got Poppers by his side. This would be quite the confident push for John. I don't really see it coming together.
Yeah, DB's in a 1v1 on the right side of the map against
2v1 now.
Pocket, so this is not a good look. He's got to get out of there. Teammates coming to save him. DMB, his teammates, this will probably be a team fight right now because his teammates have to come in to try to keep him alive. And now you got the meeting of both sides. DMB coming back into the fight from the back. Affliction is going to land only to one player, Gooba. This might be something for the Melee Crew side. Do they have anything to work with? The tiny Losan is going to take down John. And Gooba still afflicted. They can't really participate. And again, getting zoned away from a fight.
Yeah, great play across the map. I mean, they put so much pressure on DNB. It pulls a huge rotation from Melee Creeps. And where does the kill come in? The opposite side of the map. It's Poppers and Average combining, recognizing that McGinnis, she's not going to get that same level of backup. Now they're even thinking about a Walker Siege, which kind of wild, but hey, the advantage you got, maybe you go for it, and pressure continues across the map. Little helpers are going to present problems on mid. Abrams has to come defend. And even though Average rather is pushed back for now, he does get a lot of damage out there. And meanwhile, DMB surely dead to rights, and even Birdie's not necessarily going to be safe. Even with the damage on Pocket, the Spirit Burns absolutely hurt.
Yeah, big pressure again. Just the slow suffocation of Melee Creeps here. They lose their left side Walker, just one left now. And I mean, they're going to be, I mean, it's, I guess, maybe a little bit too soon. I guess it depends on the build, but what I'm trying to say is they're going to have issues being slot locked at some point. You know, 3 Walkers still up for Popper's Pupils. It's not fun.
That's a good point. It's very real, especially, you know, some of these characters really like to get a lot of small items. Abrams, Viscous, they really will value slots pretty soon. Even Calico, right? If you know, trying to slot in all these, you know, high value, useful mobility ganking items, you end up kind of forced to make some concessions, forced to sell items that you would otherwise love to keep and retain in the build. No such issue for Popper's Pupils, and with all but one slot, there's just really no question about the comfort in always getting the buy you want. Like Popper's has 2 or 3 empty slots. He's not even close to having an issue in that department.
The roar of the mid boss. Oh no, this is a bad sign if you're melee groups, because you have not been winning the battle on the picks or these team fights, and so it's a very difficult situation. I mean, like Jake, if you're in the shoes of melee groups, are you trying to avoid fights altogether? Do you want to force Popper's Pupils to try to find a pick aggressively onto you?
He's gonna sell the slowing hex. Okay. A really high value item to have to sell, and a movement buff to low main. Uh-oh. Better watch out, melee creeps. You get a life up on Viscous. I just don't know that matters. And movement buff on Celeste, that I'm quite confident saying that is huge. Colossus on Warden, he's going to be a major problem because he's got that ulti maxed out, no way to cancel it once he starts channeling. And I actually really like that up against Abrams on the pit contest, because you could just channel your ulti right as the rejuve comes down, use that unstoppable to survive at least some of the stunts from Abrams, and then now that's a hero that can actually stand in the pit against the toughest tests. DMB dies almost as an afterthought for League, picks that kill up on his way to do another Aaron, dunking the urn. He's going to get a ton of wave farm as well. No, he's actually going to come to the mid fight. They're going to let the wave crash on the Walker. This is a very committed move from Popper's Pupils, but they say 1 kill is enough. Let's play for the match, not for the Walker.
I actually really like this because they do have that to play with. They can sack a Walker if it gets them significantly ahead in the game.
Whoa.
Now, okay, you've walled in the Warden ulti. I don't know about that one. They're going to be charging forwards here. DMB is already dead. John goes down. And with this last ball, the Shining Wonder just like smashing into everybody. This is not a fun fight. None of these fights have been seemingly remotely winnable for melee creeps.
Yeah, that was a great play with the ulti, the last stand from Average, because Saya Bleed pinned him right at that moment. And yet that when you lose charge and don't get any value on Abrams, that is a hugely important skill in a kind of contested fight in the low ground. Tornado's just making this so awkward to try and come into. Even with a big swap, it's just too late. And then Kuber finds himself dancing alone in the mid-boss pit.
But first, I'll take yours.
Have melee creeps been
grim
getting
now
kills in this game?
I mean, not really. It has been another tour de force from Popper's Pupils. Like, they have been showing off and showing out in this game.
Yeah, Xeno coming back is really proven to be, I mean,
this is what we waited for, Dan.
Showing for them.
The Calico and the Rev in the tunnels, and the Calico's being bullied away right now. She's going to retreat back to the tunnels. There's not many boxes here. I wonder if Rem already picked these up.
Okay, 27 kills to 12. So it's not the worst that we've seen, but it's obviously not great. It's not looking good here. And there's a rift. The resistances, will they make a difference?
Huge resist here, but Popper's Pupils showing an intention to fight. They do have the rejuves after all. A lot of lives to play with, but the kills aren't coming in quick. Taya's so tanky. They are going to give up the rift and just play for the kills, giving that resist up. DMP already dead on his screen. The Affliction on 3 League. So consistent on Pocket today. And he does not disappoint in this, what could be nearly the final fight of the match. Melee creeps running for the hills, running scared. But not able to get out is Birdie. Braden neither. And the bleed out, I mean, I would say it's slow, but it's getting quicker and quicker with every minute in this match. Still a lot of time left on the reju for Popper's Pupils. And with 3 enemy players on the deck, it's open season for Lefa to pick up this Walker and expose the melee creep space.
And so now we can kind of take stock and you can look at it and see, okay, they sacked the Walker for the rejuve. Was it worth it? I mean, yes. But like it kind of worked out.
Absolutely a worthwhile trade. The first set of base Guardians go down. Shrines surely soon to follow. Monstrously tanky Warden. Landing stage was relatively tough for Average. Took a couple deaths, but you wouldn't know it from his strength at this point. Been a calling card for him is his consistency of having these high impact late games. Opening base guards while the second layer of Shrine goes down and a sleep comes in. Xeno senses an opportunity to maybe turn some kills before the spawns come in. Looks like it's no good just yet. Shining Wonder just even threatening them despite them playing in the base, and Pupils are gonna get the drop probably before they even need to use any of these rejuves. The game on the edge of a knife for melee creeps, maybe already falling.
Oh, there's one crystal gone. We've got the ball rolling through. Got a respectable, but it's not looking like it's a good overall look at all for melee creeps. Affliction comes down onto Sire and Brayden. I feel like Sire's been taking afflictions all day on Abrams. It's no fun. He gets taken out. Brayden's going to be sent out of the fight as well. And this game is over.
It's all business for Average, focusing down the patron. It is involved, but not for long. These players from Melee Creeps doing what they can to forestall what seems the inevitable conclusion of this match. And inevitable, it will be John's turn to tank up for the Archmother. Surely he's not long for this world. Trapped up and killed, and that is GG. Popper's Pupils put on a clinic today, coming in from the Challengers match with an assertive 2-0 victory. Melee Creeps felt like they had no chance, and it is a rarity that they're decimated in such dominant fashion.
Well, quite the showing here from Popper's Pupils, coming away with the 2-0. We didn't see it coming. We didn't think it was possible. We thought that Melee Creeps was going to be able to extend this, make this a 3-mapper at the beginning, but I mean, the form carried over from Popper's Pupils from that first game into the second, and I think it even got improved here, guys. This was just another even more dominant showing compared to what we saw in the first.
Yeah. I mean, way to subvert all the expectations. We all felt like it was going to be a really close matchup. Melee Creeps won last time. Xena came back, but there'd been all these improvements for Melee Creeps, but they really struggled in this series today. And a lot of the stuff that I think was working for them last week, you know, again, Scion Abrams was one of, I think singularly the biggest factor in terms of that. And it just really didn't work out. And you could see that Popper's Pupils were quite happy to allow the Abrams to go to Sire, and they were very effective in how they were playing and drafting against it to make it look pedestrian.
I mean, what a series what a day from League. He just plays Pocket for 3 games. Every single one is like an absurdly dominant performance. I would love to see his kill death on the day in 3 matches. I'm sure it is something absolutely heinous. And, you know, we were talking about this, like,
first one, right?
why does NA not play Pocket? The question was, who's actually going to be the one to pilot it, right? With Do and Ido kind of on the sidelines for a minute. We're waiting to see them back in the action soon. But League is maybe risen to be NA's next great Pocket player. With a performance like today's, I think you really have to think about respect bans for this individual going forward. You do not want to be on the, I mean, he's winning his lanes. That is not what you pick Pocket for. You pick for the late game, which, okay, yeah, that's going to be good value. But when you dominate your lane on Pocket, like, you were built different. You were doing something absolutely unexpected, and that kind of a performance, it stands out in a match like this, even with as dominant as Popper's Pupils are overall.
It really does, and I don't favor or really like look forward to like the next team that goes up against them as Popper's Pupils. They're going to be defending, so whoever is able to make it through the Challenger match next week to try to face off against them, I don't envy their position of trying to dissect and figure out the drafts, because they show something mostly the same but still make some adjustments, and they're able to just still absolutely dominate. So with so much comfort, so much flexibility, how are you meant to pick this apart? Because on one hand, it's like, yes, it feels like the Pocket. We have to take that out of the equation, get them out of there. But then you open up things like the Lash that was absolutely dominant. This Rem has been an absolute menace. I mean, they managed to do what no other team was able to do today, which is get Celeste a victory. So they managed to find that and also make it a 5-0 day for the Rem. I don't know how you're really meant to try to navigate a draft around this team.
I need to interject one thing. The fact that Melee Creeps is lost here does set up, if Ido is true to his word and his team is ready next week, it sets up the Melee Creeps Civil War best of 1 challenge match.
Okay.
Holy cinema.
The gauntlet's been thrown down. Will they rise to the occasion? We'll have to just wait and see. But that is definitely something to look forward to on the horizon. But I mean, look at League. He didn't die. I don't think League died in the first game.
All right,
certainly didn't
we
die
got this
here.
from production, guys. Total KDA on the day, 21, 2, and 35. And by the way, both of those deaths are from game 1, are from the Challenger match. Actually, it was Vanguard Gaming who were able to get
Vanguard.
the Melee Creeps couldn't touch him in 2 maps back to back. I mean, Pocket is a hero that often is like, you get hard focused on the ganks. People build items just to counter you, just to stifle you. He's not even going Majestic Leap early in these games. He's going like the risky Pocket where you buy Mag Leap later, if at all. go for like the debuff remover really as your key active item, and just trust your individual mechanics to play your way out of these scenarios. It lets you get so much more damage off in the build, and to do that and still go deathless, I don't know. League is this is an incredible performance in 2 games back to back. A huge part of the reason that Pauper's Pupils put up such decisive victories today.
This was really, really clean. And I think one of the things that kind of stood out to me that was even more impressive, I think, in this second game, DDK, was just how well Pauper's Pupils were able to just basically shrug off the early pressure that they were facing in the lanes, because we saw the adjustments, Birdie moving over onto this Viscous, but then John going for the McGinnis. They were pumping out damage on those, those early lanes and trying to break down the towers and everything like that, the Guardians. And yet, even with some of those early kills coming through, it didn't really matter. But Pauper's Pupils was just like, yeah, nope, we're fine. We'll earn it all back.
Yeah, you definitely have to, if you're picking the McGinnis, you really do have to, if not win your lane, find a way to like create a lot of pressure on the objectives early somehow with the, like you got to figure it out somehow, because you could see that John after that point just got kind of isolated on the map, where Pauper's Pupils, like you say, they were able to defend with their Apollo, with Poppers, and also Average on the Warden. They were able to defend really nicely in that lane. You didn't get the tower going down in any good amount of time. So then John's in this position where he's just kind of like not able to help his team as much, I think, in the early laning phase, and just is kind of immobile and farming. And I think just it gave so much tempo to Pauper's Pupils by ensuring that part of LA Creeps' game was kind of shut down in the way that it was.
It's just incredible and pretty immaculate. I'm trying to crunch the numbers here really quickly before we get into the MVP. And then that. Yeah. Average had about 11,500 more objective damage than all of Melee Creeps combined.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, he's chopping it up on Warden this game. That's an honest Warden game, baby. I'm doing objective damage, cleaning up towers, and honestly, didn't have like an exceptional start. Like, got ganked a bunch in the early game, but brought it back. Like, really strong stats from him overall. Like, almost 40k player damage as well. He's only behind Pocket in that regard, who's notoriously top damage almost guaranteed, even if you don't have the best game. So for Warden, the stock's rising in an incredible way after really being out of the meta for a few weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I was kind of like pushing you guys for your MVPs. We'll see who gets the player of the match here. But there's a bunch of different ways that you could cut it. But I think just
I was
given
gonna
the
riot
KD,
if it's not him. I was gonna riot.
Sure. But I think that you could make a very solid, honest argument for just about anybody else as well. I mean, you're out here, you're playing a Rem, and you have a Calico running, you're scared as the Rem pops out of the teleporter, and the Calico's like, I gotta get the hell out of here.
Yeah, it's fair to say, because right, like Xeno being back in the lineup, that's one of the big concrete differences for Pauper's Pupils this week. He's such a standout member of this team, and a team that is pretty much all standouts. Not so easy to have a position like that. A lot of expectations on you, but he handles the pressure admirably. Looks amazing in his first game back, and you can see why Pauper's Pupils don't want to miss him, right? Like, this is a guy you want in these high-impact matches, showing the impact of Rem, who goes 5-0 on the day. That has to be a best-ever performance for Rem. So, Rem enjoyers right now, break out the Elo potion. It's time to celebrate.
Yeah, this was really great from Pauper's Pupils. Overall, it actually really feels like I think we talked a lot about their fundamentals as a team today, and I think that's kind of it might be a good indication, especially with this performance, that they might be getting kind of too far ahead at the moment, and it's gonna be some serious work to close the gap against them, because it's not just about getting a talent in the right spot. It's actually about the work they've done as a team, as a unit, to all think along the same lines, to understand where the edges are, how to capitalize on them, to like slowly like suffocate the map out. And I mean, they did such a great job as well with like diverse drafts, and everybody obviously is playing really well also in their respective roles, like the versatility of Average, bringing the Rem in, like showing that. I think again, this is like something we talk about with buff enjoyers. It's like, can you ban them? No, you can't beat this team by banning them out. You know, that's not an approach, which means that they're playing the fundamentals super well. So, yeah, massive respect to what they've been able to do on Pupils Pupils, and they might be starting to like hit us up with a bunch of 2-0s here if unless something changes. Unless maybe Ida's team can throw a wrench into the works. They're looking insane.
Might be time for that cross-region clash. I mean, Kaplan, he was talking about EU, saying how, okay, best teams in the world, they're right over here. We're about to witness it. Maybe it's time to go ahead and get that head-to-head, watch them clash, and see who comes out on top. All the bragging rights.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be really exciting next time we're able to have a big tournament and get both regions together. Even on ping, those clashes are always really exciting. And really, I feel like the scene has really grown and matured. Like, there's a lot of really strong teams in both regions. Like, Melee Creeps were our standard bearer for so long. They were really top of the world in North America, like huge, crazy win streak from them. But now the game is hotly contested. And even like, I was impressed. I thought Vanguard played well in the challenger match. It was a tough game for them. But honestly, in light of how the Melee Creeps games went, it actually, in a way, paints Vanguard in a better light. Like, I was thinking the eye test is, they look kind of good. They're not playing badly, even though they're losing. And you could say the same about Melee Creeps. We know they're a good team. We know they're not a pushover squad. Pauper's Pupils are just levels above, which is pretty impressive for them to be coming back in with Xeno and delivering a result like that.
Well, let's take a look here at the hero priority from the week, and we know that Rem is going to be shooting up towards the top of the standings there. But yeah, some very unexpected things seen here today, and some just overall very dominant performances. I mean, even the Sinclair, when it was in there, that kind of caught us off guard earlier on, and it still looked pretty damn good. And you know, ended up getting banned out quite a bit. But surprise, Pocket, a hero that is getting banned a hell of a lot, gets let through, and then it absolutely dominates.
Yeah, interesting prio this week. Having Warden shooting up, Mo getting a lot more love this week. We heard rumors of the Mo and Krill nation rising up in the last few weeks, and now, you know, has really solidified as a top choice. Celeste getting picked a ton, top prio hero, but not a great day for her overall. 1-4 in the matches she actually makes it through. League's Pocket, though, certainly making waves in North America. You know, this has been a hero that has always been, well, for quite a long time, has been a very top prio choice in terms of the pick and ban orders. But NA were deprioritizing him for some time with players just not maybe feeling as confident. Now with League in the mix, expect to see maybe more bans targeted that way next week for sure. But with Rem, Abrams, Lash all vying for playtime, it's not easy to direct those bans.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that. Like for me, I'm just thinking about Lash. Like seeing Lash in like the #1 spot is like so interesting, because I just remember how we would just troll like about Lash picks for so like I feel like for the first year and a half, it felt like Lash could be kind of troll. Obviously, like there's so much to love with Lash. Like, you know, you got the whole Lash and Bebop lore and everything. You know, you've got your Lash one tricks and so on. But like we've never seen Lash be like this, and so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I think people have really, it just goes to show how much in Deadlock is probably just unexplored, right? And like we think about the balance patches, how they move the needle, how new content changes things in the game with the game changing so fast. But even with all of that going on, there's stuff that just people didn't quite figure out. Like Lash was good, but people, you know, were like, well, like you got to build Spirit, surely, right? He's all these nukes. And then maybe now I think what people have figured out is, yes, you do build Spirit, you invest early and play for the nukes. But later, you just focus on scaling into gun carry, siphon bullets. I think Lash is the best siphon bullets user in the game, and he's just so hard to catch. He basically carries off of the back of, you know, that alone, on top of the ult also being monstrously effective, especially in these like tower defense kind of scenarios, even down numbers. So it's great to see teams really innovating, finding what works. Mirage not being in the top row, though, that is surprising. Like, you know, I do think, I wonder if people have maybe overreacted a little bit to some of the other heroes looking stronger this week, because Mirage still on the eye test looks insane. You do not want to see Lefa on this hero on the other side. Definitely do want to see him on it if he's on your team. Pauper's Pupils, happy to get those picks through.
But yeah, I mean, I think at the end of it, one of the things that people, you know, are going to be watching this back or you know, if tuned in really late, they're going to be looking at that #2 row and be like, Graves, when was she played? Why was she played? How did that make an appearance in this one? But just, yeah, a wild day. I think we had a pretty decent spread across both regions as far as just like a nice little selection, very different flavors, between EU and NA, which is always fun because when that clash does come through, it makes it all the more interesting because you have such different ideas occurring on both sides of the pond.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, the game's just getting more and more interesting, I think, all the time with what people are discovering, like Jake said. So can't wait to see kind of like what else is undiscovered right now. And, you just also, the players have to put the time in as well at this level to experiment and see like what can answer what. Like, I think that's why we see Grace here. There's been experimentation. The question, is this really that bad? Like, we're looking for an edge. If we can bring this out into a draft, and it can deal with something that gives us an edge in a draft. So the pro players and teams are definitely incentivized to get into the workshop and the lab and just really figure it out.
Well, it's not just about the heroes played; it's also about the items bought. So let's go ahead and take a look at that here and see what was big. And Tank Buster right out in front.
Veilwalker, though, I could have called this, man. Veilwalker has just been rocketing up the ranks recently. I think people are realizing more and more characters can get value off the Veilwalker, not only to move around the map and set up ganks, but also just to sustain, to stay on the map a little bit more often. Really, really huge item in this week. Slowing Hex, pretty much perennially at the top. Tank Buster as well. These are just ultra value spirit items that you just see built. You're probably not going to stop seeing them built for quite some time. Nothing else really shocks me here. Maybe greater expansion being up that many slots. Definitely more a question of what heroes get picked than necessarily this item in and of itself. But it's clear with some of these really big shifts coming in that things have changed in the last week of Deadlock.
Yeah, and I think opening rounds coming in with like 36 buys and just like jumping up as well. Not too surprising. Again, it like helps, I think, it's for a variety of reasons. Generally, you get an item, you get some extra spirit power. Like, it's just, you get some extra damage on your weapon. Like, it helps if you have like a terrible velocity on the bullets. But I think it really helps also to just like control in the lanes because it gives you bonus damage when people are above 50% health. So I think that's like very helpful in the early laning phase as a cheaper gun investment to keep the trade going in your favor and keeping people low.
Yeah, I think also like Warden and Celeste are really big, like virtually guaranteed buyers of this item. You just need the bullet velocity is just too much value not to have this item in your build. So maybe it's also an expression of those heroes getting picked so much more this week, as is always the case with items, definitely correlated with other influences on the game. But Dispel Magic, Counterspell, and Resto Locket, the 3 high skill green items. Guys, if you want to get better at Deadlock, either buy these items or start learning to use them and then buy them, because they are just so valuable in a lot of builds, provide you that extra bit of playmaking to move the needle in a crucial scenario.
Yeah, a lot to unpack, but I mean, I sure as hell feel like I learned quite a bit watching this, and I've been playing the game since it came out, and even then, like, I had maybe a cursory understanding, and now I feel like I can go in and I can play a much cleaner game. I feel like I saw a lot of movement tech as well that I've not witnessed in any of my games. So those are certainly things that I'm going to be looking to take into that when I get back into the action. But I'm going to need some rest before I play this game. Otherwise, I'm going to be just an absolute terrorist to my teammates, because I have been awake for the last 20 hours and I absolutely need to get some sleep.
We need to get Seth to bed. Absolutely stat here, critical. But guys, join us tomorrow. We're going to be back live with the Graveyard Shift. Same time as the typical start. It's 4 p.m. EST. It's a podcast with a few of our well-known faces, as well as Lightbringer, who's always a wonderful mind to talk to about the state of the game. And it's clear from today's shift that we're going to have a lot to chat about. So join us here live on Twitch or catch the VOD on YouTube in the future. But that's the Graveyard Shift, guys. Every week, every Thursday.
Yep. So make sure you guys hop onto the Patreon. Thank you guys as well so much for tuning in. Thank you to Intel, Newegg, etc. For all of the support for the show. It's been super sick. It's my first time here. I hope to be back. DDK, Jake, and to Jason Kaplan earlier on, as well as ZP. Thank you guys so much for having me. It has been an absolute blast. Hopefully, I wasn't too much of an anchor today.
We love you, Seth, man. Super great having you on the show. Great working with you, and I think the community is going to feel the same way. I hope to have you back on soon.
Yeah.
Cheers, boys. Well, with that, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Like you said, the Graveyard Shift is going to be in tomorrow. Make sure you tune in for that. And until next week, for night shift number 54. Yes, there we go. I remember the number. 54. That'll be coming up next week. And we'll see if these teams can defend their titles. Thank you and good night.
Comes for them.
The righteous have nothing to fear from me. Let's go yellow. Let's push green.
Let's go to Broadway.
Let's take out Abrams.
Ready to get